Hello, and welcome. Uh, just a second. I'll be right with you. Welcome, Pumph. Welcome, Jedi. Welcome, Wout. Welcome. Let me finish up the redeems, because Wout wanted a little instruction, which I've already got ready. It is on the very, very last page. And the little instruction you're getting is 703. Marry only for love. And we have 2 pins as well. I will handle these as well. Right before the stream, or actually I'm lying. Sorry, I lied. Right during the stream, right after I started the stream, I realized that I had promised Cow a way to see the current hint. So let's test it. Yeah. So now you can type exclamation mark hint. I did not fix the command thing, so if you're cursed, you can still not type commands. That is next on the old agenda, but it is not done yet. But now you can type exclamation mark hint, and you can see the last hint. And the reason why it says last hint is because during longer streams, like my birthday or anniversary, partner anniversary, whatever. There goes Pumph. I tend to I tend to allow for multiple hints. So the reason why it says last hint is because you can get the previous hint that was available. So for a 4-hour stream, or not 4-hour stream, for a normal stream like this, you get one hint, which will always be the last one. But for a longer stream, you can get multiple, so it will just show whichever one is the most recent one. I think that's fine. I think that's fine. We are playing more Confucian game, of course. We are excited to get more confused. Get more intrigued by the story that I still have no idea where it's going to lead to. But we'll find out. We'll find out together. All right. So, let's jump in. So, oh, yes, okay, it was here. So, notes. So, where did we leave off? We left off definitely in chapter 2, right? Here. Okay. So we left off here. So we're in chapter 2 now. We are we are so for the longest time in chapter 2, we thought we were Shiroya. Basically, what we knew was we were a character that was good friends, close friends with the main character Atsuki. Um, we knew we basically kept close to Atsuki, and the entire chapter 1, um, that character was Shiroya. The character that kept close to Atsuki was Shiroya. So a lot of our expectations was left believing that the character we were in chapter 2 was Shiroya. Um, but apparently we couldn't be further from the truth. So what ends up happening in chapter 2 is first we find one corpse, which is a policeman in the lobby. Um, he was stabbed um, in the chest, or I guess in the stomach, um, with a knife. As it says, has a knife wound. I'm pretty sure it's specifically in the stomach, but let's ignore that for now. The broken walkie-talkie is only broken because it's missing a battery, and Kitai apparently says that he doesn't know where the batteries are, which in chapter 1 he did. Um, so we get our first option here as well. We are basically asked how sleepy we are, because our two options is going to look for Sai, because Sai's missing. We went to the attic together to basically hide, team up and hide, and we we were asked, since Sai has now gone missing, we were asked. It's a bit eerie. There's no music right in this point. It's just me speaking. Let's quickly pop this back on for a little bit, just while I'm reading this out. Um, we were asked if we want to stay in bed or if we want to go find Sai. I chose to go find Sai, but it's another option, which we're now up to 3 options grand total for the entire thing. We go down to look for Sai, and we find him. He sort of just pops into existence, kind of. But we find the Sekimeiya, and with it we find Sai, and then suddenly the Sekimeiya disappears from Kitai's hands. Kitai does state that the Sekimeiya is incredibly hot. As the Sekimeiya disappears, a lot of things in the building gets weird. First and foremost, the elevator buttons have been ripped off the wall, and the attic door is locked, which it wasn't before. The footprints, all the footprints that we'd placed in the attic are gone, which is strange because they normally take a while to disappear. The security room door is locked, which it wasn't before. It somehow has just locked itself. And then the last thing, which is sort of weird, is that in the storeroom, not only has the the movable door thing that blocks or the movable wall that blocks the door, not only has that returned, but a mark that Sai put on the door to indicate whether someone had left through the door is gone, which people believe means that someone's exited through the door. However, my theory is that the entire building has changed rather than, or they have changed to a different building of some description, right? Basically, they are not where they were before. They are not in the same location. To put it simple, basically, right? Um, then the attic is locked again, but this time we can't unlock it. Then we go to one of the elevators, and there's two bodies inside. One is Naomi, and the other is the body of... We're only told that it's the body of someone that Atsuki and the main character of Chapter 2 knows, and we're close friends with. Which obviously makes people think, because we believe we're Shiroya, makes people think that it's Miya on the floor. Let's see what else happens. Oh, we all go to the attic, and we sort of decide just to rest or something. And then people sort of want some alone time, so they start splitting up and going to the different floors, the different office floors. And Atsuki is down in the second floor, and apparently he hears a yell. And we all go down, and it's Erina who's dead. And Ayla seems perfectly normal. She actually seems like Erina told her to stay in there. So most likely, what we believe is that Erina informed Ayla to stay in the room, and then she went and did something. However, when we go back and find Ayla again, the second time, Erina is now there, which is very confusing. Because now we have an Erina's corpse, and we have Erina. Very strange. Then, believe it or not, but we find the Sekimeiya in a wardrobe in the attic after we finally get back in by using the elevator. And actually it's Ayla who finds it, but she wraps it in a bedcloth, and we take it. We try to take it all the way down from the attic to the crystal floor. And as it turns out, when we arrive to the crystal floor, it's no longer in the bedcloth. It is gone. Now Erina's corpse is gone. And all the elevator panels have been reattached. And again, a lot of things are different from what they should have been before. Which is very strange. And then finally, the last thing that sort of happened before we quit, which is I guess the big one, is that we went to the attic again, tired, and we decided to take a nap. We turn off the lights and fall asleep. And when we wake up, we are in a different place again, because across from our bedroom, someone's yelling to get out. And we go down, and all the bodies are gone. There's random blood on the floor. And it's generally just very strange, because it's like a whole new place again. Oh, hold on. This needs to go here instead. Let's put that up here. So we do end up touching the Sekimeiya, but that I don't think that has a whole lot of meaning. But what we end up realizing is that yeah, that's exactly that's true, Jedi. But also what ends up happening is that we believe that we have been transported to the chapter one's dimension or whatever, right? Because everything lines up with chapter one. But what really ends up being crazy is that we end up realizing that we are actually Mia in chapter two. Because we say, I don't know what that means, I'm Mia. I've been here the whole time, do you not remember? So as it turns out, we were not Shiroya, we were Mia. And I actually thought that Shiroya had been mentioned throughout chapter 2, but as it turns out, Shiroya had only been mentioned once in the beginning, and then not for 2,600 lines. So we were Mia all along, and it just managed to trick us. But yeah, that's basically where we've left off. We are in the other so-called dimension, and we are Mia. We are hiding, eavesdropping on them, and it's very strange because they don't seem to know that I was here. They haven't been asking, which is strange. But let's continue. But now they do. That's where we left off. So, did any of you see Mia? There. Is she gonna say it? You don't know her, right? I knew I wasn't going insane. How do you know that name? Huh? She's the person I was with earlier before I saw you two. Oh my god, that's a long ass message. It just came back to me. I don't know where she went though. Oh, it's gonna do the thing, isn't it? Jump. Yeah, okay, there we go. What's with Illyrius? That's not it. Not just some name she made up. Do you know? We do, but Erina couldn't have seen her. She couldn't be here. I couldn't process what I was hearing. Was I actually being punished? That insane possibility was only becoming more of a reality. That's not what she means. She's not anywhere right now. Oh, dead? 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 Are they really talking about me? What the fuck is this? Of course I'm not dead. Shut up. Right? Saving with Sekimeiya, not... Sai, shut the fuck up. If it was, I promise you that we would have done it. I was right there. I've been there the whole time. What were they talking about? I didn't know whether I should have entered the room or not. I was a lot more hesitant, and it almost felt as if they knew that I was listening in on them. It's probably been minutes already, right? 15 min arrived. Are you sure I'll go far enough back? I'm going then. You coming with me? Is she about to touch the Sekimeiya? She said earlier she wanted to save Isla. Did they figure out how to use the Sekimeiya? They've only been here a few minutes. Was the past going to be changed? That could already be happening. It was possible that the past had changed drastically while I'd been unconscious. Was I living in a world completely different from the one I'd gone to sleep in? What? Wait, what? Why didn't it work? Did Sai disappear? Was everything that he said a lie? I couldn't tell what had happened. Had Sai left or had he time traveled? You ever want me to save Isla? You involved in the first place? You're wrong. We don't know how the Sekimeiya works. But this shouldn't have happened. Had nothing happened? I've been completely frozen for for minutes trying to pick up everything I could. Wait, where did it go? It's not here. It teleported. Oh, the Sekimeiya teleported. It was activated, but they didn't vanish. Only the Sekimeiya teleported. That happened before. Atsuki, tell me. What do I need to do to travel through time? Exactly what Sai and I told you. I don't know why it didn't work just now. They haven't experienced this before? Is that it? The idea was the driving force that made me immediately turn around and dash to the door. It's closed. I didn't close it. The Sekimeiya had seemingly vanished by itself. I just had an epiphany, but instead of trying to think everything through, I opened the door and ran to hallway C. There's still no blood here. And this door. Dismissing the elevator, I stepped up. There I ran across the floor, releasing all my built-up energy. As soon as I reached the next staircase, I did the same. So that nothing would fall out, I held my purse tightly and continued running, planning on reaching the highest place in the building. I didn't slow down, knowing that if I did, my exhaustion would catch up with me. I bolted up the fourth staircase and continued in a straight line. Whoa! Atsuki! I stopped abruptly and almost fell down. If Atsuki was there, did that mean I'd been right? What happened? Had to pant hoarsely before I could speak again. Meanwhile, I thought of the question I wanted to ask, realizing he hadn't found my presence strange. This might sound strange, but what's the last place you saw me? The last place? That's what I was gonna say. I saw you weren't sleeping anymore, so I was walking down to see if I could find where you'd gone. Then, were you above me, in the bedroom? Oh, yes. Sorry, was I noisy? I just climbed down the ladder and saw you weren't there anymore. I couldn't believe it. It was him, the Atsuki I'd been with the whole time. However, on the crystal floor there was another Atsuki, one who had said I couldn't be there. Anyway, what were you in such a rush for? And that question? No, I was just going back up. I didn't realize you were in the attic too. Oh. Do you want to go up then? Welcome, Pocket Ligger. We need this. What is this? Slap a homie? Why do we need that? What the hell? Add image to screen? Okay. Oh god. That is the best picture. That is the best fucking image to the screen ever. Fuck ing here? Suck? Oh, slap your ass. Alright, I'll add it. Yes, we can stay there. Did you see anyone? They were all waiting when I went to the attic. I didn't. Let's see. It should already be pretty late, but you still have the cabinet key, right? Yeah. We walked up, but my heart hadn't slowed down yet. What kind of mess were we in? No matter the answer, the right call was ignoring it and trying to make the time pass without complications. And yet I couldn't get the words out of my head. According to the people on the crystal floor, I should have been dead. Oh my... what? This is a third Atsuki? This is very curious. Because this is not the Atsuki that we know. This is not the Atsuki that we know from chapter 1. This is... what the hell? It's not the Atsuki from chapter 1. It's not the Atsuki from chapter 2, because we're next to him. Because if it was the Atsuki from chapter 1, then we would know it, because we were playing Atsuki in chapter 1. Yes, this is the first time that one Atsuki has stood face to face with another Atsuki. This is the first, at least to our knowledge, it's the first time. They have seen, so in chapter 1 we do see the back of another Atsuki. We do go, like we do see the back of ourselves in one of the dimensions or whatever. But it's never been face to face like this. B. Just to tell which one is which. But then I don't know which one is which. Is this A? Is this B? Or is this like no letter B? Which one is which? Suddenly, a head appeared from around the office corridor. When we looked at each other, the three of us froze, everyone equally shocked. What the fuck? It was Atsuki, a body identical to him, with his face and clothes, who had been waiting by the door to the offices. He looked at himself, speechless and without moving an inch. Hey, answer me. You really were here? Are you really me? What the fuck is going on? For him, it must have been a surreal shock. But I looked at the bizarre scene with just as much confusion. Were there 3 versions of Atsuki in the building at once? You know, actually, speaking of, this might be complete guesswork, and it might not be true. But there's one point where I don't know if I can find it. It might be hard to find. But there's one point where me and Atsuki go through all the offices, right? Actually, no, these offices. We go through all the offices, and on floor 5, I ask, or I check the 3rd partition in here, and I go in shock. I think what we see there is Shiroya. I think we see Shiroya in there. Because I remember there's one point in chapter 1 where Shiroya hides. That completely irrelevant to what's happening now. Finally, the person in front of us spoke. I didn't think you'd be here. What? What does that mean? You're me, right? I am. What the fuck is happening then? I thought it was impossible that we'd see each other. Was that wrong? In a way, yes. What the fuck? Tell me then. What's going on? How the fuck can you even exist? Well, I had no idea how to interpret the scene. It was clear that the Yatsuki we'd bumped into had a higher understanding of what was happening. It didn't seem he found my existence strange either. I'm sorry, I'm not sure how to answer that question. What? I know exactly how you feel, I promise. I'll tell you one thing though. Since we already met, you shouldn't worry about anything. I shouldn't worry? There's no way you're actually me, right? I am. I promise it will all be fine. What? How can you tell? And how would that even be possible? I know how it sounds, but I generally don't have time to explain. I'm not sure I could. What does that even mean? Look, we're the same person. Just trust me, or yourself on this. Sincerely, everything should turn out fine. Those words almost broke the person at my side. He'd been told by himself, that there was nothing to fear. You believe me, right? Like I said, I don't have much time. Emotional, Atsuki nodded. But that can't be the case. Shiroya died again. Again? What do you mean? Do you not know that? She was killed here and her body disappeared from the lobby. The other Atsuki looked confused and deep in thought. You should believe what I say. I still don't fully understand how that works, but you have to trust me. You can't explain it? Then there's no way you're telling the truth, right? I am. While I can't be fully confident about what I'm saying, I'll just ask you to believe me. Okay. Good. I suppose there's one thing you could do then. What? Wait here a second. He disappeared from where he'd come after giving me an intense gaze. I was right next to them, but I felt more distant than ever before. Welcome, cow. Cursing yourself. Is that a future version of you? I have no idea. Then is that true? Will Shiroya be alright? I don't know. I thought I'd try to use the Sekimeiya a bit later and go a few hours to the past. That wouldn't be enough, but if I managed to keep doing that, that's the only idea I had. But I didn't even know if the Sekimeiya would work again. Cow, I added oh, I guess you can't. I guess you can't use it now because you're cursed. Because I didn't fix that. But I added a exclamation mark hint command for you. So you could see the, well, I guess not for you. I added an exclamation mark hint command. For the hint. Yeah, that doesn't work. And that doesn't either. Yeah, like I said, I will fix that. That's the next thing I will fix. I see. Whoever that was, we have to put all our faith in him. Yeah. He soon came back running. Between his hands was the Sekimeiya. It seemed like it might have teleported to the attic that time. Huh? Take this, but don't touch it. Atsuki handed himself the Sekimeiya and received it, hiding his hands under his sleeves. You two should hurry back down. On the second floor, enter the second partition and leave the Sekimeiya on the floor and wait there. On the second floor? Yes, from there, if anyone passes by, you should hear them. If you hear the elevator 4 times, you can go back down and place the Sekimeiya in its cabinet. Make sure it isn't activated again. However, it's possible that the first time, instead of hearing the elevator, you hear someone running up. If that happens, once you hear the elevator 2 times, you can go down and place the Sekimeiya in the cabinet. What is happening? Okay, and after that you're saying everything will be fine, right? Yes, wait patiently with everyone on the crystal floor and make sure to get out safely. I'll pray with you for what will happen after that. Alright. Atsuki turned around and ran back, putting all his faith in himself. As he did, the second Atsuki pierced me with his eyes. Goodbye, Mia. In front of me I saw a look I knew I'd seen before that day. However, he quickly turned it away from me, glancing downward. Goodbye. Almost in a curious manner, I responded with only one word. Then I turned around and started sprinting. Atsuki and I ran all the way down until we reached the second floor. Out of breath, he held the door to the offices open and we entered the second one. He placed the Sekimeiya on the floor as instructed and stepped away from it. There's no way this can work, whatever's about to happen. Why not? He didn't know she had died again. I had the idea that she could be saved by going to the past and hiding her since she wasn't found. But doesn't this mean that she'll end up here and be killed? Well, whoever that Atsuki was, he knew more than we do, and we told him we'd found her dead. He still said it would be fine. Please consider making the redeems work with the... It does work with the ant. Her body disappeared from the lobby even though we still remember it. Maybe that's what indicates that the past will be changed so she doesn't die either. Would it work like this? It might. The proof that she's dead doesn't exist anymore. He can't just be a future self of mine. That wouldn't make any sense. The way he came to exist might be how he'll try to save Shiroya, but I have no idea what could be. I heard a faint, deep sound. That's the elevator, right? This is the first time. Yeah, he said that he didn't have much time and was right in saying that the elevator would be used. So we have to hear it 3 more times until we can leave. The second time came immediately. And it went through twice because it was cold and then used. Where should the elevator have been? It was in the attic last time I checked. From the time I went there, if that's still the case, someone just went up. That must be it. It's just like he said, either the elevator would be used twice or someone would run up. So he knew someone would go to the attic, but not how. And at that point, it will happen again. And at some point it will happen again. We're supposed to hear the elevator 2 more times. That means it'll end up in the attic again. If you're saying that wasn't a future version of you, how is it possible he knew all this? I don't know. It doesn't make any sense, does it? The flow of time doesn't work like that. It's impossible. They told us to wait safely and get out of the tower. There's no way I'll be able to use the Sekimeiya once we're outside. And that still wouldn't make any sense. Nothing does. He's right. But she's on the crystal floor alongside a third Atsuki. It can't be that the world was changed so that she never died, because that Atsuki was surprised to see her too. One of them was probably who went up to the attic. But what will come out of this? Will different versions of us remain? The other Atsuki didn't make it sound like that. I should have been dead. Why? I should be dead. Atsuki was right. I should be, but I'm not. It can't be that they were talking about that, can it? The answer had to revolve around the Sekimeiya's disappearance. Maybe whenever that occurred, the changes made were applied to the world. It had teleported to the attic, so if nothing else happened, the state of the world would stay as it was. But there were so many things to iron out. 3 Atsukis existed at once. She had appeared out of nowhere in front of one of them. Not all the disappeared corpses had reappeared alive. Was everything really going to resolve itself if we buried our head in the sand until we could leave the building? And the Sekimeiya was in the attic. Did it teleport there, or did he unlock the cabinet with a key of his own? I don't know, but I still have the keys. I should probably leave them somewhere before we get out. Did we lock the cabinet the last time? Oh, you're right. I said I'd go to the attic, but we never locked it. So you just brought it up? In fact, the Sekimeiya had moved twice before. Aaron and I found it in the cabinet in room B4, next to Naomi's moved body. In the future, it was in one of the lockers, and it wasn't Naomi's. We'd never seen which one was Gitai's, so it might be his. It was all tied together. When I had found the Sekimeiya in the staff room, there had been blood on the crystal floor. When Atsuki had seen that I was no longer sleeping, no yells had come from the opposite bedroom. There was no way to make sense of it. Had the blood on the crystal floor disappeared at the same time as the Sekimeiya? Even if so, it was all far too volatile. I didn't know what had happened while I was asleep. A very important question came to mind. In the bedroom, did you turn on the light? Oh, yes, sorry, I didn't know you were there. I mean later, when you were already above. No, I didn't. I'm confused by what you mean. I came down and it seemed like you were in there because I couldn't hear you. I did turn on the light to confirm it, but you were already gone. Is that what you meant? Yes, sorry, I thought someone might have turned it on after you came. I don't know, I didn't hear anything. I see. What the hell then? I don't even know if turning off the light in the upper bedroom would have turned it off where I was anyway. This doesn't make any sense. I sat on one of the chairs. I couldn't be too frustrated. The outcome had already been guaranteed. We'd soon make it out, and she was probably going to magically revive. Oh fuck. I should leave the key somewhere before we get out, in case, because they'll look at my purse. And there was one more thing that couldn't be found. It was fine. I just had to flush it down the toilet or something. I realized that the contents of my purse could be seen from where it was on the floor, so I slowly moved it aside. Wait, is it not here? I stared at my purse baffled. Then I grabbed it and took the keys out. Yeah, I'll leave these somewhere. I'd rather not be asked about why I had them. I'm sure it'd be fine anyway. It wasn't there. In my purse there were the key ring, the tickets we'd brought for the event, our identification, and our keys. Was it really taken while I was asleep? There's no way. Wait, no. I bet I know what happened. It disappeared. That's it. At some point it disappeared from my purse and from this world. That's what's been happening. As Atsuki said, in this world there's no remaining proof that she's dead. There's nothing else to care about. Knowing that, calmly waiting felt much more doable than before. I remained sitting on that chair, unable to hear anything beyond Atsuki's breathing. It was many minutes later when we heard the elevator for the third time. There it is. Let's see if we can hear it again immediately. We did. Just a minute later, the fourth came. Alright, let's go. Hopefully nobody sees us. I opened the door and Atsuki crouched to grab the Sekimeiya. How the fuck can it be this hot? It hurts to even get my fingers close to it. We heard an unexpected sound. Oh, what? We both listened more intently, and I could tell that we were hearing footsteps coming from the staircase leading down. Wait, it should be fine, right? What the fuck? What are you doing here? Sai saw me through the glass. Next to him was Akuro, even though his running hadn't been hurt from inside. Atsuki, come here, I fucking see the Sekimeiya. What did you do? You didn't stop on this floor, did you? Huh? Don't be stupid, he has the Sekimeiya, he probably used it. Do you mean that I just took the elevator? Holy shit, man, will this attitude stop? Why were you waiting here? You knew that we'd go up, right? Was your idea to make us chase you to then touch the Sekimeiya and wait here to sneak back down? I didn't do any of that. You probably understood it. Oh, wait, we're in the fucking timeline where I hurt my hand. where Atsuki hurt his hand. He probably understood it. And Akuro and Sai ran up the stairs, right? Because they chose to go up the stairs. He probably understood it. Another version of Atsuki had just used the elevator. That was why. How does I know? How do I know that? Another version of Atsuki just used the elevator. I don't know that. I don't know that it was Atsuki that used the elevator. That's why Sai was accusing him of touching the Sekimeiya. However, while he probably thought it was the version he'd spoken with, he was unaware of the other one who'd been on the crystal floor. Yeah, maybe. What now, then? What were you planning to do with that Sekimeiya? I thought you were also in on this plan, right? Me? I don't even know what you're talking about. Even though fainter, we perceived the same sound. The elevator had just been used. But how does Sai... Shouldn't Sai be surprised to see us? Because Sai is in... This is the... Unless this is... Oh my god, my head... Oh, you're right. This Sai didn't know who Shiroya was. You're right. You are completely right. You are so correct. This is our Sai. That's our Sai. That's our Sai from our chapter, from chapter 2. Yeah, you're right. You can search by Sai, right? Oh, I don't understand why. Well, it's true. Which I think is the same Sai who wanted to kill Atsuki. Yeah, I guess we'll find out. It's getting a bit confusing now. A lot of things overlapping now. Even though fainter, we perceived the same sound. The elevator had just been used. That was the elevator, and I bet I know who that is. Who? Atsuki looked a little uncertain. There had been no mention of a fifth elevator sound. Who? The girl who I bet was supposed to meet with you two right now, after you made it down from here with the Sekimeiya. It's unfortunate you were too incompetent to handle such a simple plan. What? I'm being serious, I have absolutely no idea what you're talking about. What girl? I'm not sure what the idea behind this really... What the idea behind this is, really. Were you actually able to open the storeroom door? Answer me, what girl? What even was her name, Akuro? Shiroya, right? The sixth time came. The elevator passed through the floor as Atsuki's eyes widened. He understood it immediately. She was already present. Oh fuck, she realized you hadn't come and went back up. Sai sprinted toward the third floor. Wait, stop! Akuro, go down and wait in front of the storeroom. It could have been sent empty. Akuro looked hesitant for a moment, but he followed Sai's order. In an instant, Atsuki and I were alone. What the hell, what do we do? We should put the Sekimeiya in the cabinet, stay on the crystal floor. That's what we were told. Alright. We ran behind Akuro. I looked down and saw that there was no blood on the floor, or the staircase. What? On the floor below the elevator panel, there was a folded piece of paper. Atsuki and Akuro were ahead of me, so they didn't see me grabbing it and putting it in my purse. Did it not disappear after all? Akuro was in the storeroom, but I just followed behind Atsuki, completely lost for words. How the hell had he made it here? The event room was empty. I opened the unlocked empty cabinet and Atsuki left the Sekimeiya inside. At that time, he didn't forget to lock it. We left the Sekimeiya in the cabinet. We promise we don't know what you were talking about. Why did Sai say it was Shiroya who'd taken the elevator? That's the girl who died. So you remember now. Did I not? Of course I do. She was in the elevator and then disappeared from the lobby. That's right. But she was here just minutes ago and said that she was going to the attic. That's why Sai believes you're responsible. How many minutes ago? I don't know, quite a few. And you were here too with the Erina who disappeared. The Erina who died? Yes, she had her clothes caked with dried blood. You two took the elevator up just now. So the person who used the elevator the first time was her, and the second time it was Atsuki. There has to be... Maybe I'm wrong, but there has to be a second Sekimeiya. Because how can both the me... Okay, hold on, 1 second. Where's the fact that I hurt my hand? Because I'm pretty sure I don't use the Sekimeiya inside the cabinet. Around 56? Oh yeah, injure my hand on the handrail. I take the elevator down, run to the event room. The Sekimeiya isn't in the cabinet. Okay, that's true. After failing to find the Sekimeiya in the cleaning room and B6, I find it in the unknown person's locker. But that shouldn't be true. Because I have it. Right now. Right? I hold it. I'm holding it right here. For a long time as well. So the person who used the elevator the first time was her, and the second... I could understand if he used it in the cabinet, but he didn't. I don't know. So the person who used the elevator the first time was her, and the second time was Atsuki and Erina. I had met that version of Erina as well, and neither she nor Atsuki were the people who we'd been with since that morning. That wasn't me, I'm being serious. He's right. We've been in the attic all this time and haven't seen anyone. That's not easy to believe. You were hiding in the offices with the Sekimeiya. It wasn't us who brought the Sekimeiya up. We found it in the attic. We also weren't hiding in the offices. We were searching them before coming back down. I don't know. I can't just assume you're lying after all that's happened. Where are the others? Well, Katai should be in the security room, and I saw Erina and Ayla hadn't left the crystal room they were in. While Atsuki opened the door to the security room, I looked at the lobby. Naomi's corpse had returned there, and along with the policeman. Okay, so we're now in the policeman's dimension. I think what we might want to do for notes. Yeah, I don't know when that happened. I think what we might want to do for the notes is to write what dimension we're currently in. We'll probably note that down. Though we need to figure out when we change dimension like that before we can start doing that. Because I don't know if it's whenever you touch the Sekimeiya, because I feel like it's only when the Sekimeiya gets hot enough without anyone touching it that it happens. I feel like when you touch it, something else happens entirely. But I don't know what. The wound on Naomi's head had stopped bleeding, so the pool below it had reached its limit. Yeah. The status of the room had gone back to normal after changing continuously. Was that the version the outside world would see? I looked to my right and saw Katai lying on his back on his chair in front of all the powered off screens. Oh, it's you two, it's been a while. Yes, we just came back from the attic. He wasn't dead below his desk. It was clear he'd failed to fix the computer. How's it going? I stopped a while ago. I have no idea what the issue is. I'll need other people to look into it. I'll see. When we opened the door, in front we saw the last two people. Ayla was not lying face up inside a dark cabinet, but instead ogling at one of the uncovered glass displays. Hello? Erina stood up after seeing the two of us. There's no blood on her clothes and she seemed pretty tired. Did something happen? No, we weren't sure if you were still here. We've been here the whole time. Oops. That's good. The time is getting closer. You said that Erina was covered in blood was here too. Yes, she and the girl, the two dead bodies that disappeared. For a second I thought they'd been alive the whole time, but that couldn't be it. Wait, is that it? Could it be that they were generally brought back to life? But no, if another version of me existed, it must be something completely different. If that really wasn't you, then I'm really confused. According to him, that girl had been with us the entire day, since this morning. There's absolutely fucking nobody in the attic or anywhere. Really? So I came down the stairs and entered the storeroom, all while I considered how strange that assertion was. Had he simply failed to find the others? Two different versions of Atsuki, the other Erina and her too. They all should have been there. Something else still didn't make sense either. The elevator had been used 2 more times after the 4th. We knew who had used it the first 4 times and that everyone who should have been on the crystal floor was present. So who had taken the final 2 trips and gone above us? The door hasn't been open again. Where's the Sekimeiya? In the cabinet. In the cabinet? Akro, don't you understand that their friend could be here? So you could have taken it already. Hey, I did what you said. Offended, Sai hurried to the event room. Akro explained to us what happened. That wasn't me, and we don't want to take it out of here again. What did he say? That both of them were sleeping in the attic and found the Sekimeiya there. Then they came down, searching through every floor until we saw them. Is that what we're supposed to believe? That the people who have the key to the cabinet conveniently found it where they were, and that instead of hurrying to bring it back, they looked through the entire building with it? That's what happened. Did you really not find anyone? Aren't you the one who says that I took the elevator up? Yes, I'm the only person though, so I couldn't really search optimally. But it is possible that was... I'm so confused. But it is possible there was nobody to find if the 3 people should have been here merely traveled with the Sekimeiya, which again you happen to have. I think the Sekimeiya teleported us again while we were carrying it down. That must have been what happened. Did Sai disappearing mean that Eren, Atsuki, and Shiroya moved into the Chapter 2 dimension? In Chapter 1? Well, we don't know who the Shiroya with the... we don't know who the... I think Mia went into Chapter 1. I don't think they went into Chapter 2, did they? We don't know who the Shiroya who changed her clothes is. We don't know why she changed her clothes. I think, my guess is Chapter 3, we're going to be Shiroya. And we're going to see it from her point of view. I think we get to go through all 3 characters. I don't exactly know what happened, so what is it you're accusing me of? I'm accusing you of trying to execute a plan that might involve getting the Sekimeiya out of the tower, of lying openly, and of working with that girl who you know who didn't get trapped with us. I'm sorry, but I can't really take you seriously. I woke up a few minutes ago and have no idea what any of this is about. Since Akro is backing you up, I guess it's true that 2 missing bodies reappeared, but it seems they're gone again, right? Erina is with Ayla 2 rooms over, and she looks totally okay. Also, I already said that I don't want to take the Sekimeiya out of here again. Sai approached Atsuki and touched his sleeve. It was working again, huh? Your shirt is burning. If we didn't activate it, we never will. However, if it's true that I was here and said things that didn't make sense, you're right, I know that girl, Shiroya. She's an old friend of mine who died 2 weeks ago. I don't have any idea of why she's here today or how that's possible. You just said that the storeroom door hasn't been open again, and the elevator was used 2 times, right? The fact that he only heard it 2 times is curious, because we heard it 4 times. Well, we heard it 6 times, I guess. If it's true that they were here, they must still be, and I can guarantee it because we have the Sekimeiya and didn't use it. So we have to go find them. You were just one person looking around, so they could have dodged you. All of us together can find them. Then we'll work out exactly what happened. Let's go. Are you fucking serious? Now I'm sure you're spewing an immense amount of bullshit out of that idiotic mouth of yours. I don't care how you did it, but you're right. They have to be here because the elevator was used again. I don't care if they traveled to the past or if they just avoided me. I had a theory ready that entails Shiroya waiting for the elevator sound on the 2nd floor and activating the Sekimeiya so that you'd all travel. After all, what's most strange, the Sekimeiya was on the second floor right after you took the elevator up. With all the waiting, you probably had a somewhat thought-out plan ready. However, that hardly matters. What matters is that you're not getting the chance to take the Sekimeiya out again. Did you think we'd all just go looking now? You're not moving from here. And how will you enforce that? Don't you think Akuro easily could? Neither of you are leaving this room. Give me the keys too. I handed him the keyring, feigning a defeated face. Whatever the fuck you had planned with that girl won't happen as long as we stay here. So I moved to hallway A and went to the storeroom. It seems she didn't take the sole chance she had to escape. I'm not letting the storeroom out of my sight again, so the police will definitely catch this person who's supposedly dead. At least one of them must be here between Shiroya and Erina. However, it's probably both, and they're not going to show themselves. The best thing is, what do you mean they're not going to show themselves? Erin is literally in one of the rooms, like, a few doors down. Well, just go and check on her. Come on, man. It's not that troublesome, man. Come on. Just go down, like, literally, take a few steps. The best thing is that there's no need to search for them. The Sekimeiya is shut in here, so they can't activate it to escape. The storeroom is out of the question too, they're basically trapped. It's currently 1932. You don't need to search for them, but don't worry, they'll be found as soon as the police enter the building. If you really do want that, you're not opposed, right? I still think we should find them, because I want to understand what happened. If we find them, you'll believe all that I'm saying. I see, then we'll go ahead and believe it after 2100 when 2 versions of you are found. If that's what you want, I'm fine with that too. I suppose we can wait here. There's not that much time left. Precisely. I think that's for the best too. It appeared to have been settled. After a few minutes, I was the first to sit down on the floor, leaning on the dirty wall. Everyone in the room was silently on alert. Eventually, Sai's taunting attitude receded, and he started to look doubtful. However, 2100 kept approaching at a steady pace, and nobody seemed against that. I wanted to get rid of the note in my purse, but I couldn't go to the bathroom to flush it away. When no one was looking at me, I stuffed it inside one of my shoes. The police would probably search it after we left, so my purse wasn't a good place to hide it. Katai left the security room and was told we were waiting together. For the last stretch of the day, he entered a dim room with us to maintain our protection of the Sekimeiya. No matter what the truth was, our shared distrust was palpable. Anyone could be lying the entire day. Perhaps the police entered. Perhaps after the police entered, we'd eventually learn all about what the people we'd gotten trapped with had done. I didn't think anything good could come of it. After all, there was a killer in the room. Music stopping. That's when a bang was heard. Okay. What? Alright. Let's talk about this. What do we think is gonna happen now? I'm gonna hold on. We're in a maze. We're in a maze, apparently. The background is now a maze. What's this all about? What do we think this is all about? What's going on here? Windows XP screensaver? Is this gonna be another one of those like 40-minute explanation videos where Mia now tries to explain what has been going on, or try to explain what's happening? Is that what's gonna happen? Or is this actually gonna be like some fucked up thing, like the UFO story? Could that be it? Oh, let's find out. Mia and Atsuki had been told by another Atsuki that as long as... Okay, it's gonna be a 40-minute explanation video. As long as they stay on the crystal floor, everything should turn out fine. The mystery behind the people who had gone to the attic. Nobody could be certain what had happened to them. Were they still in the tower, or had Sai failed to find them because they had vanished? It's possible that they were waiting near the event room. If that's the case, they would be found by the police. A few of the people in the room had similar thoughts. Should the less suspicious among them look for the others while everyone else waited in the event room? Given the amount of time left, it sounded risky and unnecessary. But Mia kept thinking about one thing. Hold on. One second. One second. There's something I'm curious about. What time did we say it was? 1932? $1940. Okay. Okay, never mind. I thought so. What I was thinking, what sort of crossed my mind, or um, a theory I was making up, was that at the end, all the timelines like collapse together, and I thought that while we're sitting in the event room, um, waiting, the people in the lobby are also sitting there waiting. Like every there's probably people in like different rooms from the different timelines. And but since we're all sat in one room and waiting, um, we don't end up seeing each other. That was my theory, but it doesn't make sense because I can see that, here it says 1932, but here 1940, and then shortly after they go to the event room. That doesn't make any sense. Okay, it gives me okay. Let's say another choice. I want to search the building again. I want to stay in the event room. Let's say this is definitely the option here depends on whether we trust that Atsuki, right? That's literally the option. Because he told us to stay on this floor. So this is let's stay on this floor. Let's stay in the crystal room. And this is let's not. Um you attending the soup? Well, welcome back from your soup tending. Um I'm gonna go with the boring choice. I'm gonna trust him. I'm gonna trust Atsuki for now. I didn't move from where I was. I only wanted to finally get out. However, when Sai had revealed the time, uncertainty had begun to creep in. It was 20. It was 20. It was 8 p.m. I forgot. 20,000. 20,000. It was 2200. 2200. 2000. It was 8 p.m. The unbelievable day was coming to an end, but there was still something we were missing. There's a lot of things we were missing. The truth. We knew nothing about what had happened. Even though many of the strange things that occurred felt at least theoretically possible to understand, when I tried to think about them, I couldn't. Maybe the problem was that I couldn't be sure if I was right about anything, but technically there was proof that untangling the day's events was possible. The existence of the Atsuki we talked to was inexplicable. The fact that he'd known what would happen and told us of a certain outcome proved that the truth was attainable. Despite that, as the seconds ticked along, the answers I tried to reach changed more and more. What would happen to me? I looked up to try to believe that nothing would, but I had no way to know. At that moment, many people had to be on the other side of the shutter, and my parents were surely present among them. It was a given that we would be thoroughly questioned by the police, and that an extensive investigation was to come. And lastly, by an enigmatic version of Atsuki, we'd been assured that she would somehow come back. It didn't make any sense, but I had started to care less and less about that. She was alive, and it didn't seem like the fact that she had died twice mattered much. She would come back and maybe bring an explanation with her. I never wished her any harm, but after her death, I'd realized that her absence was simply better. I didn't want her back. What? Get me out of here. In this household, we are Shiroya stands. Just as I'd been fond of Atsuki since years in the past, I never liked her constant presence. The me from 2 weeks earlier had shrugged off her disappearance, and the me stuck in the tower didn't care about her imminent return. It was all tiresome. Right, okay, you know what? Can we go to a timeline where Mia is dead again? Coming to the exhibit had ironically worked to bring her back, and it might be for the better. Even though Atsuki had offered for me to stay with him temporarily, I'd never been sure he would have recovered without going to live with his parents. We had to accept we were leaving many questions behind, but there were plenty more in the outside world. Perhaps it wasn't a bad idea to consider finding a job somewhere else, if I had the chance. I recently learned how much I despised acting differently than I felt, which were bound to persist if I didn't. What's the time? It's 20:33. Atsuki, you wouldn't by chance have been telling the truth, would you? I was. Necro, do you remember Erina? Do you think she had all her buttons? Oh, I didn't... What? Do you think she had all her buttons? What? What did that mean? What? That is such a strange thing to ask. Do you think she had all her buttons? Why won't it go further back? Oh, I didn't notice. Me neither. I didn't consider it. I think she might have had all of them, though. I didn't lie about anything. If that's true, maybe we really should do what you proposed and go search again. You think so? Isn't it too late for that? It's unlikely that anything else will happen if we just stay here. I suppose. Then I looked at the rest. I noticed that I wasn't the only person feeling nervous. All of them had their own worries and doubts about what was coming. Was it freedom that awaited? What would the world do when it found out about the Sekimeiya's powers? The answers were approaching. Those last 20 minutes were holding the shutter in place. I was good at calming myself down, and that was all I could do. The only movement in the room came from Atsuki bouncing his leg. I closed my eyes, wanting to leave the smoke-stained walls behind as soon as possible. What was that? It's coming from the lobby. 5 minutes later, we heard a rough sound. Upon stepping into hallway A, it became clear the lobby was the source. Wait, isn't that... We walked to the door and opened it. What? It hasn't been 12 hours yet. The shutter was withdrawing, the friction producing the sound we'd heard. Nothing mattered anymore. The faint light of the night had begun to cross the smooth glass of the exit door. What? Naomi! What's happening? What? Naomi's alive. It's already time. Come on, Ida. Perplexed, we stared at Naomi, who raised herself off the floor. She seemed to be in pain with a strong headache. As soon as she saw the blood below her, she understood it was hers and gasped. Oh, you're okay? The shutter retracted all the way. Behind the door, one of the multiple dark silhouettes placed its hand on the handle. But before it opened, Naomi looked at us, her eyes driving stakes into our bodies. She opened her mouth, and her words were mixed with sounds of our freedom. You're a murderer. And you're behind this attack. Surely Mia would have known who she's talking about. Why didn't we get to know that? in a galaxy far, far away. The moonlight glanced off the floor of the lobby. 8 pair of eyes saw the outside world unveiled to them again as the door they'd entered through reopened. At that instant, nothing else mattered. The icy air they'd longed for was in reach. It was time for the Ashia Tower to be exposed. After that long day, the final result, the world's truth, had been decided. Many policemen rushed inside the vast lobby. They saw a group of people lying next to a door, but there were more pressing matter. Lying on the floor was a man wearing their own uniform. That juxtaposition of life and death signified the end of the Sekimeiya's play. For one side, it was time to gather questions. For the other, it was time to let them go. Everyone was taken outside, where they saw the stars had always been above them. But it was soon understood that the events of that day held uncountable mysteries. The entire building was raided, and nobody else was found. The Sekimeiya, believed to be the target of the attack, hadn't been taken. A secret door existed in the storeroom, which they were sure the deceased policeman had gone through. However, it was locked. To the 8 witnesses, that was of no consequence. They had no choice but to value their freedom, and they didn't hold the keys to enough questions. Safely escaping a killer's reach had to be enough for them. Monetary compensation was given to some due to Ashia's reckless security measures. Others were held accountable for potential crimes such as murder and theft. None of those 8 would ever get the chance to fully learn what had happened that day in the tower, but they were aware of the Sekimeiya's power. However, only 2 people spoke of them. Naturally, their statements were ridiculed and interpreted as laughable, coordinated attempts at cover. In the distant future, the Sekimeiya would return to the tower. Against the unbelievable claim of the guilty parties, no visitor's touch would allow a travel through time. From then onward, the Sekimeiya would stay in the special cabinet, symbolizing Sin's failure. There was a lingering question within 2 of the survivors, one isolated from simple curiosity of the outside world. It entailed the veracity of some words they'd heard. Everything should turn out fine. Almost 4 days had passed, but it didn't feel that long. It felt, to them, as if the promise had been made mere hours ago. Had it already turned out to be false? It was impossible to know. Had those words truly been said? That too was impossible to know. Then they learned. They understood that they had been aided. Who had it been? A divine presence? There was nobody to thank, so their gratefulness didn't reach anyone. But they knew that the entity existed, and that it had been made possible. That it had made possible the bright future ahead. Atsuki's phone rang. On the screen he saw a name he thought he'd never read again. He picked up as quickly as possible. He heard a voice he thought he'd never hear again. Atsuki, what the hell happened to me? Fucking here? Suck? Chapter 2 completed. Okay. A handful of police cars had gathered at the entrance of Ashia Tower, ensuring complete isolation of the inside. That had gone on for hours, and Yoshibana's citizens had continually extended the crowd behind the authorities. 13 police officers stood in front of them like sentinels. A thick layer of metal had been covering the door of the building all day, and it had been many hours since communication with the inside had suddenly cut off. Next to the blocked entrance stood the people in charge of the operation. Suripo was told the time. In less than 20 minutes, the blockade would open. They had prepared for all possible outcomes. Suripo had been there since the previous night, withstanding the constant noise of the curious and alarmed citizens trying to converse with the stubborn Ashia representative who had shown up in the morning. After breathing deeply, he approached one of the police cars. Yeah, I don't know previous. I'm guessing, is this this might be I don't know. I was gonna say it might be chapter 1's timeline, where the doors don't open. They didn't open when you expected. Maybe they opened the day after or something. I'm not entirely sure. I don't really understand why it said previous night. Kano, have you seen Vaisud? Vaisude? What a strange name. Kano, have you seen Vaisud recently? The policeman under Suripo's orders frowned, realizing that he hadn't actually seen Vaisud in hours. I haven't. Did something happen to him? He was in his car earlier, but I haven't managed to get in touch with him since. I saw he wasn't waiting in the car, and he didn't pick up when I tried to call him. Kano looked through his left window toward the car Vaisud had been in. It was next to the tower's entrance, and as he'd been told, nobody could be seen through its open windows. I apologize, but I don't know what he went to do. I haven't spoken to him all day. Suripo walked away slowly, a little concerned. Days prior, Vaisud had been insistent in saying that an attack would occur on the morning of the 15th. However, he'd also kept saying that it was a hunch and that he didn't have proof of it. Feel like your voice is dying? The first few times, yes. But it is getting better now, because I'm doing it more frequent. Furthermore, after their talk, Vaisud had told Suripo that he wouldn't come to work again. He wasn't directly under Suripo's command, but he knew Suripo had been in charge of Ashia in Sin's confrontation, and that he knew about his details more than his actual boss. The morning of the 15th, 2 more police teams had been sent to the Ashia Tower to take control of the situation after the attack. At that time, Suripo had seen Vaisud in the team he'd always been part of. Suripo knew that he might have had valuable information, having correctly foreseen the attack. However, in the past he hadn't provided any, so Suripo hadn't prioritized going to question him. Later on, when he'd looked, he had been unable to find Vaisud. Can we have a spammable no CD 1-point hydrate command? What the hell? After talking to his colleagues, they'd all claimed not to know his whereabouts either. Suripo was indecisive. If Vaisud had known about Sin's attack, why had he only warned them that it would occur? He hadn't accomplished anything, as it had already been a well-known possibility. And even if he'd been involved with Sin in some way, the same question had to be asked. His disappearance was suspicious. Had he gone off to act as a part of their plan? Or had it happened to him? Or had something happened to him? At no point had he told anyone about it, and nobody had seen him leaving. Confident that those questions would be answered in the future, Suripo walked back to the shutter to continue waiting for 2104 when the entrance would open. Near the back of the crowd, standing off by herself, was a lone blonde woman in a heavy coat. She repeatedly twisted a lock of her hair in one hand, murmuring quietly to herself as people nearby continued their louder musings. The smell around here, I wonder what's causing it. Barely tell it's there, but it's persistent. Is it related? Conversation nearby turned to the topic of Sin and their potential involvement. She went quiet, listening intently for any clues. It was all information she'd heard within the past few minutes, regurgitated once again. Her left foot tapped an unconscious rhythm on the ground. She wasn't sure how she'd gotten involved in the events around the tower, but once she realized something unnatural was occurring, she couldn't ignore it. Curiosity drove her to appear outside, in spite of the persistent crowd of bored townspeople. Suripo turned back, surveying the crowd once more. In the darkness, her blonde hair and slight fidgeting stood out. His caution getting the better of him, he decided to approach, as she wasn't a resident of the town he'd ever seen before. Excuse me, would you be able to answer a couple of questions for me? Hello? Do you mean me, maybe? Yes, how long have you been here? Oh, only a little while. Maybe an hour. I was curious about the tower. What's happening inside? Like everyone else here is, of course. A thin film of sweat formed on her forehead. It wasn't the first time she'd been questioned by a police officer, but being singled out still made her nervous. Within her coat, she rubbed her arms. And your name? It's Laurel's. Just Laurel's is fine. I know it sounds odd, but it's normal where I'm from, I promise. Wait, what? Why does it say O? Wasn't this person up here O? That's a bit weird. No, I mean, I know that it's like an indication of the person, but they have never shown two people having the same one despite being two different people until now. I don't understand why she's O. I feel like I feel like that isn't supposed to happen, because it's not like there's a single O in Laurel's. Like, Kano at least I can understand, because, you know, Kano, O, whatever. Maybe it's some Japanese thing where the way you pronounce Laurel's is like sounds like an O or something, I don't know. Suripo couldn't place her accent. It had a particular sound to it. Please read more carefully, Mike. To it that he'd never heard before, not even from any kind of shows or songs. Would you happen to have any form of identification on you? Trembling like a leaf in the chilly winter breeze, Laurel's withdrew an object from her interior coat pocket and tapped it a few times. She opened and presented it to Suripo, but her hand shook so thoroughly that he couldn't read it. Gently removing it from her grip, he took a closer look and flipped through it. A passport, completely valid as far as he could tell, with nothing remotely questionable about it. Her name matched what she claimed. Nodding slightly, Suripo handed it back to her. Instead of stowing it back in her pocket, Laurels began to tap a consistent beat on it, trying to calm her nerves. Did you just move here? I'm here on business, official business. Well, the tower was big news and it reminded me of one back where I'm from. That, and it seemed strange. Strange how? Well, everyone's talking about it, right? How strange it is for people to be trapped inside. I'm only in town for a little while. I can leave if you think I'm suspicious. Suripo arched an eyebrow. She was certainly suspicious, but not in the way that a sin planned would be. She was too obvious and clearly harmless in his eyes. It's the most confusing thing I've ever seen. Why can't it be opened? I've been here a few times now and nothing seemed out of place. But today there's a big event and no explaining it. Do the police know anything? Everyone around here is clueless like me. I can't get into what we know and what we don't know in detail. I'm sure you understand. Of course, yes, but don't you think there has to be some kind of supernatural component? Like, maybe everyone inside time traveled and now they're in the past at a time when nobody else is inside? Why? Okay. I understand that. I understand that, you know, I understand that, you know, people's imagination probably run wild when you're like inside, right? But isn't that a little bit strange to be able to think like that, right? That seems a bit strange to me. Like, you just immediately turn to think that they time traveled? I mean, it is what happened, but isn't it a bit weird you immediately turn to think that's what happened? Do we still know they're in there? There's no way to see them, right? Suripo blinked in disbelief. She claimed to be in Yoshibana on some kind of business, but he didn't believe that. Her bringing up an outlandish topic like time travel most likely meant she was with some kind of magazine or news company trying to bait readers. Where'd you get this idea from? It was someone in the crowd who mentioned it, and I thought it made a lot of sense. Still worried, he gestured indiscriminately at the people around the building that formed small isolated bubbles in places, continuing to increase in volume as the time approached. I see. Have you noticed anyone around here doing anything questionable? Or what about them disappearing? It was Suripo's subtle way of discerning if she'd seen Vaisud recently. He was still concerned about his location. No, sir, sorry to say. If I'd seen anything out of place, I would have told all of you immediately. Promise. I don't want to get in your way at all, only find out the truth. At that moment, Laurels received a summons she could not ignore. She had known her time was short. but not that she wouldn't be able to see the conclusion of the tower's mystery. Actually, I just got a call. I have to be going. Sorry, but would you mind if I took my leave? Saripo sighed. He hadn't even pulled out a phone to check a call. Oh, she hadn't even pulled out a phone to check a call. He was no closer to an answer than he had been a few minutes ago. He didn't expect such sudden excuses. Mentally, he made a note to check into her identity later, just in case his intuition was wrong. But she seemed unreliable at best. Well, thank you for your time. If you notice anything later on, please feel free to let us know. Saripo returned to his position. Laurels fidgeted slightly, unsure that he had believed her. She didn't have any desire to confuse the locals and desperately wanted to see the shutter open. It was too unique for her to ignore. But she was out of time. She couldn't afford to stay any longer. Sighing in resignation, she turned away from the building and began to walk. She had hoped that there was enough time to satisfy her curiosity, but it was inevitable. Laurels made a promise to herself, whenever she got the opportunity, to return and determine the truth of that day with her own eyes. She couldn't get into the tower normally, but with enough preparation it could be done. Resolving herself, she vanished into the night. This is so weird. Why does this character have art? And now suddenly it's L? Is this Laurels? Why does this character have art? Okay, let's keep reading. Remember what I said. One of the people inside is a terrorist who will try something to steal the Sekimeiya. Any of the people here could be their comrade. Yeah, she was blonde, but I was thinking maybe it's like a... It was like a... We've jumped forward in time or something. Maybe she's colored her hair, I don't know. You must prioritize keeping their plan from succeeding. Okay, so it's not, because Saripo's still here. You can stop saying that. I'm well aware of what could be going on. Oh, it's her name is Lei. Have we heard that name before? Okay, I accidentally clicked. Have we heard that name? Oh my god, this system is so bad. Lei. We have. Where's this? I'm not done. Give me a moment. Oh, and you're aware of what I discussed with Lei, right? The price will be double the usual. Yeah, that you're right, you're right. That's the only time we've heard it. Let's check here. Okay, it is the only time we've heard it. You can stop saying that. I'm well aware of what could be going on. Lei wasn't a blood relative of a Shia, but she'd been sent as their representative, speaking on their behalf, and had been giving the police any essential information. From the get-go, she had stated that the process of stealing the Sekimeiya was underway, despite Ashia's public declarations, which were that the Sin's plan had immediately failed. It was almost 2100, and the winter sky had long ago darkened. What? Didn't they say it was nearly 2104 before? Oh, no, it just said walk back to the shutter to continue waiting for 2104, okay. Bringing a sheer call to everyone who kept waiting to witness the resolution of a long day. This smell again. What the hell is it? Saripo wasn't sure either. Throughout the day, they'd sporadically noted a strange smell next to the tower, however they hadn't been able to identify its source, nor the smell itself. 2100 came, and the crowd was kept back by the group of policemen in front of the tower, but even the officials were partially curious about how the shutter would withdraw. Speculation hadn't stopped. The widespread belief was that everything had been part of Sin's plan, and Ashia had no way of stopping it. However, nobody could agree on how Sin would actually do it. Multiple groups of those with similar views formed the crowd outside the tower. On one side was the simply curious portion. On the other, the older citizens were eagerly awaiting Ashia's defeat, voicing their harsh thoughts on the family. It had become known that the exit was going to remain closed for 12 hours, and although the police had kept quiet, something had seemingly caused disorder among them less than an hour after the attack. Additionally, the names of the trapped people had been released, but nobody had seen or heard any of their relatives waiting outside for them. When the police stood up, everyone knew that the time had come. A flash of some camera started to illuminate the dark exterior of the tower. The last minutes were quiet. The police had been exchanging words, but they were too far from the crowd to be heard. Will this be enough to apprehend everyone? We don't want something funny occurring. That's not a concern. Nobody will have a way to sneak anything out. There were only a few seconds left. Nobody knew the exact time the shutter had closed, but they had determined it had been right about 9:04. Finally, letting out a loud and hoarse noise, the heavy shutters began to rise until it fully disappeared from view. At the same time, the people in the crowd began to point up, where the same thing was happening to the covered windows. I think, so I'm just going to take a wild guess. I think this is neither the chapter 1's ending nor the chapter 2's ending. This is going to be a third chapter. The door wasn't blocked anymore, and the bright lobby could be seen through it. Immediately, the policemen rushed in, while Suripa's expectation remained unmet. He'd been continuously told that someone would try to exit immediately with the Sekimeiya, that they would need to be hastily detained, however nobody could be seen inside. What the fuck is this? Before they could step inside the tower, the team who'd rushed in was instantly taken aback, making brief eye contact with a confused multitude outside while covering their noses and grimacing. What's wrong? There's something inside, it could be dangerous. Everyone who'd stayed next to the door understood immediately. After it had been opened, it hadn't taken much time for the smell they'd been noticing to drastically intensify. That confirmed it had been coming from inside the tower, something they had previously discounted. That's Kano. Laurel's left, so it can only be Kano. 12 hours earlier, unidentified smoke had been released on the first floor of the tower. Right away, the possibility of it being poisonous had been presented. However, they'd abandoned it as soon as the safety of the trapped individuals had been confirmed less than an hour later. Nonetheless, they'd prepared equipment, such as masks, just to be careful. When they rushed to grab their equipment, the crowd began to show concern for the 8 people trapped, whose figures hadn't yet appeared. So this is interesting. 12 hours earlier? What do you mean 12 hours earlier? $12 earlier. Yeah, 12 hours earlier. At 9 a.m., right? Yeah, I don't know about that. I think the cop being at the shutter, I think he actually mentioned that when we talked to him in chapter 1. I think he mentioned that he watched the outside in case someone tried to break in. But something else actually really caught my attention here. Here, this part. Oh, no, go back. 12 hours earlier, unidentified smoke had been released on the first floor of the tower. Right away, the possibility of it being poisonous had been presented. However, they'd abandoned it as soon as the safety of the trapped individuals had been confirmed less than an hour later. This part, that the trapped individuals had been, the safety of them had been confirmed, that means we're in chapter 1, because in chapter 2 we never called outside. We never spoke to Suripa outside. So this is chapter 1, which means this is really interesting, because in chapter 1 we actually did make it to 9 p.m, but the shutters never opened. So this is the people in chapter 1 never went back home to their dimension or whatever timeline. They ended in some different timeline. So we're in the original chapter 1's timeline right now. Or maybe some other timeline where we also contacted the outside. But the point is, we're not in chapter 2 at the very least, right? We can guarantee we're not in chapter 2. I knew it. Didn't I tell you they were planning to do something? You all better not let them get away with whatever they're trying to do. Everyone had retreated from the entrance as soon as it had been perceived as dangerous. That could well have been an opening for someone inside to escape, but no such thing occurred. From a truck, the police took out protective suits alongside an optical gas imaging camera, as whatever had hit their noses had been invisible. The team ran back to the lobby and scanned the area with it. Look, there's definitely something inside. Everyone had looked at the image. Everyone who looked at the image saw what appeared to be a very dense gas occupying the entire hall. It looked wide in the image, and it seemed to completely lack a source. The people in the back could see every movement. They understood that the situation was being communicated through wireless devices. The gas was unidentified, but they inhaled some of it. However, even if it was toxic, the masks and suit would work as protection. Knowing that, the same team who tried to enter did so once again, hiding their faces behind the protective filters. Look for the Sekimeiya in the cabinet. If it's empty, finding the Sekimeiya is the priority. Lei had been informed them of how the Sekimeiya looked and the necessity for cold temperature. Everyone who'd entered knew the Sekimeiya had to be immediately placed inside. It's interesting. They're not stating exactly how the Sekimeiya looks. I'm curious if the egg was never the Sekimeiya. But after the precarious situation had been revealed, their focus was to secure everyone inside. Hey, look. 5 people had entered. Before they could disperse throughout the building, one alerted the others and pointed at the floor. There they saw dried blood. Not a single soul was in the lobby awaiting their escape. There was only blood. A foreboding emotion aided the etches of the men who'd gone in first. While everyone else waited impatiently, those 5 officers began to scatter, opening every room and trying to uncover every unseen spot. They knew the layout of the building and had been given away to enter every place that could be locked. One man confirmed the mechanical room was barren and rushed up to enter hallway B, its walls nearly as dark. There, an old friend of his frantically tried to find the people who should have been trapped inside. A great deal of blood was on the floor toward the end of the hallway, which only compounded the officer's uneasiness. When he entered one of the crystal rooms on the right side, he saw the first person and stopped in place, turning around to confirm with the man behind him that what he was seeing was real. I'm guessing that's Naomi dead. When he entered one of the crystal rooms, one of them, it doesn't say it's like the first one or anything, so it could be the, oh, we can't even see the map. It could be B4, right? This is one of them, so just any one of these. So I'm guessing that's Naomi, since Aaron had got up. The opposite hallway was a longer trail of blood. The security room was the first place to be opened, so they didn't have to wait long to have their fears confirmed. Katai. Then, in a deeper room, they saw an even more wretched nightmare. Isla. However, when one of the bathrooms was opened, so in a deeper room, that's Isla, but yes, this part right here. However, when one of the bathrooms was open, any comprehension had instantly shattered. Second Naomi. They walked up the first staircase and saw a person standing there. It was a girl with blue hair who looked a little disoriented. Okay, so Shiroya. Everyone rushed to her and confirmed her safety. Instead of hammering her with questions, being under the impression that the gas could be toxic, one of the men escorted her to the lobby. When she was hit by the air she'd been longing for. Such continued as more people were yet to be found. However, when the police reached the attic's door, there had been no new discovery. One of them had been given that key after pressuring a Shia. Once the highest level of the tower was unlocked, they rushed inside. Less than half a minute was needed to understand that 3 people were missing. However, even though they hadn't found anyone in the attic, they had spotted something else they'd been searching for, the Sekimeiya. The entrance had been closed again to prevent the gas from escaping, and every bystander shifted farther back after being informed of the possible danger. So I'm guessing the fact that they find Shiroya and Shiroya right at the end ran off. I wonder if Shiroya ran off, picked up the Sekimeiya, teleported back to the first chapter 1's timeline, and then was able to get out. And then left the 3 of us to for dead. Because we're now in a timeline where we can never leave. The entrance had been closed again to prevent the gas from escaping, and every bystander shifted farther back after being informed of the possible danger. So Repo continued to wait for the arrival of the team, the only sound being the confused muttering of the crowd. At his side, Lei was visibly tense. One of their men appeared from the hallway A with a girl who seemed to be in pain. "Are you okay?" Suripo asked. The girl nodded faintly and looked away from him. "What's your name?" Shiroya, I see. I'm really sorry you had to go through this. The other policeman glared at Suripo, who didn't know what else was inside. Then he walked to a car with Shiroya, where the 8 people trapped inside were planned to be held. After 5 minutes of no development, a second policeman came back. Outside, he took his mask off. The look in his eyes was enough to convey what he'd say. 4 of them are dead. Counting everyone, there should be 3 left. What? They were killed, but the others aren't inside. We haven't found the other 3 people who should be here. Are you fucking serious? What about the Sekimeiya? Don't worry about that. He explained that in the attic they found an X-shaped white object that matched the Sekimeiya. Okay, so the Sekimeiya is an X-shaped white object. We have now confirmed it. This is the first time we confirmed that the Sekimeiya is in fact an X-shaped white object. Monday's stream is crazy like the Joker crazy. Welcome, Roger. Then it had been brought to the cabinet downstairs as instructed. Then someone got into the cabinet. This plan definitely revolved around the Sekimeiya, but it failed. That has to be it. Lei looked relieved, despite having been told about the 4 casualties. However, Suripo hadn't actually understood his subordinate. How is that possible? How is it possible that the other 3 haven't been found? Are you sure you searched everywhere? Yes. Did you personally speak with all of them? I did. They all told me their names. They have to be inside. 2 more policemen came from the hallways and reported the same result. However, one of them inquired about something different. Is it possible they could have escaped? I saw a door in the storeroom I wasn't aware of. What the hell are you talking about? The man told them about the movable wall and about the door with a missing handle. Instead of entering to witness it by themselves, they walked to the left side of the building and estimated where the storeroom might have been. What the fuck is this? After just a minute of searching, a faint outline had been found resembling a door. Furthermore, although it was exceptionally well hidden, they saw a keyhole that meshed perfectly with the surface of the wall. There's no way this is a door. No such thing exists in the storeroom. Suripo ignored her. There was obviously a door, however it didn't explain anything. Nobody could have escaped through here. Very soon after the attack occurred, people started watching from both sides, and not just the civilians gathered out here, but also the police. Lei was astonished, as no such door should have existed. However, even though she couldn't trust that nobody could have escaped, she wasn't that concerned. After all, the well-being of the Sekimeiya hadn't been confirmed. In the worst-case scenario, the Sin members have fled. The policeman, the guy Vaisud, or whatever, that disappeared, he entered through that door. Like, almost certainly, right? Because they said that police have been watching both sides, but he also was missing, and he suddenly came inside the building. So he must have entered through that door. And given what I saw, nobody could have opened it from the inside. The handle had been removed. There was no lock to pick. No, there's no way this leads inside the tower. It's impossible I would know about it. We can determine that easily. The keyhole looked old, and Suripo believed that opening it without the key would be doable. If it was rusty or had frozen, it could have been impossible, but it was in decent state. It shouldn't have taken him very long. He instructed his subordinate to run to the car, where they had a standard lockpicking set. Once he received it, Suripo began to fiddle with the lock and quickly found that picking it was possible. This door is locked. We'd have to do this even if we had a handle. The other 2 looked at him, trying to suppress their own shivering. It wasn't from the cold alone. They'd learned that people had died, but also that some were missing. If the door led to a hidden room, the rest could be inside. The major part of the crowd was occupied with looking at the entrance, so they didn't pay much attention to the people who'd gone to the left side of the building. After a few short minutes, the lock clicked and the door swung in. There's no fucking way. How did I not know about this? And how could Sin? The 3 of them saw the dark storeroom, with a wall that the other policeman had closed, hiding the hallway door from view. It was truly the storeroom. The peculiar smell started to become prominent once again, so they rushed back out and walked to the main entrance, wondering if that door had truly been used as a method to escape. It seemed it had been possible to open from the inside, but the handle could have been removed by the people who hadn't escaped, or while the door had been opened. Outside the front door, they saw the final man who'd entered the building. All of them confirmed the same story. 4 people had died, and there was nobody else alive. One of the victims is Naomi Kapka, who worked in the tower. However, 2 bodies that looked exactly like her are inside. None of the people who got trapped shared her last name, correct? Suripo kept growing more confused and shook his head. 4 of the people he talked to in the morning had died, which he still had trouble accepting. What the hell had happened in the tower? I took images of the inside. The gas is present practically around the building in different quantities, but I wasn't able to find a source for it. How is that possible? I also took pictures of the body. Suripo remembered the voice of the child he'd heard at the start of the long day. After looking at her face, the pictures also encompassed all the blood found in the hallways and elevator. 2 of the bodies had the same face and clothing, which was incredibly odd, as nothing like that had been mentioned during the brief period of communication with those inside. These bodies must be taken out. We don't know what happened or what this gas is, but it's in the entire building. A proper investigation might not be able to occur for a while with these circumstances. However, the security cameras have been recording since this all started. Save all the footage to a drive. Well, no, it was deleted. It was gone. The door had been closed again, but even then, they felt the smell was still present. No, I think it was all the footage, right? Pretty sure it was all the footage. It said the thing. 1004 cameras disabled and associated footage erased, and we think it's chapter 1. So it should be chapter 1's cameras that's erased. The door had been closed again, but even then, they felt the smell was still present. They kept talking about more steps back while the orders to analyze the gas were being sent. Suripo saw that one of his men was holding something. Was that? Oh, it's something I found on the first floor. Take a look at it. Suripo reached out and grabbed a tiny piece of paper. He began to read the words written on it out loud. Hello, I'm sorry that I have to write this. I still can't believe what happened. I haven't been able to stop crying, but I've always tried to tell myself that these things just occur. And how selfish it is that I'm writing this, but I won't be able to live with myself if I don't. I need to say it. I've always wanted to say it, and I can't believe I never will. I love you. Everyone who heard Suripo was bewildered. And then, when they understood that the events of that day contained innumerably more mysteries than they'd expected, as their only wish, they hoped that all the truth would be exposed. I'm sorry that I have to... Oh, hold on. Okay. This is what... Atsuki wrote. Okay. I remember. I remember. I remember. Fucking here? Suck? Is this another in a galaxy far, far away? No. The sun had long ago set, letting the sheer cold prevail in the streets of Yoshibana. Near the outskirts, the moon and a few light posts provided the only illumination. It was late, and everyone around was preparing to end their day. Just so you guys know, I'm watching the VOD at 2x speed, and mic sounds extremely ridiculous, but it's actually preferable to live mic, to be honest. You should seriously consider talking at 2x speed all the time, Mike. Okay, thanks. Do not talk/acknowledge this message. I will not respond, as I do not have the live stream open. Thanks, bye. Can you talk 2x mic? Can you talk at 2x speed right now? Although a preemptive fuck you, Mike, actually, because you probably will say something. So that Shin ends up at 4x speed? Okay, bye. Near the outskirts, the moon and a few light posts were provided the only illumination. It was late and everyone else around was preparing to end their day. Not one of them saw the figure of a young girl appearing by the entrance of a house below the stone roof. She found herself leaning against the cold wall and quickly looked down. Light snow was falling, and she was still able to discern some of the footprints she'd once left. Next to the wheel marks, she knew that what she was seeing were imprints of 3 pairs of shoes. One trail was hers, and the other 2 belonged to 2 of her friends. I don't know if I can do faster than that. That's so fast. She traced them with her eyes and followed them to the door in the middle of the street. Next to them was a window with the curtain concealing the interior. Light was coming from the other side. It was faint. Without wasting time, she dashed to the door and opened it. I can't do much faster. That's just louder. I wasn't trying to do louder. Talk half as fast. She had appeared from the future. Instance earlier, she had been inside a Shia tower on December 15th. It was 15 days before that time, so she knew what was soon to happen in the tiny store she'd hastily run to. At one point, her friend Atsuki had told her that it was possible to change the past. She firmly believed that she could make it happen herself. She pulled open the door, planning to diverge the world from the one she knew. Her field of vision was filled by lingering smoke. Knowing not to breathe in, she glanced down as the door closed behind her. It's sort of funny that we're doing this, because this is like super important. I'm just like not taking the most important part of the story like seriously at all. Shiroya is trying to change the past, and we're just here like reading it super slow. Welcome Shin, welcome Ember, welcome in. Although Shin's not reading anymore. Maybe I should just address him. You gotta talk half as fast. That's what I'm doing. Sleet? Is it normal sleet? Ember Road Sleet. Get her ass. Hold on. We gotta get the picture up. We gotta get the picture up. Ember Road Sleet. The picture needs to go up. Where is it? There it is. Get her ass. Sleet. Typo in the group chat. You see this shit? Now you went and fucked up. Alright, I'll get rid of that. Oh, I need to turn. Yeah, mods have immunity. Because bots have immunity. You can't time mods out. You can't time mods out, Roger. You should know. Knowing not to breathe in, she glanced down as the door closed behind her. There she saw the first 2 people who'd fallen unconscious. They'd already escaped danger. She ran through the oppressive cloud and looked behind the stand of shelves. On the floor was her own body. She recalled the time she'd seen the smoke appearing, but unable to resist the loss of consciousness. She would be fine as well, so she stepped to the far side of the room. As she did so, she couldn't help but briefly breathe the polluted air. She was afraid it would knock her out, but instead she noticed something. It was the smell from that day, and she knew what it was. Behind the prominent stenches of the smoke and artificial gas, there was a third hidden smell present all around the shop. It was a possibility she'd already explored, so it didn't come as a surprise to her. There was no time to think as she looked behind the last set of shelves. She saw the last person, her friend Mia, was unconscious on the floor, facing the ceiling. Just behind her was a powered-off heater, silently emitting the deadly gas that had once entered her life. The range of the explosion would not be so large, so saving her friend was doable, and she was confident she'd succeeded. She kneeled and grabbed the shoulders of the unconscious girl, then she stepped back to drop her behind the shelves that would protect her. At that point, she was saved, but she kept moving back so that the soon-to-break floor wouldn't swallow her. Once she was absent from all danger, the girl stood up and looked at her past self. She didn't know the exact time, but the job hadn't ended yet. She stepped up to her own shoulders and grabbed them. After lifting herself, she began to back up. Then her heart suddenly skipped a beat. She turned around. She didn't see the door opening because a wooden shelf was blocking her side. But soon after she heard its sound, the lights turned off. There was no time to react. During the instant before the light came on, the girl closed her eyes and attempted to cover her face with her arms. An image? Alright, I will add this. The floor had shattered. She found herself falling with the rubble and the deadly light shrinking within the familiar darkness. Chapter 3. Peripheral.
Why so serious?
December 15th, 2011. Alright, what are the bets for who we're playing in this chapter? My bet on Shiroya. My bet on Shiroya. Can I spam sounds? I put a cooldown while we're playing this game. It's like cooldown while we're playing this game. Your bet is on Sai? We'd been in front of the queue for a long time, looking at the dull wooden door that would soon open. I looked behind me and noticed that a lot of people were waiting. The entrance kept opening, sending icy breezes down my neck. I'd never seen the interior of the Ashia Tower before, and I'd never believed I'd ever enter it. The lobby felt empty despite all the people that had come due to the vast dreary amount of space. I think it'll be time soon. Okay, so we're definitely not at Suki. Yeah, probably less than 20 minutes. I had my mind empty all day with no capacity to hold a conversation. Suki knew that and kept restlessly glancing around. I had the way I'd become and silently apologized for putting him through even more pain. It was early in the morning and we hadn't slept. Almost exhausted, I let my head drop and thoughtlessly stared at the floor. During the previous week, I could hardly even claim to have been alive. The death of our friend had shaken me in a way I'd never expected. After lonesome months going over the most important decisions of my life, I considered Atsuki's call a breath fresh of air. What was the point of going to study abroad if it wasn't what I wanted the most? I guess that doesn't explain who it is. When I'd been at Atsuki's house, I'd felt embarrassed for not realizing before how straightforward the decision had always been. But reality had hit me way harder just the next day. I finally decided on something and it was rejected. Why had Mia died? It wasn't fair. The three of us were so happy that day, so why had it been Mia's last? Okay. Almost 99% sure that we're Shiroya now. Because anyone could die at that point. I'd heard those words many times, but I'd never really understood them. What if I died instead? What if Atsuki had? Why was I so selfishly sad that my future wouldn't be as I'd believed during that day? At the very least, she had been unconscious. My thoughts were a mess, so I'd put what little willpower I had into keeping them blank. Otherwise, I'd keep replaying the span of time in which I'd awakened next to Atsuki and heard everything. It wasn't easy to accept the previous 2 weeks had actually happened, but I already considered them the two worst of my life. I'd known Atsuki for many years, and the person next to me was just a cast-off shell of his. I'd never seen him look so depressed. However, despite the impact everything had on me, I'd also been able to think positively. Like you got punked by the Mia trick. Yes, yeah, I did. I feel like I assume you played this Kodo, but I feel like that's like a common thing in chapter 2 that people do. Because I think the right at the start when it says Shiroya the first time, this is like such a good red herring. This is like the greatest red herring ever fucking known to man. This one right here. Making you believe you're Shiroya. Like, you already sort of think you're Shiroya, but then that sort of just makes you, like, confirm it. Like, it's just like fucking... literally the greatest red herring I've ever seen. It's crazy. I still can't get over how little Mia gave a shit about... Yeah, that's true. Or despite the impact everything had on me. A blue herring? Welcome, Pucky. A blue herring. I don't think herrings... herring... I don't think red herring... well, I guess I don't know if red herring... what color is a herring? Herring? Okay. What? What the hell? Unusual traffic from my computer? Just because I'm going to Google? Searching herring? I guess herrings are sort of blue. Why is it so slow? What the hell? I'm not a herring expert. Oh, would you immediately curse poor Pucky? What'd she say? Now Pucky's bothered. Pucky's angry. Mike finally banned from... I don't know what happened. It said I was suspicious. Is it a big curse phrase? That's just my opinion. Does he know? Apparently herrings are blue. I'm not a herring expert, okay? I don't go around looking at herrings. I'm not the herring man. I'm the Michael. That's who I am. Holy frick, everyone's cursing everyone. You need to come down. Yeah, it doesn't know. I don't know. I'm just a guy. I'm just Michael. Hey, I like this one. W. Roger Rieger. W. Roger Rieger. Trying to curse W. Roger Rieger. Trying to curse Roger. The W. Oh. Sad Poiki. Sad Poiki. Alright. Oh, despite the impact everything had on me, I'd also been able to think positively. That was why we were in a shit. Pucky keeps disappearing. Oh! Roger now a worm. Roger actually got a worm. Everyone is cursed. Is he gonna say it? He's gonna say, Roger, you gonna say it? Oh, there goes Roger. Ah, a bird! Come back, Pucky. We couldn't let Mia's death take us down too. The three of us had spoken about missing the old days and about how hard the summer months had been. Even though it was just the two of us, Atsuki and I had wanted to come to Ashiya's event. We wanted to overcome everything together. But that wasn't fair. She didn't deserve that either. The mere thought of imagining a cheerful future without Mia was heartbreaking. God damn it, but that's just my opinion. She typically hadn't shown much emotion, but I knew she had a good heart. I hated that after her death, I regretted not speaking to her enough. Hated how little I'd known about her, despite how often the three of us had been together. It couldn't have been fair that I regretted that only. It couldn't have been fair that I regretted that only because she had died, and that, despite how broken I felt, the sadness her parents were experiencing didn't mean as much to me because I'd never talked to them. That's in my opinion. Psych. Ah, a bird. Roger. Ah, a bird. Holding his hand. I knew how shallow and unreasonable some of my thoughts were, but that wasn't enough to put an end to them. Was I just selfish? I kept wondering if that was all. Oh, Pump's gone as well. What's going on? You three are the first group, correct? A woman had been talking about what we would do, and she was addressing us. Yes, after a long wait, Atsuki answered with a plain and quiet voice. Right then, please follow me to the event room to be the first to see the Sekimeiya. Right. That day, Ashia was showcasing a new discovery. I couldn't feel the intrigue I'd once faintly had, so after the two people at my side went through the door, I followed behind them, slow steps. Oh, thank God. On the opposite side was a long corridor, vast and completely lacking in comfort. I didn't see where the others had gone, but a few of the others were open. Are you feeling better? Oh, yeah, I'm fine. Don't worry about it. I walked towards one of the doors, but it didn't seem like anyone was behind it. You regret coming? I turned around, saddened to hear that question. No, of course not. I'm seriously glad we're here, I mean it. I didn't regret having to come at all. The part of me that could feel I was really glad Atsuki was still at my side. I know how you feel, okay? It's the same for me. It doesn't help a lot to say it, but I don't want to see you sad. You know, now that I think about it, Jedi, if Jedi's still here, at least, we should have realized that it was Mia by the fact that this whole conversation didn't happen either. That never happened in chapter 2. This conversation. It happened in chapter 1, but it didn't happen in chapter 2, which it should have. I'm here because I want to be Atsuki. I'm okay. This is where I need to be right now. Sorry, I must look terrible. You know, this isn't something you need to apologize for. Nothing about this is your fault. I'm not so sure. I wish I didn't have to be a drag for you now. Hey, come on. If you want to leave, we still can. Don't feel like you have to push yourselves for my sake. It's alright, thank you. Let's continue, though. I was the one who wanted to come. Okay. The woman called us from one of the rooms, and we shut ourselves inside it. Behind the velvet curtain was the gemstone we would be shown. After we introduced ourselves, we were told the basics behind its discovery and rarity, leading up to the cabinet containing it being unlocked. But as the curtain rose, something else did. A dense and dark smoke filled my vision, and before I could realize that I should have held my breath, I fell to the floor. Atsuki, my heart went wild. Why does Twitch keep putting chat filters on for me? What do you mean chat filters? Seems to have lifted. What? Have you blocked the worm? Have you blocked the word worm? Have you censored the word worm? I haven't. Is this censored? It's Twitch filters. Is this censored for you, Roger? Is this censored for you, Roger? I think you're lying. I think you're lying about something here, Roger. I think you're being a worm. Something here isn't adding up. You actually wrote a picture. Yeah, but you didn't show me the messages I posted. What's this image? Alright, let me save this. Put this on. What are you? Another image? What? Why is this censoring your worm? I haven't. Your worm. The W slur. I'm censoring their... I don't know. I don't know then. This in here. I don't know why it's censoring that for you, Roger. You're not allowed to worm anymore. Your days of worming are over. Your days of worming have come to an end. My heart went wild, but I couldn't move any other part of my body. My mind flashed the last time smoke had put me to sleep. Remembering what outcome had been, I desperately tried to resist the urge to close my eyes. That time I didn't wake up in the hospital. I was in the same room as before. Immobile, I stared at the floor, my awareness gradually returning. Are you... Yes, I think so. I was relieved to see that both of us were okay. Acro, the other man, was safe too, but we quickly saw that Naomi was gone. That was the beginning of a very long day. There had been an attack in the tower. Plenty of questions came with it. The first one was the origin of the smoke that had knocked us out. There took place the first real conversation I'd had with Atsuki in days. We were forced to discuss what we'd been caught up in. And that was what we'd most needed. We hadn't talked about anything since we didn't have the strength to say what we wanted. The situation we ended up in forced us to talk to each other again. W. Roger Rieger's curse has ended. Thank God. Thank God. Couldn't have lived with W. Roger Rieger being cursed for so long. However, the future that should have been waiting for us was challenged by the same thing that had made it attainable: the events that unfolded in Ashia Tower. In the hallway, we met Erina, Aile, Ketai, and Sai. There we learned that we would spend 12 hours in the building due to an alarm that had recently been installed. It should have gone off whenever the Sekimeiya was stolen, but when we looked in its cabinet, that was immediately thrown into question. From the security room, we contacted the outside, which clarified the outline of what had happened. After that, we were assaulted by question after question. The computer turned off out of the blue, leaving us unable to look at the recorded footage. Then we looked for Naomi, who should have been somewhere in the building. We separated into two groups and looked through the upper floor. There we learned about the predictions Aile's friend had made, and that Naomi had come from the floor below, demanding to talk to Ketai privately. That was when Atsuki and I noted the first sign of the underlying factor of our imprisonment. The elevator was brought up, but we couldn't find who'd boarded it. The reason was time travel. The Sekimeiya we had come to see possessed the power to send people through time. As ridiculous as it sounded, we had no choice but to accept it. Was it true that everything happened for a reason? Had we been given the ability to undo the past after wishing for it? If so, there were two different bright futures on the horizon. Welcome, Crespian C. Oh. We could leave the tower after moving past Mia's death, or we could go to the past and save her. Just when it seemed the wound was beginning to heal, we were captivated by a slim hope, but it looked like the world might have been mocking us instead. We drew the conclusion that changing the past was likely not doable. An image? What the hell? A homeless bag? Next to our two possible futures, there was something darker. It appeared when we first saw Naomi's body on the floor, devoid of life and soaked in blood. Trapped with us was a killer, the person who'd produced the same pain we'd felt before. There had to be justice for Naomi, but we were unable to figure out the truth behind her death. Something became very clear very early on. When we could leave the building, everything would be much different from when we entered it. Was one of the people who discovered Naomi's corpse responsible for her death? I despised that thought, but more than that, I despised whoever that person was. We heard a sound that indicated someone else was around us, but we couldn't find anyone. It seemed that during the time we'd looked for the culprit, the elevator had moved in a strange way. Whatever they were doing kept happening right under our noses. As soon as we came to the bathrooms on the lower floor, inside the men's was Naomi's body. Not the one we'd already found, but a different one. That confirmed that what we'd all already imagined. In the tower with us, while the world couldn't see it, something beyond the bounds of possibility was taking place. We managed to enter the attic thanks to one of the keys Naomi had. Up there, the footprints on the carpet informed us of such impossibilities extended to every place in the building. And lastly, inside Isla's purse, we found a greater harbinger of hopelessness than anything before it. Would we spend more than a month in that building? As impossible as it sounded, that word didn't mean much anymore. Attempting to solve the smaller questions, Natsuki and I walked all the way down from the attic. There I traveled through time for the first time, but it wasn't me who touched the Sekimeiya. We began to learn more and more about how the time travel functioned, but the biggest blockade stood resolutely in place. The past wasn't changing. Some time later we traveled again. We appeared in the attic, but we had to stay put in one of the bedrooms. We were very tired, so we both lay in the beds. Mike, do you think they should delete all of chapter 1 and replace it with this synopsis? What synopsis? Oh, the one we're reading right now? No, I don't think so. I feel like if you do that, you lose out on a lot of information, I guess. So we both lay in the beds. Despite how disheartening it was, we were able to calmly talk about the Sekimeiya. I no longer believed we had much hope of understanding it or using it to our advantage, but we could at least try. And even that faint belief was thrown back in our faces. When we woke up, we found out that the Sekimeiya had taken Isla's life. That reality was truly as ruthless as we'd feared. I'm curious about something. Okay. I was curious about the options. How chapter 3 handles the options that we were given in chapter 1 when it's the same sort of chapter, I guess. And even that faint belief was thrown back in our faces when we already read this. What had happened to her was shrouded in mystery, but the Sekimeiya had been the catalyst. At my side, I saw Erinna's devastation and wondered if my own even came close. After a long wait in the lobby, I found a hidden mechanism in the storeroom. Past a movable wall, there was a door without a handle that appeared to lead outside. But after what some of us heard from the recorder, it wasn't possible to think that freedom was so close. So truly a single door away? Erinna suggested locking ourselves in a room. That was the best and safest way to reach the time limit. We chose one of the bedrooms in the attic and decided to stay there for the remaining hours. However, we didn't even last 2 hours before a wave of questions forced the lock open. I did my best to keep my mood positive, but every time I looked around me, I hated seeing where I was. I spent days avoiding the sun, and it had become what I wanted to see the most. On top of that, due to how little I'd slept, my head was constantly cloudy, and my body felt physically drained. We had already accepted that the Sekimeiya wouldn't bring anything beneficial. It wouldn't let us change the past, and touching it would make us stay locked in the tower for longer. So I told Atsuki that we shouldn't do it again. The most important thing was making it out safely. But all over the lowest floor was proof that torment had continued, and when we opened the door to the security room, we saw that Katai, who had been heavily suspected, had been killed as well. In the opposite hallway was Erina's body, collapsed on the floor. Crushed from the sight, we walked to the center of the floor, wishing to be isolated so that we wouldn't become the next targets. What made us leave was who Atsuki saw. According to him, he'd seen another version of me in the hallway. It didn't make sense. Who had he seen and why? I didn't want to prolong our stay, but it seemed I had. When we took the elevator all the way down from the attic, we were intercepted. On the 3rd floor, a sudden knife threatened to cut our lives short. Were we about to die too? There's no way we'd let that happen, so we ran as fast as we could. Through an exhausting chase, we heard the voice of our attacker. It was Sai, one of the people who'd been with us since that morning. What had we done to be chased with a knife? His voice conveyed that attempting to ask that would be fatal. However, when the 3 of us ended up in the event room, his deadly gaze ceased. Okay, so I'm guessing the elevator, they sort of skipped that part with the choice there. So I'm guessing if you pick it's like a illusion of choice. If you pick the elevator, it also takes you to the event room where you meet Sai. I'm guessing that's what happens. The moment he left the knife on the floor, our heart rates finally began to slow down. He revealed that he had to do something that required the use of the Sekimeiya in the cabinet. After we failed to find him in any of the rooms where he could have been, he managed to obtain the Sekimeiya and threatened to use it at any time. Oh! We get to see Shiroi's point of view now, from all of this. He made no effort at hiding that there was something he wanted to do upon activating it. So given what he'd done to us, and that he had probably been behind some of the murders, we couldn't let him succeed. While he continued taunting us, the range of the Sekimeiya increased. Minutes later, when he was about to touch it, Atsuka and I ran toward him to be encompassed in his travels. Sai made contact with the Sekimeiya, but he didn't disappear. Only my surroundings did. In front of me was Sai. Both of us had appeared in the right-hand bedroom of the attic. Sai's eyes met mine. He raised his eyebrows, hesitant to move. The knife almost fell from my grip, but I still held it in my right hand. I picked it up in the event room when Sai purposely left it behind. It didn't disappear after traveling. What was it that you wanted to do? Nothing. He had reiterated many times that he had to go to the past to do something, but he didn't expect me to appear with him. I was right in front of the door while he stared at the knife in my hand. If I didn't move, I could make sure to prevent whatever he wanted to do. Then it's fine if we stay here, right? You only need to travel to the past, so that shouldn't be a problem. Are you threatening me with that knife? You know these cameras are recording, don't you? We definitely only went some minutes into the past. We're going to spend them here until we get to the point where we were at. Atsuki's not here, so he appeared somewhere else. You really are threatening me with a knife. How bizarre. I suppose we can stay here for a bit since that dumbass will probably search for us. I'm confused though. Didn't really foresee this one. What do you expect to happen? You can't really think I'll tell you anything while you have that pointed at me, right? I looked at the knife. Was I really threatening him? He had chased us with this, and while it was fair, the thought of threatening someone with their own life was sickening. I'm confused. Why did we appear here? How is it possible that I appeared with a knife in the attic when I only had it in the event room? I recall telling you and Atsuki that you were wrong about what you said. You mean that you've never been in this bedroom with a knife, right? Yes. Maybe I was right and you were wrong then. Wait, what time is it? He looked at his wrist watch and sighed. There's no current time. What? He showed me the tiny display from afar. It was blank. It stopped working? That's what Katai said happened earlier, right? Yes, it seems it wasn't the battery's problem, but the watch's. Even if it was working, it's likely it would display the real time anyway. Take a few steps back. Why? Just do it. He backed farther into the room without turning around. He could have run at me at any point, so I wanted to feel a little more secure. I walked to the drawer stand and opened the highest one while making sure that Sai couldn't dash to the door. Inside was the key to the bedroom. When we'd been running from Sai, we considered that he grabbed it to prevent us from locking ourselves inside, but it was still there. He saw me taking it out and frowned. Then he began to slowly approach me. Stop. You wouldn't be thinking about locking me in here, right? That would be very mean. That wasn't my intention. By attempting to trap him outside, I would have given him a chance to push the door open and overpower me. That's why I wanted to lock the door from the inside, so that he couldn't simply rush to it and leave it at any moment. I inserted the key into the inner keyhole and turned it. You locked both of us in? Very courageous. I dropped the key in my purse and sipped it. If Sai had been thinking about forcing his way out, that would make him less likely to attempt it. I continued standing in front of the door, a little calmer than before. For a while, Sai looked pensive and maybe even uncertain. Trying to decipher his thoughts had rarely proven useful. You're going to tell me why you wanted to go to the past? Nope. Then why are you fine staying here? I suppose this is all a little annoying. What are you thinking about? You seem pretty preoccupied. You wanted me to be honest? I'm thinking about whether I should kill you. That sent a chill through my body. He really had tried to kill Atsuki and he was willing to kill me. What we wanted was to leave the building safely, and by keeping Sai locked away, I'd intended to prevent more things from happening. I began to worry about my decision. Why do you look scared? You're the one with a knife. I suppose that was a little misleading. I'm not trying to kill you. As I said, I'm debating whether I should. You remember what I said, right? You will die. That's a guarantee. Because I pretty much know it for a fact. I'm wondering whether I should make it happen myself. Since I have confirmation of your death, it's very likely that if I try to push you into a wall, I'll kill you. I have no reason to think that I'll end up safe, though. That knife you have is pretty scary. I wouldn't want to be recorded. You're still saying that I'm going to die. Why? Because I've seen it. You really unaware that the blood in the lobby is yours? It's not. That wasn't my blood. Then we go back to what I already said. I know what I'm saying is for certain, but the details of it are a mystery to me. I do feel bad for you. You were in a coma for a while, right? If I remember correctly, the name that was put out was yours. It's unfortunate that you'll die here after surviving that. I raised the knife to protect myself. The likelihood that he was telling the truth kept growing as he talked. Did that really mean that I was close to dying? Would it just be him who would do it? Or was he making this up to scare me? I seen Atsuki's face when he told me about the supposed fate of mine. The way he'd looked and nothing more was enough motivation to fight for my life. I'm trying to sympathize with you, but it's not easy when you're pointing that knife at me. Where did you even find this? Haven't I told you already? If you want to keep asking questions, don't repeat them. His prediction that I would die had allowed him to assert control again, which was probably intentional. I tried to erase the worry from my face. When I didn't say anything else, he went back to thinking. With a few steps of separation, we both stood, silently on alert. Minutes later, nothing else had happened, but I realized one thing. Why am I looking into the fucking ceiling? Why am I doing that? The guy could just jump me at any second. I'm stood there. Oh shit. Oh, look at the ceiling. Wow. Oh wow. Holy moly. We had gone some minutes to the past. Given that we hadn't heard anything around us, it's very likely we'd arrived at a time after Atsuki and I left the attic due to being chased. That meant that the entrance to the attic was locked, so if Atsuki hadn't also appeared inside, he had no way to reach us. I had no reason to think he would have appeared with a key. I looked inside my purse and saw that the key to the attic was still inside. Just like the knife, it had appeared with me in the bedroom despite there being no possible location to be replicated that met those conditions. Hey Shiroya, how much time do you think we traveled? It's not like we went an hour back, right? 20 or 30 minutes, I'd say. He had taken a few steps closer without alerting me. I don't know. Well, don't you think we've passed that threshold already? Shouldn't we get going? He wants to leave. Does that mean does that mean that he can still do what he wanted? It's not possible we went much farther back, is it? Not going to say anything? I thought a bit more. I shouldn't believe anything he says just because he sounds convincing. He sounded convincing before at times when I knew for a fact he was lying. He knows more about how the Sekimeiya works, but is refusing to say anything, so he has a reason to keep that to himself. He definitely has something in mind, and maybe if he reveals it, whatever he's planning won't work. But I can make sure that it won't work as long as we stay here. Problem is Atsuki. If he could enter the attic, I could tell him what's happening without unlocking the door. If he didn't travel, around now is when he should start to search for us. I couldn't decide. It was very possible that the force behind most of what had happened throughout the day was Sai. There wasn't a lot of time left until 2100. And if I could seclude him during that last stretch, we had the chance to leave safely. Naomi, Ayla, Katai, and Erina have died. The people behind that had to be either Sai or Akuro. And the recorder, which had contents that are practically impossible, could have been arranged with Sai, Akuro, and Ayla. Not only that, but Sai had a knife, and he had already proven to be a deadly threat to Atsuki and probably me. If we just stay here, he won't be able to harm him or use the Sekimeiya again. Of course, the recording itself was fabricated using the Sekimeiya. Sai knows the most about it, so he's the perfect person to be responsible for it. Why would he create that? Why would Ayla have it? If he's been lying recently, why would he say that I'll die or that the blood in the lobby is mine? That's impossible. That blood can't be mine, so why would he say it? It matches with the recording because I wasn't mentioned once in it. Could it be that he's consistently trying to follow a story that he's set up? And either way, I can't die as long as we stay here and I protect myself. Does that mean that if I decide to leave, Sai's claims become the truth? I can't decide, because if Sai isn't a culprit, then it's Akuro, who could be anywhere, and then Atsuki would be up against him alone. Both Akuro and Sai have acted suspicious in their own ways, and Sai sounded hostile towards him earlier, but that could easily be a trick since they escaped the bedroom together. On the other hand, if Akuro is the one we need to worry about, it's hard to imagine we'll be able to do anything to stop him, even after leaving the bedroom. So keeping Sai shut in here is the safest move. The only real problem is that I can't tell Atsuki what's happening unless he gets into the attic. Hello? I won't move. What? Why? That's not what you said earlier. You tried to kill Atsuki and threatened me. There's no way I'll just let you go. Hey, aren't you the one currently threatening me? Are you sure you can do this? Will you kill me if I try to unlock the door and leave? Remember that you're being recorded. You shouldn't try it. Also, I don't think the cameras are recording. I shouldn't? There's a time travel device downstairs, so I'm having trouble understanding why I shouldn't try to resist abandoning it. Is that what you want? The Sekimeiya for yourself? You're pretty stupid to deny that. I'm sure you wouldn't turn it away either. I didn't want to humor him anymore. He didn't say anything else, so the quiet returned. Is that it? Have we decided that we'll really spend the rest of our time here? It should only be a bit more than 2 hours unless we went really far back, which wouldn't make sense. I spent a large amount of time standing up, so I sat down on the bed. I took the strap of my purse from around my neck so that Sai wouldn't knock me down if I pulled on it, and left it at my side. He paid no mind to it and kept looking at the floor. I still felt severely conflicted and worried about Atsuki's situation, although the more I felt I couldn't let Sai free, and it was highly likely I could successfully lock him in from the outside. Time kept moving in the silent attic. We must have been alone, as the lack of sound was overwhelming. Eventually Sai stood up without opening his mouth. It was the first noise I'd heard in minutes, and I stared at him curiously. He slowly stepped to the door with his empty hands raised. What are you doing? I saw him gripping the handle, and my heart sped up with uncertainty. However, when he tried to open the door, the lock prevented it. Oh, it's locked. Right. What? By the way, you never reattached the chain, right? The chain, what are you talking about? Nothing. He shook his head and retreaded his steps. I saw his nonchalant look while I was still frowning. Did you just try to leave? Absolutely not. Is this how you and Akuro escaped the last time? That was what Atsuki suspected. By trying to open a locked door? By opening and then going back in time to unlock it? Did you wait until now to try it because it was unlikely that it would have worked earlier? You're incorrect. He approached the drawer stand and took the screwdriver out of it. What's that for? Don't worry, I don't want to use it as a weapon. Who reattached the handles? It was me and Natsuki after everyone left. You didn't do it right then. From here I noticed that it was a little loose. I just turned to see if I was right. You didn't attach it properly, huh? I looked at the handle and didn't see anything wrong with it. Holding the screwdriver, Sai stepped to the door again. I moved back a little, afraid of the sharply pointed tool. He inserted it into one of the screws and removed it. Then he unscrewed the one in the opposite corner while I stared, dumbfounded. I didn't know what he was doing, but messing with the handle wouldn't let him open the door. See, these two go on the bottom. You swap them. What's going on? What are you talking about? They're the same. He ignored me and unscrewed the last two, which dropped the handle to the floor. No, they aren't. You don't understand how much about screws, do you? I stood up. Move away. I don't know what you're trying to do, but stop. I'm not trying to do anything, though. Do you not want me to attach it properly? No. Step back. He sighed and backed off. I guess I locked myself in even further. He left the screwdriver in the drawer and looked at his feet, biting his lower lip. I sat back on the bed. Soon after, out of nowhere, he sat on the other end of it. Don't sit here. What? That's just rude. I'm tired. Stand up. Fine. But instead of standing up, with a quick motion, he extended his arm towards me. Startled, I looked down and saw he'd unzipped my purse. Oh. Stood up fast enough, tightly gripping my purse and the knife. Well, damn it. My heart quickly calmed down as I stared at his childish expression. What the fuck are you doing? It's just a joke. I couldn't have left anyway since you have that knife with you. You remember what you asked earlier, right? Yes, if you get close to me again, I will use the knife. Don't move again. Alright? You can't even take a simple joke. He let his body fall and lay on the bed, yawning while face down. Stand up. I don't think so, sorry. I just wanted the bed for myself. You told me not to get close to you, so I won't. I'm tired. I said so earlier. I didn't care anymore. I approached the desk and sat on it, resting my back on my purse and protecting it against the wall. There you go. That's much better. He repositioned his face on the pillow and closed his eyes. A couple of minutes later, he hadn't moved at all. I buried my face in my knees, which was what was happening outside the attic. A piercing pain had arisen in my chest, and there was no getting rid of it. I began to heavily regret my decision when I considered the possibility that I wouldn't see Atsuki again. What if he had already been attacked? I raised my eyes and saw Sai still lying down. There's no way he won't hear me if I try to leave, right? I jumped back a little when he moved. After a long yawn, he sat up and stretched his arms. He saw me staring at him but didn't react. Instead, he crouched to grab the handle from the floor, stood up and turned around. I heard a sound, but I didn't believe it. Regardless, the door opened and Sai removed the key he'd inserted into the keyhole. What? I didn't run to the door because I knew I was doomed. The handle was detached, so as soon as I stood up, Sai would close the door, locking me in behind him. Frozen, all I could do was ask what happened. You really didn't see that I took the key from your purse? You thought I'd only unzipped it? I have it right here. I couldn't believe it, but he had the key in his left hand. While I processed what he'd said, his smile widened. Wait, is this why you removed the handle? Of course, otherwise it's unlikely I could have repaid the favor and locked you in. I figured it was only fair. I can't believe you didn't realize I wanted a bet for myself just to be closer to the door than you. You're not very smart, are you? Sai, what are you... Now, goodbye. I have things to do. From the hallway, I heard Sai locking the door. That didn't matter, because even if he left it unlocked, I had no way to leave. Still trying to wrap my head around what had happened, I stood up slowly and approached the door. I couldn't open it. It was exactly the same way all of us had previously locked ourselves in, that very bedroom. So I had left with the handle and the key. I knew I had no way to get out. No, now Atsuki's definitely in danger. Sai, come back just for a second. In a second, we are gonna see the part from here, right? How the fuck do I even find that? How do I find that? You know the part where can you search like question mark? Oh, that's fucking doesn't help either. It's like here. Was that it? Yeah, here. This part is gonna happen soon. Why does it... Oh my god. Yeah, me and the attic. This part is gonna happen. I wish it was possible to set like a fucking... This is so annoying. This is actually genuinely the most annoying thing. Why can you not like set like a point where it just starts at? The pond. It's called the pond. The pond. Can you search the pond? No. The pond. Go to search. This is gonna happen. And also, my guess is who saves us, who lets us out, is the Atsuki who we met in chapter 2. The extra Atsuki who also saved us, who gave us the Sekimeiya. I think that's the Atsuki who gets us out of the attic as Shiroya. And then probably tells us why we need to go to the attic. There's no response. The attic felt just as desolate as when Sai had been there. I noticed that I still had the knife in my hand. I slid it through the gap in the door, trying to push open the latch. I frantically moved my arm up and down, but it simply got stuck in the middle. Sai! I knew he wouldn't come back. Trying to calm my nerves, I sat on the bed. I'm sure he used the elevator because you shouldn't be able to leave through the main door. That means that the attic is still locked. Not even he should be able to enter again once he leaves. Maybe that's not right. When Atsuki and I locked ourselves in the attic, Sai was able to come in anyway. Is there nothing I can do? I can't take this door down. I tried to go over ways to leave, but I couldn't think of anything. All at once, the overwhelming stress came back. My hand began to hurt, so I stopped pounding at the door. There's no way for me to reach anyone, or for anyone to reach me. Inside a locked building, on a locked floor, I was trapped in that locked room. I realized I hadn't gone to the high level of the bed. I climbed up the ladder, but I couldn't find anything. The only traces of life were the messy sheets from the time we'd been waiting there. Would I have to spend 2 hours here? I could only feel the piercing pain strengthening, threatening to eventually leave me breathless. I have the only key to the attic Kataya mentioned. There's no way the police won't have another one, right? At least I have the knife, so Sai won't be able to use it. And he said he didn't want to harm Atsuki anymore. Why did we have to come here? We should have just stayed home. I hated it, but I couldn't avoid thinking about the worst possibilities. The thought of losing my 2 friends in as many weeks was unbearable. Every time I managed to calm my thoughts, they returned, more and more terrifying. It was impossible for me to fall asleep, and the pain in my chest increased as if I tried to lie down. I spent the time thinking miserably in front of the door, the persistent fear that I might have let the killer run free with Atsuki unprotected, eating away at me. Even after what I'd already experienced, the way I felt was far beyond anything I'd ever known. If I could describe Mia's death as an earthquake, I was experiencing one an order of magnitude higher. It hadn't been easy to accept her death, and I, of course, still hadn't moved past it. But it was incomparable. Knowing for a fact that a friend had died was far less of a strain than fearing that a friend could be about to die. Both were horrific, but only one of them involved fear, and Atsuki, being in danger, potentially due to my own failure, only made it worse. I imagine that if any kind of hell existed, the way I felt while alone in that room must have come close. Is that Mia? Did you do that? Are you Atsuki? Yes, that is Mia. Did you do that? Are you Atsuki? So this is Mia appearing now. So we are here. So what's the time? It's just shortly before 1821. I looked back I looked back abruptly the moment a voice reached my ears. More than 10 minutes had passed when I perceived that sound coming from directly behind the door. Hey, are you there? Was that Sai? Nobody else could have entered the attic. Open the door, who are you? There was no response. I didn't imagine it, right? I hadn't. There was another sound. The other bedroom opened. I just heard you, please open the door. Once again, there was no response. Is Sai ignoring me? Either that or someone traveled to the attic. You're still here, right? What are you planning? I breathed hoarsely before letting out more exhausted yells. I know you're here, at least answer. What's the last thing we hear? I know you're here, at least answer. So that's the last one we hear, is this one. He just walked away. Please, at least say something. Rather than exert myself any further, I simply focused my hearing. It made no difference. What are you doing? Please come back. Nothing. What is he doing? Hey! All I could hear were my desperate breaths. Did he only now leave the attic then? I defeatedly fell on the bed. Soon my vision began to fade. I drained some of the scarce energy I had. Thankfully the inside of my head had gone numb, so I could finally stop thinking. The lancing pain in my chest intensified, but I was able to withstand it. Minutes were passing by, but it didn't feel like it. I didn't close my eyes or try to relax. The only thing I could feel was despair. What the fuck? A new voice. That time it came from the room I was in, and I recognized it. I lifted my head without thinking and saw Sai standing in the middle of the bedroom. As soon as he saw me, he dashed towards the door, but I rapidly stood up and grabbed the knife next to me. Hey, chill with that! He stepped back while I tried to understand what was happening. Did I really travel to this goddamn bedroom? That's just unfortunate. Wait, what? Oh! Is this... What? Is this when Erina touches it? Is this when Erina wants to go to the past and she touches it? And only Sai teleports? See, 17... This is when me and Sai... Shiroya and Sai teleports, right? So, I'm in the security room. Erina claims to have seen Mia. Yes, it is. It's when only Sai disappears. That's so fucking hilarious. That's so fucking hilarious that it teleports Sai into this bedroom with me. Did I really travel to this goddamn bedroom? That's just unfortunate. What's with that look? You're still here? How long has it been? I guess I just trapped myself. I cleared my throat, feeling unable to speak. Did you just travel from the future? Yeah, maybe. How long have you been here? I looked at his wristwatch, but the display was still blank. Do you have the key? The key? No. Answer my question. How long has it been since I left? I don't know, maybe half an hour. Show me what you have. I approached him slowly, staying at a distance that prevented him from grabbing the knife. If he still had the key, he'd snatch it from my purse. I had to leave immediately. Don't you get that it's impossible I still have the key? It's like you said a while ago. I just appeared in the middle of this bedroom, looking at the door. Obviously that coordinate is from the time when we were in front of the door, pointing the knife at me. At that point, I didn't have the key yet. Show me your pockets. Sure, I can do that. Start with your head pack. A head pack? Of course. He unzipped it. Inside, I noticed a key that he hadn't had in the past. Hey, it's not for this bedroom. He handed it to me. This is for the bathrooms, right? Did you kill Katai? I wouldn't do that to him. It would be like punching a kid for getting into the cookies. They don't know better. Anyway, let's continue. I left the bathroom key on the drawer stand, then Sai placed a hand on the right pocket of his pants, highlighting the outline of a key. Following that, he took it out. It was the key to the Sekimeiya cabinet. He kept it and continued putting his hands in his left pocket. No, stop. Huh? Show me everything you have in the other pocket. What? I just showed you what I had. Do it. He put his hand inside the right pocket and brought out another key. Oh shit, isn't this the key to this very bedroom? Mike, you actually sounded like a more chat version of yourself when you spoke at half speed when 2x speeded. You should learn how to achieve this state normally. Okay, bye. He's catching up. An image? Stop believing in yourself. Actually, I guess after I add this image, now's probably a good time for me to take a quick break because I haven't had a single break. So maybe now's a pretty decent time to go for a break. Alright, so be right back while you're listening to the groovy music of this. Do 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 do. Hello? That also gives Shin a bit more time to catch up with the VOD. Because now he can skip that break. And then, you know, whatever. Give it to me. Fucking Natsuki. How did he get me with this? I left the key on the drawer stand and looked at Sai sternly. That's the key to the other bedroom. Take your hand out of the pocket. Huh? Turn it inside out. Hesitantly he did so. One last key remained inside. What the fuck? What were these doing in my pocket? So you had the key because he touched the Sekimeiya with it, just like how I appeared here with the knife because I had it when I traveled. Atsuki and I were definitely wrong. Give me the key. You can't expect me to give you anything when you're pointing at me with that scary knife. What? I'm not approaching you to give you anything. Then just throw it. I've had too many awkward moments trying to do that. Sai, throw me the key. Alright, we'll do the following. He turned around and began climbing up the ladder. What are you doing? Calm down. I didn't have time to consider following him. Seconds after he had disappeared from view, he jumped back down to where I was. He extended both of his hands. They were empty. This is how I'm giving you the key. I left it up there so that you can go obtain it without me getting close to that pointed knife. What? No, go get it. Well, that's not happening. What are you trying to do? Do you still have it and want me to go up so you can leave? Oh, not at all. I'm not like that. I can show you my pockets if you want. He showed the contents of all his pockets except for a single key. They were all identical to what we'd shown all our possessions. You also have the attic key, but I guess that doesn't matter much to you. Are you happy now? Do you think I might have it in my hair? It's pretty messy today. Maybe in one of my shoes? Don't worry, I left it up top. He kept clearing places where he might have hidden the key on himself until I was forced to accept that he didn't have it anymore. Anywhere else? What is he doing? Could he have hidden it somewhere in the section of the bedroom and I didn't realize? Wait, in that corner. Oh, no. It's not wait in that corner. It's wait in that corner. No problem. He approached the empty corner of the room and leaned back with such a carefree face. I glanced all around, thinking about whether he could have left the key anywhere before climbing up the ladder. I knew I hadn't seen anything, but I couldn't trust it. Indecisive, I looked through the few places I could think of where a key would be hidden. The bed, the wardrobe, the drawers. I didn't find it anywhere, as it was impossible he had hidden it to begin with. What are you even searching for? I just left it there, below the bed. Then go get it. I don't want to. I walked up to him slowly, running out of breath. Well, what's with that face? You wouldn't be thinking of killing me in front of those cameras when I'm trying to give you the key now, would you? Why don't you go up first and then I follow you? I'm way too tired to climb up this ladder again. He wants me to go up so he can leave me behind again. How though? You should believe me. If you hurry up, you might be fast enough to save him. What? I came from the future, remember? I'm not exactly sure how far back I went, but it's possible that Suki hasn't died yet. You're lying. Me? I haven't lied all day. No, you are. Am I? Are you sure? I just found him dead. But I don't even know what happened to him. I guess it was Akuro. No, it didn't matter that he could have been lying or that it was unlikely the past could be changed. Before I could keep thinking, I was hastily climbing the ladder. I crouched next to the bed and looked under it. It was dark, so I had to wait for my vision to adjust. Bye! There's no way. I didn't react, I just kept looking at the floor where there was nothing. I crawled back out and stood up. Unable to raise my head, I glanced down through the hatch and saw the empty bedroom with the door closed. Honestly, I love her to death. I love Shiroya to death. But she's not very smart, is she? She's not the sharpest tool in the shit, is she? There's definitely room for her to be smarter than this. I love her to death, but she's not very smart. He was lying. He had to have been. I couldn't move. I didn't know what had happened, but all my energy was directed at denying what Sai said. Once I got back down, I examined the door and saw that nothing about it had changed. There was still no way to open it. I didn't knock on the door or yell. I just sat down staring at my lap. It kept happening. Every time I thought I couldn't be more miserable, I did. During the minutes, I sat paralyzed on the floor. I didn't perceive any sound. Once again, I was alone in the attic. And so I began to think that perhaps I didn't want to leave. If what waited for me outside was what I'd been told, it was better to stay inside. She's in the stages of grief. Fortunately, that thought was what led me snap out of it. No, I need to leave. Was Sai able to leave without the key? There's no way, right? He was just able to hide that he had it. I stood up and tried to think rationally. There's nothing around that indicated what he'd done. There's nothing under the bed, so he was just lying about leaving the key there. He only wanted me to go up so he could lock me in again. The key I'd left on the stand was still there. I knew it wasn't the right one, but I tried to use it anyway. The door didn't unlock. I did all I could to dispel the fog in my mind, and think about what had happened. I had to leave urgently. If there was a way out, I needed to find it. I went up to the second level and looked below the bed again. Without a doubt, there was nothing there. He closed the door when he left, so he definitely opened and left through it. Is it possible he opened it without the key? That shouldn't be it. The way he could have left the bedroom the very first time, by opening the door, going to the past and unlocking it. That shouldn't have been possible either, because there was no handle to open it from the inside, even if it had been unlocked from the outside. Is it possible that he approached the door, saw it open, traveled to the past, and opened it from the outside to let himself leave? Could he have known enough about the Sekimeiya to pull that off? If so, I might be able to do it myself. I climbed down and stared at the door. It wasn't opening. Was that not possible? It hadn't worked for Atsuki when he tried. Maybe it really wouldn't ever occur. I tried to think more about it. How could I open the door? For even longer I stood still, mustering all my remaining mental strength to figure out how to escape. How had Sai done it? Had he used the key? If so, how? Wait, did I let him do this? This is it. There's no way it's not. As soon as I thought back on one thing, the way Sai had escaped appeared in my head. When he appeared in the middle of the bedroom. Of course he even said it. That location belonged to the time I'd been blocking his path to the door. That's how he escaped the first time. At that point, the key to the bedroom was already in his pocket, which is why he had it when he appeared from the future. Atsuki said it too, that he grabbed it when he was chasing us. But for some reason, there was another key in the drawer. At some point, the key got duplicated. The time he snatched the key from my purse, it only felt like he unzipped it. That's all he did. He tricked me into thinking that he grabbed the key, when in reality, he left with one he had from the beginning. Did he just make me think I was trapped? I looked at the desk. That's where I'd left my purse a while ago. And the only place in this bedroom I didn't search was in my own purse, where he knew the other key still was. I approached it and looked inside. Of course the key was missing. He wanted me to go up so he could grab the key from my purse. It's still unzipped. She is so... Oh my god. I set my eyes on the hatch and rapidly made my way up the ladder. If I'm right, the other key must be here somewhere in the second level. He just hid it better to trick me. There weren't many places to look through. I frantically went through all of them in search of a very small key. As soon as I started to unzip the leftmost mattress, a metal key fell to the floor. I breathed deeply before picking it up and clambering down. I grabbed my purse, ran to the door and inserted the key. It finally opened and I saw the walls of the hallway. I sped toward the living room while I stored the knife in my purse and took the attic key out. The most recent footprints there were definitely Sai's, which went to the staircase. I rapidly followed them down. You're right. He's okay. Sai was just lying, thank God. I panted, suddenly realizing that I was out of breath. That's not our Atsuki. It can't be. That can literally not be our Atsuki. No, it can be. Oh, it is our Atsuki. Never mind, I lied. Because this is right here. This is literally right here. Floor 6. Oh, she was actually inside. I'm glad we found you. What? He locked me in here. What? Me? That's funny. I locked you in, but the key's in the keyhole, right? Was he acting like he wanted to find me? He locked me in the bedroom. I'm sorry? I've been here for almost 2 hours. He shut me in. So you chose to hole up in the attic and wanted to blame me for it? Why exactly? I couldn't look at Sai anymore. No matter whether he was the person behind everything, I hated him and the unquestionable malice behind his actions. However, 2100 was very close and creating more conflicts would only be a problem. Are you okay? Yes, I just ran from the bedroom. I'm fine. Let's pretend I locked you in a bedroom. I'm not sure why I'd even do that, but how did you leave? That is true. He is kind of right. With a key. But I thought I trapped you in there. Yes, but not with a key. I know what you did. I became a witch and learned magic, huh? We can go with that if you don't want to tell the truth. Wait, Erina, huh? I suddenly processed what I was seeing without tunnel vision and saw Erina next to them. Her clothing coated in dried blood. You're alive? Yes. I'm sorry if this sounds strange, but are you the same Shiroi who disappeared from the event room with Sai? Yes, I've been here since then. I see. We didn't check Erina's pulse, remember? Oh, thank God, I'm sorry. After thinking incorrectly for so long, I felt immensely relieved. Despite all that had happened, those of us who were still alive, including Erina, had to make it out. What's with the blood, though? I don't know. I get hit in the head, so my memories are a little fuzzy. Oh, what time is it? It's 1940. It's so late. What happened while I was here? And your watch is working again? Huh? Yes, of course. Wait, what's with your clothes? You were wearing different ones. Right, when we went to the past, we lost track of that Shiroya, but she still has to be around. I'm confused though, where did she come from? What? I waited for a response, but nobody gave one. Had the version of me that Atsuki saw reappeared? Can you come with me for a second? Yeah. Can you just talk openly here? Atsuki ignored him and brought me to the 5th floor. You know Sai's lying, right? He really locked me in a bedroom and told me you died. I was so worried. What? Don't worry, I believe you. Even though I still don't understand Sai very much, I wanted to tell you about what had just happened. I think the past can be changed somehow. It can? Did you try it? I did, but I'm not sure what to make of the results. Those few words made me drop everything I had assumed. After what we'd experienced, was it actually possible for us to undo what had actually happened? It's possible what I changed only affected some people. I definitely went back in time and altered the events I'd experienced. Sai recognizes the change, but I'm not sure Erina does. It felt like both realities met, leading into differing memories. That could be what happened to Akuro when his version of events contradicted ours. Maybe someone made some change that didn't affect us, or maybe it didn't affect Akuro. That sounds way too complicated. I'm not sure I follow, but you mean... If we go to the past, I'm pretty sure we could drastically change the way things played out. It's possible some people will still remember this reality, but the change should persist. It's possible 2 realities just converged, but the real one comes from my change. It overlapped the last one despite some people potentially still remembering it. So then we just have to want to change the past? Is that the only requirement? If we travel to the point Ayla died, we can overwrite her death? I'd long ago decided I wouldn't touch the Sekimeiya again, but the most fundamental reason was that we concluded it wasn't possible to alter the past. I recalled my own selfishness, and how much I despised it. If we were able to undo what had happened, but chose not to, that was infinitely worse. Let's keep going. Our last travel from the staff room. Let's go there. We walked all the way down. In the reality where we were, many people had died, even if changing the past was doable, how much could we really deviate from it? That didn't matter, as long as we couldn't prevent the suffering I'd felt from at least one person. We had to do it. We slowly reached the crystal floor. On the way down, I noticed that the smell hanging around us all day was getting stronger. What's all this blood? It's mine. As you can see, I hurt my hand on the elevator. I don't know why it stopped bleeding. Does it hurt? That's kind of a lot. Don't worry, it's fine. We entered the staff room and saw a new locker was open. It's gone. Did you leave it in this locker? How? I found the key in the cleaning room. I know how that sounds, but I guess no one needed a key to get it. I touched it with the locker open. Oh, could anyone have taken it then? It would have been easy, but I'm not completely sure. The door doesn't look like it moved, so it also could have teleported. While you were in the attic, we saw that happen. It definitely witnessed the Sekimeiya teleport to its cabinets. But Sai could have easily grabbed it. Akuro as well. I saw him and he should still be here somewhere. It was before I changed the past, but all I did was draw attention to hallway A. There's no way that was enough to overwrite Akuro's existence. We went to the event room and saw the empty cabinet. Once more, we wanted to find the Sekimeiya that someone might have hidden. Since that morning, a recurring question had been why anyone would hide the Sekimeiya when it could easily be found. I thought of many possible answers, but if the past could be changed, it had always been a flawed question. Of course, if anyone was directing things toward a future they wanted, they wouldn't want anyone to deviate things on their own with the Sekimeiya. Like always, whether it teleported or someone hid it, it has to be nearby. In a place we can access, we can find it. Was that person Sai who knew the most about the Sekimeiya? Had an unknown person really orchestrated everything behind the scenes? I couldn't believe how fast I changed my mind and how much I wanted to find the Sekimeiya. Was it possible we could leave the tower in a world where I hadn't spent those 2 hours in the bedroom? I was taking Atsuki's word, but if we found the Sekimeiya, determining whether the past could be changed should have been simple. However, we had concluded before that it wasn't possible because it had already been attempted. A ton of things implied that. I wanted to erase the painful hours we'd all spent in the tower, But if that was possible, what if we could stay here for a whole month? There would be much more we could undo. The exit was near. In 2 hours, we were bound to learn about the future we'd been stuck with. Oh yeah, the Sekimeiya's gone. I was searching for it before we went up. I'm sure you were. Not much time left. Let's wait for the shutter to open. What about the Sekimeiya? Who knows? I couldn't find it, but why do you care? Akuro might be responsible, and he could have taken it outside. If that happened, there's nothing we can do. However, if it's still inside, the police will find it immediately, right? It can be hidden from us, but not from them. Erina, do you know where the Sekimeiya might be? What? No, I don't. Then none of us do. It was deliberately hidden. If it was deliberately hidden, I don't see a point in searching for it anymore. You know where it is, right? He must be the one who's been taking it all this time. He's definitely had a reason. He doesn't want us to search for it, so he can just keep it where he has it. You're free to enlighten me. If I knew where it was, what would my endgame be? Hoping the police doesn't find it? There's no way that would happen. Someone took it when we weren't around. That must mean they have the means to keep it out of ours and the police sights. Otherwise, hiding it is pointless. Of course, that's only assuming the past can't be changed. With how much Sai is proven to know about the Sekimeiya, there's no way he's not aware of whether it can do that or not. You say that, but it's been happening since this morning, and it was never hidden in a place that the police wouldn't have inspected. You could have a plan too. When the police enter, as soon as they find the Sekimeiya, they'll activate it. That'll make everyone around it disappear, leaving a free path for you to retrieve it. Are you even listening to yourself? You think I want to steal the Sekimeiya? Sure, I wouldn't say no to having it, but that's not going to work out. First of all, they'd simply appear in the past. If a bunch of people time travel, the panic would ruin any kind of plan like that. At least a few people have to know what the Sekimeiya is capable of too, right? Why would they send the police to grab it if they know what touching it would do? I think I agree with him. That wouldn't work. Hiding the Sekimeiya is pointless. That's a fact. Incidentally, there's no place the police would ignore. What that means is that if the Sekimeiya is here, there's no reason to search for it. What I find most likely is that it's already outside, though. One second. Alright, I agree, so let's just wait. I frowned as I looked at him, but he avoided meeting my eyes and glanced back at Sai instead. Perfect, we've had not enough headaches, so let's go to the lobby. Is this a bluff to waste time? If we want to go to the past, we want the Sekimeiya to spend a while outside the cabinet, which we accomplish by doing what Sai wants for a while. Eventually, he can find it, just like we have every time we've extensively looked for it. Atsuki whispered to me, "Did you lose the knife?" I shook my head and showed him my purse still unzipped. "Did you get it from Sai after you two appeared somewhere?" "No, I still don't understand that either. Both of us appeared in the attic and I already had it. I'd forgotten to mention it, but yeah, that doesn't make sense with how we thought the Sekimeiya worked." Okay, let's sit around and wait. I'm exhausted and just want to get out, so I hope nothing else happens. Whatever Sin and the culprit are up to is no concern of ours anymore. I have no idea what happened to Akuro, but I don't care. If he's behind this whole mess, he'll face the consequences. Exactly 1 hour and 10 minutes. That's all we have to get through to reclaim our freedom. There's no reason to humor Sai anymore. I didn't believe for a second he wasn't lying. We sat down on the left of the shutter without saying a word. He had needed to leave the bedroom to finish up part of his plan. He admitted that himself. So there was no way he simply wanted to get out of the tower while unaware of the Sekimeiya's whereabouts. It can't be that he's not the same Sai, right? No, even though his watch is working, he definitely knows what happened in the bedroom. We waited for a long time. It's the ideal thing to do. If we were able to find the Sekimeiya, we would do it after it had gathered enough energy. If finding it wasn't possible, we were calmly going through the final stretch. See, I wonder, something that's sort of curious. We know that if the Sekimeiya sort of just sits outside for no reason for a while, and gets hot, it like teleports everyone. So I'm curious if while they're doing this, if they're just like constantly teleporting every once in a while without knowing. Because they're not touching it and it's not in the cabinet. So it's not getting cold. No matter why it existed, it couldn't have been legitimate. I spent some time going over all the possible outcomes. What if the Sekimeiya was in one of the temperature regulation cabinets, not gathering any heat? Yeah, I guess that's possible. If changing the past was possible, that was still fine. We could go a short time back, get it out of the cabinet, and progressively extend the time distance traveled. So I continued to update us with the time. We spent 25 minutes sitting down. Is it possible Sai is trying to trick us again? What if he knows what we want to do? If he does, he could have set his wristwatch back a while to make it seem like we have more time. Did he anticipate things enough to have also edited the computer's time? The shutter could open at any moment. I stood up. Wait here, I'm going to the bathroom. I've been needing to go for a while, and I had to before walking through the whole building. According to Sai, there's 40 minutes left, but we couldn't trust that. Once I came back, we had to find the Sekimeiya. Oh, alright. Can't you wait? No, don't worry though. I won't go anywhere else. I knew he'd insisted on stopping me, so I went over to hallway B door. And into the left bathroom. Huh? I jumped instantly, feeling my back burn. The tank was burning. I knew what that had to mean. I grabbed the top with both hands and lifted it up. The Sekimeiya was on top of a pipe, touching the side I'd leaned on. It was well balanced. It was well balanced, positioned so that it didn't fall into the water. How hot does it have to be for the heat to reach the other side? And I still feel the burn. But here it is, and it's working for sure. The past could be changed. Were those words true? If so, I knew I could go really far back. Should I tell them? Was it even Sai who left it here? He knew where I was going. Atsuki wanted to find the Sekimeiya and change the past. If I told him, I knew he would activate it. However, I wasn't sure I wanted that. His desire was to erase the death we'd experienced, but that wouldn't occur if we changed the past. He would still remember them, and how would it even work? Would he be stuck in a world with another self of his? If we went back to the past and changed things, he would end up personally suffering for it, and would remember everything. If I did that instead, he wouldn't. We didn't know where Akiro was, but he or Sai had been the best chance of being behind everything. If I went to tell the others that I found the Sekimeiya, it was very possible Sai would purposely always stay in range. He could then prevent the changes we wanted. And ultimately, it was a fact that they'd all said they talked to a self of mine I wasn't aware of. Would that end up being myself despite me being sure that it couldn't be the case? If so, then I wouldn't be able to change the past, as in the reality where that other self of mine appeared. I hovered my hand over the gem and felt the imposing heat around it, repelling me. I realized I couldn't breathe properly due to the strange smell from all day. It was at its greatest intensity yet, reaching oppressive levels. With my left hand under my coat, I lifted the Sekimeiya out of the tank. Its heat was burning me through my cloth, but I resisted the intense pain. This is the last chance we have to save anyone. Maybe saving Mia was impossible, but I'm holding the possibility to erase Erina's suffering, Ailis, Naomi's, or even Katai's. If that works, nothing should be undoable. And then I could tell Atsuki what I've done and work together with him to save Mia. I still knew he wanted to change the past, and maybe he didn't want to get rid of the memories he had. Who was I to decide that by myself and effectively erase the Atsuki I knew in the moment? But I couldn't hesitate. If I chose not to activate the Sekimeiya, I might not have been able to live with myself. I couldn't accept acting only in my own self-interest. I lowered my right hand towards the harmless-looking gem. I shut my eyes and gritted my teeth in pain, pushing through the burning aura until I made contact with the Sekimeiya. Fuck in here? Suck? At that point, Shiroya disappeared from the bathroom. She also disappeared from the crystal floor and from Ashia Tower. She went much farther back through time than she had expected. The oblivious people who remained in the lobby would soon realize that something had happened and would search for the missing Shiroya through all 7 floors. Was that chapter 3? No, okay. What? Ow. Where is this? I felt my body lying on cold stone. I opened my eyes, but I couldn't see a thing. Is this still the tower? I tried to stand up, but my whole body hurt. When I moved, I realized I was wearing different clothes under my coat, and that the air was much colder. Ah, what? I suddenly felt a throbbing pain in my head that stopped all my movements. It wasn't only my head. It wasn't a single part of my body that didn't hurt. I stayed still, hoping the unbearable headache would fade away. In the meantime, my vision began to adjust a little. I couldn't see light anywhere, but I was still able to make out the space around me. Is this underground? That was all I could really tell, but when I looked up, I understood where I was. The ceiling is broken, there's a bit of light. That's where I fell from. I was in some kind of channel directly below the gem shop we'd gone to that day. Bewildered, I tried to think. However, an immense headache was still numbing my mind. Did I appear here? In the tower? I didn't think that was it. I remember traveling from the bathroom on the crystal floor, but something was amiss. Every time I'd gone through time, I'd instantly appeared somewhere. That time, I'd woken up on the ground, and my whole body hurt. Had there been something in between then? I felt like there had to have been, but my mind was too fucky to know. Where am I? How far back did I go? Under the thick brown coat I usually wore, I identified the clothes I was in. They were the ones I'd woken up with in the hospital, the ones I'd worn the day Mia died. I kept trying to push my mind for an answer, but I had no idea what had happened. When I finally collected myself somewhat, I noticed that I had my purse around my shoulder. I unzipped it and felt the interior with my hand. The knife isn't here. Why did I not travel with it this time? Wait, this! I retracted my hand, gripping a familiar object. After fiddling with it, a rectangular light appeared in front of me. It was my phone. The time displayed was 21:10, but I only wanted to look at the date. I navigated deeper into the settings menu to access the current date. Then I stared at the screen, reading it over and over. November 30th. Wait, that doesn't make any sense. November 30th? Did I go 15 days to the past? 21:10. That day, at that time, I was already in a coma. I'd fallen from the ceiling up there and woke up in a hospital room days later. I looked around me, but I didn't see anyone else. If that's where I am, has my old body already been taken to the hospital? But why does my whole body hurt? This has never happened before. My mind felt really clouded. After touching the Sekimeiya, I'd woken up in that sewer. I hadn't instantly appeared there, so I didn't fully understand what had happened. Could I have overridden my past self since I touched the Sekimeiya while willing to change the past? I tried to stand up, but a sudden piercing headache made me collapse to the ground. My cheek hit the cold stone again, and the faint light slowly vanished. I wanted to move, but none of my muscles responded. My entire body was sore, like I'd received countless punches. Even the scar's willpower to reopen my eyes left me, as if I'd exhausted all my energy in an instant. My senses dulled, the whole world darkened, my coat tightly enveloped me, and then it was gone. The cold and pain disappeared too, leaving me floating in the middle of nowhere. There was no sound. I was conscious, but I didn't know where I was or why I was there. My awareness became a single thin stream devoid of thought. The stressful events of the tower disappeared, and the tension I'd been holding in for previous weeks vanished. A great sense of relief washed over me. No, I was on the ground in an underground tunnel. That fleeting notion sparked into my brain multiple times, but it was never enough to disrupt the silence. The world was consumed by my growing existence until eventually I was the only thing in it. Perhaps it had always been like this. For longer than time itself, I drifted aimlessly. Who was I? I was surprised to feel curious about that question. The nothingness had become the only thing I knew, so the tiniest vestige of uncertainty was enough to bring me into disarray. A distant figure began to take shape in the darkness, and it grew until I became one with it. That's me. And there's Atsuki. Not from now, but when we were still children. Laughing, playing, having fun. Hey Shiroya, check this out. He handed me a small flower with dark purple petals, contrasting with the wide world surrounding us. So pretty, I'm sure Danny would love it. I gingerly placed the flower on the stuffed tiger's head, then held it up to my face. Wow, it looks so good on you, doesn't it? Without missing a beat, the boy in front of me spoke up. I'm sure it would look nicer on you. He took the flower off the toy and began fidgeting with my shirt. When he was done, I couldn't help but smile. Seamlessly, the world changed. We were riding our bikes down the streets of Yoshibana. Then we were drinking hot chocolate after playing in the snow. One after another, fun memories played in my vision. I once again became a child. I wasn't just experiencing memories, I also created new scenarios. We'd always wanted to hang out in big cities, and that had become possible. The innocent pleasure dimmed softly as the world faded back to nothing. Couldn't object or resist, as if I was a baby on the verge of awareness. After an eternity, my mind reawakened. Another figure appeared far in the distance. Mia. I liked her as a friend, but when did it get so complicated? She was gone, but even when she was alive, things didn't feel completely right. Myriad moments of before her death flowed into my mind. We were smiling and laughing in all of them, but as I watched us from above, I just wondered if she'd ever actually considered me a friend. She didn't. We had spent time together, but I wasn't sure what it had meant. She joined our little world and warped it into something different. Not better, not worse, just different. And her departure made it very different once again. We had access to a time travel device. We had no idea how it worked, but could we use it to rescue her? Did I even want to rescue her? Of course I did. Anything to bring us back to a sense of normal. Anything to bring back to happier days. Were the days with Mia better than the days without her? Yes, but why? Why was it all so messy? My existence folded in on itself. A momentary jolt, a sense of disorientation running around in the darkness. Was the Sekimeiya a blessing or a curse? An object that reworked the flow of time. An object that kept us confined to the past. My senses dulled again. I kept drifting in the dark and gentle abyss. Or maybe I wasn't drifting at all. I realized I didn't know anything. I felt a cold breeze as the darkness began to lift. Part of me wanted to stay there forever, wrapped in black. The sensation of possessing a body gradually came back to me. My limbs existed again. In an instant, I became acutely aware of a pain in my cheek. I was resting on a pebble. I looked around me, the faint light illuminating the sewer. My eyes were wet, almost as if I'd been crying. I'm still underground. What just happened? My head throbbed relentlessly while I came to terms with the realization that I'd fallen unconscious. After so long, I tried to move my arm and received a faint response. Right, I just traveled from the tower. It's November 30th again. I exhaled deeply, pulling myself together. That dream, if it could be called that, was almost like the coma I'd been in once already. A haze of half-concepts. It was almost frightening how lost I'd gotten in it. I remembered fragments of it, but the question of whether I wanted to save Mia was still vividly present in my mind. Of course I want Mia to live. What kind of question is that? And what would Atsuki do without her? I rested for a bit longer, trying to drive off the intrusive thoughts, until I eventually was able to sit up. I was still lost in the dark, so I pulled out my phone and looked at the time. It's 21:34. It's only been about 30 minutes. I laboriously stood up and took some mindless steps. I couldn't feel anything around me except the hard concrete. I supposed it wasn't a sewer that I was in, since it didn't really smell at all, but I had no idea what it was. Wait, what am I supposed to do now? Can I really change the past? What the hell is this? Did I appear 2 weeks in the past, but mere minutes too late to save Mia? You can't be, right? Why would I have gone so far back? Completely perplexed, I walked forward, toward the darkness. It wasn't possible to reach the hole above me, so I had to hope that I could walk out of here. After a few steps, I ran into a wall. Boom. The darkness should have been terrifying, but I wasn't scared. I needed to get out of there and hope I could find out where I was. I flipped open my phone, but the light from the screen wasn't enough to illuminate the path ahead. After feeling the space, I knew there were 2 tunnels in front of me, one much larger than the other. I could only go through one, so I kept walking toward the one that seemed wide and dry. If I can change the past, can I prevent the attack in the tower from really happening? I can at least prevent Atsuki and myself from going there. But would this really work? What would happen to me? I've already thought of this, but if I change the past, would I remain in the world with another version of myself? And if I can do that, should I? Instead of trying to travel back one more time and save me in the first place. The darkness had become absolute. On that day, the Sekimeiya must have been somewhere, as Ashiya's announcement had been made public. They were probably keeping it somewhere in the tower. I walked for minutes. Every individual step felt feeling surreal, and the bright image of the screen froze in my mind. November 30th. I kept going, hugging the wall next to me. At one point, the path began to slant up, making every step tougher. How do I get out of here? Should there be a ladder somewhere? For an entire day, I'd grown used to hearing the echo of my own footsteps with no other sound. I wasn't in that tower anymore, but the sensation was identical. I slowly increased my pace. I was so close to finally being outside again. The tunnel was a straight path, seemingly unending. After walking for a while, I started to feel a little desperate. Was I going toward an exit, or was I completely lost? I couldn't see anything that distinguished where I was. I was too dedicated to my own path to turn around and go the other way. It almost felt like there would be a monster waiting for me if I did. I could only keep moving, almost like I was in a dream of ever-lengthening corridor. Finally, that sensation ended. I located a ladder and climbed out of the channel's end. Around me was a grassy field covered in snow. The sky firmly situated above me. It was real. I couldn't fathom the image. In front of me, I saw Yoshibana, entirely still. A chilly breeze forced me to strut my coat higher and cover my neck. I'd been trapped for hours in a building I could see the faintest outline of on the horizon. But that wasn't all. Seeing Yoshibana below me brought a relief I hadn't known was possible. Seeing that I'd been released, all my questions fell away. I didn't know why I was atop that hill, or what had happened to me. All I knew was that in that moment was a soaring sense of liberty. I was actually free. I looked inside my purse again and saw keys. These belong to my apartment. They're not at Suki's. The tickets aren't here either. I pushed off the snow on the stone that formed the tunnel and sat on it. Every part of my body still hurt, especially my back. I was breathing calmly, observing the silent town. From there I could see the entirety of Yoshibana. Close to me was the school I'd gone to and a familiar park next to it. There's no way to really be sure, but I assumed that the tunnel I'd gone through was part of some kind of drainage system. It sloped down the hill into the center of town, and I couldn't think of any other function for it than collecting water that would otherwise flood. It didn't really matter. I was out. The drainage channel, or whatever it was, hadn't swept me away or drowned me. That long tunnel was a path to salvation. I didn't know the true state I was looking down on, but all by myself I was finally able to experience peace. Forcing myself to move, I stood up and began to descend a thin path that started from the tunnel. I sensed my boots pressing on the snow until I was down the hill. Upon turning around, I saw the trail of footprints I'd left behind. As bizarre as it was, I looked at them as proof that I was really there. My phone showed 21:48, and I was behind my school, where I'd rarely ever been at such a time. Much farther in the distance, I could see the top of the only structure that rivaled the Shia Tower's height. The hospital. Is that where I am right now? Or am I being brought there? I couldn't comprehend yet how the travel had worked, but I walked around the school and found myself in the park in the park we'd been at that very day. I started to hear faint voices around me and saw dark silhouettes next to one of the benches. Of course, I wasn't alone in the town. Unaware of where I was headed, I followed the steps we'd taken at that time. That felt like a distant past. Tall, round lights illuminated the rustic part of Yoshibana. That day, we just happened to end up at a modest shop. The present me deliberately walked to it. What will happen if they see me? There's got to be someone there. That's bound to change the past, right? I remembered all the narrow streets. No light could be seen through almost any window, and most of the footprints still on the ground ended up at various doors. I looked from the final turn and stared at where the shop had been. The front of the door were two people talking to each other. One of them wore a suit and the other wore casual clothes for the cold. I don't recognize either of them. Should I step forward? What would they ask me, and how would I answer anything? I chose to stay still. If the past could be changed, that wasn't the way to do it. Next to them was the window that had once grabbed our attention. I couldn't hear anything they were saying, but they hadn't sensed me either. Not long after, the man in the suit walked away. The other person saw him off and stayed where he'd been. That gave me a chance to look at his face. Oh, it's the owner of the shop. The other man walked toward me, so I backed off toward another path to avoid being seen. I suddenly bumped into a car camouflaged by the dark. In the sky, the moon was hardly visible, not helping things. Fortunately, the snow on the ground told me where I was every step. I seemed to be the only person here, so I kept going until I arrived at a road full of wheel marks. The streets were wider and a couple walked by me. After so long there was life around me. The strain on my shoulder slowly faded away. Should I just go home? Atsuki was also brought to the hospital and I was there for almost a week. I had the key, so I really could just do that. For what purpose was I in the past, standing next to a lonesome streetlight? I knew I had to do something. I could change history, but sleep was the only thing on my mind. My body still felt battered and weakened. Getting to my bed was my priority. Everything else had become a background concern, as there was nothing I could do right then. Why am I so tired? I feel different from when I was in the tower. Is it because this is how I was at this time on November 30th? My apartment was close by and I needed to rest. At that time of night, nobody should have been there. The cold was starting to get to me, and so I tied my coat around my shoulders as I walked. Taking my time, I observed my surroundings as I walked, all of them covered in the same wide layer of snow. What will I do? I can only hope that I'll understand everything better tomorrow. But I should have enough time to think about it. If I'm right, my parents aren't even in Japan. I'm about to spend a week in the hospital and then I'll go live with Atsuki. I could just be at my apartment until the 15th come again. But then what? Should I try to make us not go to the tower? How would I attempt to prevent the attack from happening? Even if Atsuki and I don't go, there are people who will die. Welcome, Dip. Welcome in. But then what? Oh, I already read that. And in both cases, I'm giving up going to the past again to save Mia. If the past can be changed, I can't just leave her to die. But this is still really scary. At the time I can change the past, I'll be stuck in a world with another self of mine. I won't be the original. The me that Atsuki saw in the event room. Will it really be me? Will I decide that I don't want to change the past just so that I keep living in a world where I'm the only version of myself? I wouldn't do that, would I? I mean, we end up finding her again. Will I decide that I don't want to change the past just so that I can keep living in a world where I'm the only version of myself? I wouldn't do that, would I? Arriving home, I saw a few people talking to each other. They had no idea I was from the future. Of course, nobody knew about the Sekimeiya's powers yet. Was that actually possible? The Sekimeiya had already been announced as a discovery, so why will they let the public touch it with what it can do? Did Ashia not know about that? I have no idea where it even came from. In the past, all those questions still had no answers. I turned around a narrow street full of apartment blocks and looked far ahead. I stopped in the middle of it and went up the wide metallic staircase. On the way, I took my keys out and walked up to a door below a C plate. Why did the music stop here? What? I stood in front of it and tried to sharpen my hearing. I can't hear anything. A little nervous, I inserted the key into the keyhole and kept it there for a while. Finally decided to turn it, making a little noise. So I tried to be silent. If I'm somehow in here, do I want to not be heard? What would I do if I even see myself? I can't go anywhere else. I opened the door slowly. The faint light of night illuminated the way in. I took a hesitant step forward. Naturally, I knew where the light switch was, so I reached out to it while I glanced around. When the ceiling lit up, I saw the same entrance I'd seen countless times before. Next to the door, I saw a reflection in the mirror. I looked a lot better than I'd imagined, probably because the body I was in hadn't made it to December yet. I closed the door and stood in the middle of the room. Not much warmer, I still felt uneasy, so instead of taking off my shoes, I opened the door to the living room. There's a large window with its blinds closed, and in the center of the room, a wooden table on top of a green carpet. Everything looked like it had when I left it on the 30th. I really was at home. There's an old TV on top of a low stand that I rarely use due to the poor signal, and colored cushions were scattered all over the floor. Next to me was the door to the kitchen. In the sink was the few dishes I hadn't washed. In the corner was the laundry I hadn't finished. That day, I'd really been looking forward to go meeting Atsuki and Miya. And although we hadn't ended up doing much, I've been really excited to go. I walked back and opened the other door to the entryway. After lighting up the short hallway, I stepped to the first door. My bedroom was behind it. Farther back was the last three doors. One led to my parents' bedroom, the other to the bathroom. The last was a guest room with a small bed. I've been storing things in the guest room since it'd been unused for so long, cramming a bookcase full. Recently, my drive to read had dropped off, but I still kept my favorites in front and center. Nothing was out of place. Everything I'd put in there hadn't moved slightly. There really is nobody here. It's the very same modest apartment I'd always lived in, but it seemed like I'd last been there a very long time in the past. I left a trail of slick, snowy footprints, so I went to the entrance and dropped my boots beside the door. I entered my bedroom and draped my wet coat on a chair. My headache had been weakening, but many of my muscles were still sore. I couldn't even tell if I was hungry. My thirst was dwarfed by how tired I was. I left my purse next to the bed and fell on it with the clothes I'd been wearing. I closed my eyes on top of the large pillow and gradually wormed my way under the blankets. I was exhausted, but I didn't fall asleep immediately. There were too many things I had to think about. I just spent more than 12 hours sealed inside a Shia tower, so the sensation of my bed was far beyond welcome. However, it seemed I had suddenly arrived on the day where everything started. In the distance of the town must have been Atsuki crying about the possibility of losing his two closest friends. Somewhere else, other people were surely thinking about the attack they'd orchestrate on December 15. I soon felt like I should have been on the heater, but I couldn't get out of bed. My mind went through most of the events I'd been caught up in, and I didn't reach a single conclusion. I had wanted to change the past, but comfortable as I was beneath two blankets, that was comparable to moving a mountain by hand. A sound reached my covered ears and woke me up. I was frightened at first, but I quickly realized it had come from the outside. And it didn't stop. Fireworks. Hearing fireworks in Yoshibana was rare, but it was the start of the holiday season. I removed my head from under the blankets and paid attention to the sound. While I wasn't close to where I was, brief sparks of light could be seen through the window. I knew the air was still chilly, but I braced myself and pushed the blankets aside. I sat up and looked at my phone. It was 1:06. When I looked behind me, I saw the large screen of glass turning orange momentarily, reflecting the distant lights. They really are fireworks. I never hear them here because the police always shut them down, but I bet someone sneaked some into town and wanted to celebrate the holidays. I see. I couldn't help but feel as if they were welcoming me, although I knew the truth was far from that. I was in a coma, so I never truly heard or seen those fireworks. There's nothing I wanted more than to view them with Atsuki and Miya, but that couldn't happen. Would it be possible to change the past so that it could? The past really is changing, though. It had already been changed. That I was seeing those fireworks was the proof. I was allowed to live through what I'd missed on the 2 weeks where I hadn't lived. I simply stared at the distant lights. My eyelids were drooping, but I didn't want to stop watching. The fireworks didn't last much longer. After a few minutes, the stronger ones went off and they all calmly ceased. I dropped back onto bed, still with no energy to turn on the heater or put on the warmer clothes. That time, I fell asleep almost instantly. I opened my eyes. I wasn't in the attic. I was in my own bedroom, facing the pillow I'd evidently rolled off of. The whole room was lit, sunlight streaming through the window. With my face still under the blankets, I closed my eyes again, not yet wanting to face the cold. The first day of December. Mia's not here anymore. I'm in the hospital and Atsuki probably at his house. Or I guess I'm actually in my bed. I vividly remembered parts of a dream I just had. We'd all still been in the tower, and while the details escaped my grasp, it entailed a messy conflict with the Sekimeiya. Out of nowhere, I realized I'd been lying in bed for a while without doing anything. It happened so quickly. It felt like just minutes ago I'd been waiting with everyone in the lobby. I'd been distressed in the tower, so why was I acting like nothing had happened? Was it just because I had traveled to the past? Because there were 2 blank weeks ahead of me and there was no reason to go over things I'd worried about once already? That logic didn't make a lot of sense. I'd gone to the past to change it, and I hadn't known how far I'd go. Since I was in the hospital at the time, as long as I went to Atsuki's house, I'd be changing the past. If he saw 2 versions of myself, he would have to believe anything I said. But I didn't rush out of bed. Oh, and I probably knew the real reason why. It was sheer burnout. In a way, it was similar to how I'd felt before meeting up with Atsuki and Mia, the period when I had absolutely no idea what to do with myself. I'd gone nowhere and done nothing for an amount of time I couldn't measure. I'd lost track of days, existing solely in my apartment. It had been a major depressive episode at the very least, but getting back together with not only one friend, but 2, was the remedy for that. That was what I thought anyway. Mia had died and I'd entered a coma. If I'd been living in a haze before that, it evolved into a thick fog at that point. I was a shell of a person for a while, thinking almost exclusively about the dangerous things. I was grateful that Atsuki hadn't given up on me entirely for everything I'd put him through. But it was a distinctly different situation. Rather than falling deeper into dysfunction, I'd obtained a goal after going so far into the past. An abstract one, but a goal nonetheless. I kept lying there until my remaining tiredness dissipated. I knew I had to do something, but I didn't know what. I gathered the strength to sit up and looked at the window. Going off the strong light, I had slept for quite a few hours. My purse was next to the bed, so I grabbed my phone. 12:43. It's late. As the buildings in Yoshibana weren't very tall, I was able to see a good deal of the snow-covered town from my room. It wasn't snowing, and the sky was pretty clear. From behind the window, I felt as if I was aware of the fate of the entire town, even though what I knew was only related to a modest fraction of all those buildings. The idea quickly got to me, so I went to the hallway, carefully walking on the wooden floor so that I wouldn't stagger. I reached the heater, which I'd normally only turn on during the night, since my parents were the ones who paid for my expensive, and I didn't want to risk upsetting them. This will be fine, right? Nobody's supposed to be living here, but I doubt it'll be noticed that gas and water were used. I hesitated a little, but I needed to get rid of the oppressive cold. Seconds after I turned the heater on, it let out a buzzing noise from the pipes running behind the wall. I guess even if someone does notice, it'll at least be at the end of the month, maybe after that. It should be okay. Had a water bottle on the table. I never liked drinking tap water, so I always spent a bit of monthly money on bottled water. Filters just weren't enough. I didn't bother pouring it in a glass. The hours I'd spent in a Shia tower no longer applied to my body, but I was extremely thirsty. To avoid grocery shopping too often, I usually had a cabinet packed with supplies. I'd refill it at the beginning of every month, which was why it was almost empty. I looked inside and grabbed a bag of mixed nuts. As expected, they weren't very good, as they had sat in the cabinet all month, but I ate all of them almost instantly due to how hungry I was. This is... hold on, this is stupid. I walked to the living room, almost like it was routine. The blinds were keeping the space dim, but I rarely bothered raising them. After going to the bathroom, I stood in front of my wardrobe, wondering which clothes to change into. I'd lived alone for many months already, so I started the day as if it were a normal one. Is it worth trying to make it seem like nobody's been here? I don't know how, but if the past can be changed, I'm planning on doing it. There shouldn't be a huge need to hide my stay. Is that right? Could it be that while I was here in the while I was in the hospital and at Suki's house, another version of me was already living here? There's no way, is there? That would mean that everything will happen as I remember it. If the past will only change, if I consciously make it, it shouldn't matter whether I was already living here in the reality I know. After all, I didn't come home for the purpose of changing the past. If it's like this, and I intend to say that up until I decide to change history, everything could play out exactly as it did once. It should be confirmation that I'll be able to safely stay here until the 15th. There's nothing that makes it an impossibility. So it could be that I always lived here and that I'm not changing the past yet. My parents never called me to say that someone was living at my place. I never learned about it otherwise before the 15th, so I can secretly stay here, right? No contradictions. I had no clue if it would work like that, but worrying about it was pointless. I chose some casual clothes to put on and stepped back into the living room. And now what? Even though I had spent a long while living alone in that apartment, I'd always had plenty of things to think about, all of which I'd ended up pushing aside. I wouldn't by chance remember a lottery-winning combination, would I? The only reason why I hadn't thought that seriously was because I knew I didn't. Sai had mentioned using the Sekimeiya to win the lottery, but it wasn't actually that crazy of an idea. I didn't think it was greedy either, in fact. In fact, what felt selfish was not taking the chance when it was provided. If I could change the past, I would go back in time again, because that would allow Mia to be saved. That meant that I simply had to remember a winning number before that point. That would create the possibility of a perfect future. Was I simply daydreaming in a hellish world? As long as the past could be changed, it didn't seem so. That future certainly felt attainable. Where's the Sekimeiya right now? Ashia should have it somewhere, but they could be protecting it from the sin. So there's no way I could touch it. Wait, no. That might not be the case. Katai and Suripo explained it to us. The Sekimeiya is merely bait for the sin to get trapped in the tower, so it's definitely here right now. They also said that the mechanism to trigger the alarm is based on the cabinet being forced open. Also, Sin never attacked before the 15th. Doesn't that mean that I can change the past by going there during the night and forcing the cabinet open? It's probably not in the event room yet, but it must be somewhere unavailable to the public. Wouldn't that make her the Sin? If I break it open, the alarm would lock me inside, and someone else would be locked in the security room. According to Katai, he hadn't been taking night shifts recently, so it probably would be someone else. Will they buy that I'm a Sin member? It sounded pretty dangerous. That could have been a way to travel to the past again, but if it didn't work, I would be caught up by the police, ruining everything. Why were there times where touching the Sekimeiya didn't do anything? What if it just won't work before the 15th? Which is why nobody noticed its powers. Even if the main entrance of the building is locked, assuming the storeroom door did lead to the outside, I could maybe enter through it. There's no way I could take the entire cabinet out without triggering the alarm. Someone would be looking at the cameras. I didn't even know where the cabinet is. Yes, you do. Oh, right. They might have moved the cabinet. I guess that makes sense. But I guess you. I just assumed, I don't know where the cabinet is. Yes, you do. It's in the event room. But to begin with, why did I go so far in the past? I still don't get that. The Sekimeiya was in the water tank, but it couldn't have been there for very long. According to Atsuki, he hid it in one of the lockers a while before that. Is it possible it gathered a lot of energy for another reason? Even thinking about it in my living room, there are many things I didn't know about the Sekimeiya. Even if I could be sure that such a plan could work, and I knew how to get the days to go to the past, saving Mia could be fairly simple. There's no way that I'll let everything happen exactly as it did already, just so that I could have a guarantee that the Sekimeiya would work, right? The unknown version of me that had been seen in the tower still haunted me. That couldn't be it. I don't understand. What is all this like assumption and like assuming and like guesswork and stuff like that? Just go do something. Like if you want something to happen, go do it. Like what is this fucking assuming stuff? Just go do something. No, if I were to do something, she's depressed. If I were to do that, I would also prevent Atsuki and myself from going. That's completely out of the question. I wasn't even sure about my situation. My appearance in that dark tunnel was different from all the other times. Instead of teleporting instantly, I had awakened. So I still felt like there was something I was missing. We thought about this once, didn't we? That maybe traveling very far through time would make your memories fucky. Could that be why I felt this way? Is there something that I can't remember? I wasn't sure if there were some memories missing. I had no idea how to get them back. I stood up from the carpet and went to my room. My purse was still next to my bed. I picked it up and put it on my coat. Then I walked to the doorway where I had left the keys I'd appeared with. I wanted to go outside. If it were really the first day of December and what I thought of applied, there should have been no issue with that. Nobody would be aware that I couldn't be walking in the streets. I put on my boots and opened the door. As expected, it's sort of dark for being 12 a.m. or like 12 p.m. rather. I put on my boots and opened the door. As expected, the air enclosed by all the mountains was overwhelmingly cold, but I really wanted to go out. On the snow were my footprints from the previous day and some others ending in the nearby apartments. It was very rare for me to want to leave the house without knowing why. I only went outside with some purpose in mind. It was true that a lot of responsibility was weighing on me, but I didn't feel pressured. The freedom to make choices allowed me to remain relaxed to some degree. I looked at my purse. My wallet was inside it, containing the same amount of money I'd counted before leaving to meet Atsuki and Mia. Not that much. I closed the door and walked down the stairs. I lived close to the outskirts, and there usually weren't many people around. That was too different that day, and as only a handful of people were slowly walking on the sidewalks. That wasn't too different, wearing overcoats and exhaling misty breaths. Maybe I really should have thought about where to go before leaving. I walked toward the center of Yoshibana, every street looking identical due to the coating of snow. There were a few parked cars and a bunch of footprints on the ground, but the environment felt pretty desolate. Everyone was inside. Everything in the immediate vicinity was residential, so I kept thinking about where to go. I guess I don't have to go anywhere. I could just come back when I get tired. This is only for today, though. I seriously need to decide on what to do. There were enough citizens in Yoshibana that it wasn't very common to know people on the street. That was what allowed me to be unafraid of being recognized and questioned about being in the hospital. Should I go to the tower? What would I even do? And what else is there in town? The library? How long has it been since I went there? Too long, honestly. I could try to eat something. It had also been a while since I'd eaten anything outside. I always had to use my money well and cook at home. I guess I can do whatever I want with the money I have. It's been duplicated. I had my purse next to me when I woke up in the hospital, so the original money is there. I'm thinking about winning the lottery. I arrived at the busiest section of Yoshibana, where I immediately saw a lot more people. Looking all around, I saw that not many stores were open. This might not be a good idea. I've been to all these places at some point. Is it possible that being recognized could be problematic? Would I be changing the past if I accidentally see someone who knows I should be in the hospital? There's no way what happened wasn't on the news, even people who don't know me could recognize me. Nothing should happen. If someone sees it as a big issue, then the past has been changed. But that seems very unlikely. And there's no way that anything would happen to me. Even if I'm found out, it won't make getting to the Sekimeiya any harder. What would I do, though? I wouldn't want to let Atsuki know. I already traveled to the past alone, going against what the Atsuki in the tower said. Oh god, my throat. Was I being selfish again? Potentially hindering any attempt to save Mia? Hadn't personally seen the past change yet. Only Atsuki had said that it was possible, and even he hadn't known the full specifics of it. The worst scenario simply seemed to be me having to use the Sekimeiya on the 15th, taking advantage of the attack. What the hell? Doesn't that look weird? What is that? Is that a chair? I turned around to a narrow street. As expected, Ina Cafe was open, and it was pretty rare for it to be closed. The barista there definitely knows me, and I need to understand better where I am. How will someone who knows me react if they see me on this day? I walked to the entrance, finally making up my mind. Through the glass, I saw that the interior was empty, and Dorothy was wiping down one of the tables. It had been a long time since I'd been there, but there was a time in my life when I frequented the place, enjoying the calm atmosphere. On the ground was a square carpet to clean the snow off my shoes. I used it before opening the door and hesitantly walking in, immediately feeling the warm temperature. Dorothy didn't turn around yet, so I looked at what was on the menu. Like in the past, there were light drinks and meals, as well as alcoholic beverages closer to the night. Hello? Hello? He suddenly turned around. Ha? Shiroya? Yeah, it's been a while. Oh my god, you're alright. So you know what happened? I am, yes. Of course, you were on the news. I managed a bitter smile in response to the relieved expression. I'm so glad you were released so quickly. How are you? Makes sense, I'm supposed to be in a coma. I'm okay. I was released yesterday. Fortunately, nothing major happened to me. That's really good to hear. If you came to relax and try to forget things, we don't have to talk about it. It's fine, you don't have to worry. Are you sure? I can't imagine what it must have been like to lose someone close to you at your age. I'm so sorry. Thank you. Do you have any idea what happened? A lot of details weren't published. Unfortunately, no. It all happened suddenly. We were just caught up in it. He looked down, very clearly pitying me. What if this is like a timeline where Atsuki's dead? Do you want coffee? I'm sorry. I don't have much else right now. No, I don't think I need any right now. Are you sure? I can make you the Kalitsu special. What is that? It's nothing. That's the special. Thank you, Dorothy. You are cool. He cracked a half-hearted smile, obviously trying to cheer me up. I tried to return the look, but I wasn't sure if my own smile was visible enough. I'm actually curious about something. Okay, it's different for who's in the, okay. It's different for who's in the chapters. Ah, interesting. Okay. Atsuki B. Dorothy. Okay. Interesting. He cracked a half-hearted smile, obviously trying to cheer me up. I tried to return the look, but I wasn't sure if my own smile was visible enough. I looked behind the glass cover, where a few pastries remained. I'm a bit hungry, I could go for this. I pointed at one covered with dried chocolate. Of course, give me a second. He moved behind the bar, removed it with metallic tongs, and put it on a small plate, which he placed in front of me. Here, don't worry about asking for anything else. Thank you. Don't worry about asking for anything else. I bit into it. I was hungrier than I thought. What will happen when he realizes I'm still in the hospital? I haven't heard anything about Dorothy in a while. If everything were to happen as I remember, he shouldn't do anything. I really don't like having to lie to him, though. I kept eating while he washed the few dishes left. You're done? Do you want another one? I'm okay, but thank you. Alright, I'm seriously happy to see you though. I couldn't believe when I saw your face on the news. Me too. Sorry for not coming around in a while. Don't worry about that. Are your parents here? Dorothy had to be in his late 30s, but he was a good friend of my parents who'd actually brought me there for the first time. Hadn't spoken to him that many times, but I figured he was familiar enough with me that he'd known me since I was a kid. They aren't. No? Will they come soon? They will, right? I don't know. As of now, they'll stay overseas. He looked puzzled and disappeared. He looked puzzled and disappointed. In fact, I did know that they wouldn't come. Even after waking from my coma, they would only talk to me through their phone calls. Too busy with administrative work, of course. That's right. What will even happen now? 2 identical copies of my phones exist. How will calls work? I suppose it doesn't matter. If both phones react when they call me, I'll just have to not pick up. If only mine rings, the past would be changing. Do come here whenever you want. You're more than welcome. I will. I just wanted to leave my home today. I completely understand. That's good for you to do. Yeah. I think I will have coffee. Absolutely. How do you want it? It's pretty late for coffee, actually. I'm not sure. Anything that's not too strong and without milk or sugar. As always, give me a second. It's pretty late for coffee. How's it late for coffee? It's like middle of the day. What the fuck? He grabbed a short transparent glass and filled it halfway. Do you want it alongside anything? He pointed at some bottles higher up. Those have alcohol, right? Yes. Then no, I've never had any of that. I understand, but maybe you should. Last thing I want to do is make an alcoholic out of you, but it doesn't hurt in small quantities. It's okay, I'd prefer not to. He nodded and filled it all the way up. I was kind of surprised he offered. I wasn't old enough to drink. And I could have gotten away with technically barely breaking the law, but I wasn't in the mood anyway. He left the glass next to the empty plate. As usual, it was overly hot. I stretched my hands behind my back and looked around me. I was the only person there. A newspaper. A few seats away, there was an open newspaper that someone probably had been reading and left behind. I pinched it and pulled it towards me. It should say today's date. I looked at the top right corner and as expected there was a date. It really is December 1st. Is this new? The newspaper? Yes. I brought it closer and looked at the pages for the news. It was Yushi news, so events from Yoshibana were highlighted. Can you please summarize the whole game so far in 10 words or less? Egg. Time travel. Murders. Mystery. Confusion. There has to be more. Jams. And what the fuck? Those are your 10 words. Mia and I must appear somewhere in here. I flipped the pages toward the start, as I felt it should have been important enough to put it at the beginning. When I got to the initial 2, I stopped myself. Here it is. The category was November, and there was many brief articles. The last one was titled, Gas Explosion Late at Night. I read the tiny letters next to the black and white picture at the top. Mia Moromo, a 20-year-old girl, is the only casualty of local gas explosion that occurred in the evening of November 30th. Shiroya Mirana, another young girl, 19 years of age, was gravely injured and immediately sent to the hospital. Her condition is critical, although she wasn't directly hit by the explosion. No, that's not 13 words. Ignore the and and also ignore the and. Yeah, apparently they didn't even. Well, I guess this is the day after, so I guess this is like to indicate the day after it happened. Well, I don't actually no, I don't know. It should have been because it's the evening off, right? Yeah, I guess I don't know. Why is it not? I don't know. Um, the incident occurred when an unknown individual released smoke that caused 4 people inside to lose consciousness. The other 2 were too far from the range to receive any serious injuries. While everyone was unconscious, a heater depleted its surrounding oxygen after its flame went out. And when a visitor turned on the lights, an immediate explosion of short radius but intense focus occurred. It killed the first victim instantly, broke the floor of the shop. The second girl, Marana, was protected by the furniture next to her, but fell through the broken floor. It happened just like I remember. And it doesn't even say why the incident happened. Right on the 15th, when smoke knocked us out for the second time, I thought that both incidents must have been caused by the same people. That would be the sin. Wait, it actually is this. I'm not wrong. It was caused by the sin. That's why no further details got published. That's what Kataya told us. Sin had already tried to steal the Sekimeiya once, but they failed. They almost caught the person behind it, but since they ended up escaping, it wasn't published that they'd been from Sin. Of course, in the attic. I knew I recognized that smell. I smelled it from the shop. That's what happened there. Sin tried to steal the Sekimeiya before it was brought in the Ashia Tower. The Sekimeiya was in the shop, and for some reason, Sin didn't succeed. That made sense as the outline of what had occurred. But it didn't mean anything to me, aside from the fact that Mia's life had been taken during an attempt to steal a gemstone. At that point, did Sin know what the Sekimeiya would do, or did they attempt to steal it or did they attempt to steal just another simple gem that Ashia had? The advertising had just started. I huffed, deeply frustrated. I began to drink the coffee, and as I scanned the pages, more concise articles came into view. I read the title of one higher up on the page. Huh? Unknown man escapes from prison cell. Intrigued by the premise, I read the body of the article. In the afternoon of November 24th, the camera of a prison cell recorded a prisoner escaping from it. What, is it talking about a prison here? I don't think there's a proper one in Yoshibana, so maybe it's talking about holding cells in the police department. The identity of that person remains unknown. They were dressed as a prisoner, but no footage shows who they were or how they ended up in that cell. The corridor they were in was unprotected, and nobody should have been in that cell. By the time the footage recording them was noticed, they'd already disappeared. The cell itself was unlocked, supposedly due to being vacant. There's no security in that area, so it's possible that the individual left the entire building. Their identity and the way they'd got to that cell are under heavy investigation. But no method to reach it, such as a hidden passage between cells, was found to exist. What the hell? I never heard about this. I guess I don't really watch or read the news. Next to the paragraph was a picture. It showed a still black and white image of the footage, which displayed the bars protecting the cell. The door was open and the man could be seen leaving it. However, due to the angle, his face couldn't be seen, and a single detail to go off was his short, dark-looking hair. The person supposedly appeared in a cell. I guess there are many unsolved mysteries. I could solve it by factoring in the Sekimeiya. Who's to say it hasn't been used in crimes before? It made its way to Ashia. Is that Sai? I think that's Sai. I don't know why it would be Sai. Or, no, Acro? Acro went missing, didn't he? Well, it doesn't need to be black, because the picture was black and white. I think the fact that it's black just is because it showed a black and white image. Dark looking hair. So the hair is just darker, which I guess means that it can't be Sai. Yeah, I guess it does mean that it can't be Sai. But I think Acro is probably a good point. I downed the rest of my coffee. It wasn't supposed to be strong and I didn't feel any reaction from it. At one point, coffee had just stopped always having a positive effect on me. Sometimes it would do more harm than good. so I'd stop drinking it frequently. You done? Do you want anything else? I'm fine. I stood up from the stool and looked at my purse. You're not going to pay me, are you? Don't even think about it. Oh, are you sure? Of course. And come back each time you feel like it. I'm serious when I say that I was really glad to see you, and I'm relieved to see that you're all right. Okay, I really appreciate it. I don't want to stick my nose in your business, but I think you should talk to your parents. I could do it if you prefer. I can't believe they haven't come. Don't worry, I have been talking to them. I think I prefer to be alone, though. Is that so? I see. I smoked. I smiled and walked to the entrance. Seeing the desolate street from such a warm place made for a very pleasant contrast. Bye. I'll see you. There are a lot of things I want to talk to you about, so come back when you want. As you can see, though, we're not closed on Sundays. We're not even closed on Sundays, so it can't be any... So it can be any day. I wish you the best to get through this. I nodded and left the shop. Did I look like a person burying a lot of pain? To be talking casually and smiling only one day after Mia's death. I assumed that was the only explanation to Dorothy. I consciously picked a side and walked away. Everything around me, existence itself, felt calm. I still wondered how that was possible. Only days previously I'd questioned whether I would even speak again. Just what had happened to me. It wasn't that I didn't feel the pain as my own anymore, or that I simply expected Mia's death to be overridden. After all, even if I did erase it, my memories wouldn't go away. Had all the terrible events afterward outweighed it, made it insignificant? How did it make any sense? No matter the reason why I felt so tranquil, I liked it. Being able to feel any kind of comfort was a welcoming change. Even if the future was uncertain, and even if it all still revolved around the Sekimeiya. I went back to Ramen Street, in the center of Yoshibane. It was the largest one, ending at the town hall. No cars could go through it, and it was where you could usually see the most people. It was Sunday, so it made sense that most places were closed. I thought of going to the tower earlier, but that wasn't even possible as it was closed on Sundays. While I thought about what to do next, my legs automatically turned me towards a branching street. This is nice. Like a Christmas thing. Christmas decorations and stuff. I didn't know whether to stop myself, so I continued. I hadn't really intended to go in any direction in particular, but it was a path I'd taken before. As opposed to the wider street, that one was only lined by residences. It led to a one-way road just as I remembered it. After ignoring two branching paths, I turned toward Enric Avenue. From both sidewalks grew tall. What? Oh, from both sidewalks grew tall, skinny trees covered by the snow, elegantly draping over the path. It was a pretty place to live in, situated on the opposite side of Yoshibane from my apartment. I couldn't bring myself to walk any farther, and I only stared into the distance from the corner. I was looking at Atsuki's house. Near it, I could discern some people outside of their own houses, but Atsuki's was still. I don't think I should let myself be seen. I hadn't had any reason to go there, but I knew that if Atsuki saw me, I'd end up explaining everything that had happened. Well, a part of me wanted to do that. It wasn't strong enough to force me. Is there light? The road had few wheel marks and no cars were allowed to park. I crossed it to get closer. Yeah, he's in the living room. Through his window it was possible to see the light on the opposite side. After waking up from my coma, he told me that he'd only left his house to go to the hospital, and that he'd otherwise spent all his time miserable. I knew how he was feeling on the other side of the glass. If I simply showed myself, I could help him. So then, why did that not feel like the best idea? I surreptitiously approached the door, wondering if it was simply because I would ideally override time anyway. Since I planned to change the past, was there no need to make the reality I was in better? It also meant that if everything was to somehow play out as I remembered, the Atsuki I'd been with had always known that I'd traveled to the past and hadn't been informed it and hadn't been mentioned it so that it could happen. How likely was that, honestly? I got startled as soon as I peeked through the bars of his front gate. Hadn't seen Maxi sitting in front of the wooden door where there was no snow. He seemed afraid for an instant when he saw me, but then he ran to me, squeezing his head through the bars. Is this me? Do you know that I should be in the hospital? What are you doing here? It's very cold. I looked up as I petted him. I knew Atsuki wouldn't look through the window since Maxi tended to bark whenever other dogs passed by anyway. I figured Umi was inside the house. Both of them had a hole in the door to enter and exit through. If nothing changes, what will happen on the 15th? I still don't understand what was happening with the recording. Could it really be that the exit will be locked for a month? If so, the police should take care of these two, right? I looked at Maxi's face as he happily stared back at me. If I remembered well, he was 8 and had been born on May 26th. What if Atsuki was wrong and the past can't be changed? If I could change it by ringing the doorbell right now, but that's not something I want to do. Doesn't me constantly not wanting to do things that change the past indicate that it can't change? What if I leave a note saying that I'm fine? That didn't sound like a good idea either. There's no way that Atsuki would read it and assume that I traveled to the past. Although he would then tell me that after I woke up, so it'd guarantee a change. When will I be able to tell him? When will I be able to tell whether things can change or not? There should be something I could do to confirm it. And I suppose if it can't happen in the end, it's a given that the version of me they saw on the 15th will end up being me. Could it be that I have failed to conclude whether I can change the past even by the 15th? If I haven't been able to touch the Sekimeiya by then, I'll go to the tower. It just doesn't make sense that I would let everything repeat. I could prevent the recording from occurring so that Maxi and Umi aren't in danger. What if I decide to be the one who removed the handle in the storeroom and keep it so that they can leave at any time? Would that make any sense? I stepped away from the door. Don't worry, I'll be back soon. I kept walking away, but Maxi didn't take his eyes off me until I disappeared from his view. One of Atsuki's neighbors was looking at me too, and she waved at me from a distance. I knew I'd seen her before, so I awkwardly returned the gesture. She opened her mouth to say something brief, but I couldn't hear her. I waited to see if she'd repeat herself, but it didn't seem like she realized I hadn't heard her. I didn't know enough about what happened these days to do something and actually be sure I've changed the past. At least not in an undrastic way, like by speaking to Atsuki. I could go to the hospital room right now and draw something on my face that I didn't wake up with. I walked all the way down to the street until I was back at the wider ramen. I seriously need to know if I'm going to be able to change what happened, and pretty urgently too. If it's not possible, then every attempt I make at getting to the Sekimeiya before the 15th is also automatically bound to fail. The time Katai said that someone from Sin tried to steal the Sekimeiya, there's no way I'll be the person behind that, right? Wouldn't he have said so if he'd known about it? I guess if the past can't be changed, and someone did attempt to steal the Sekimeiya on the 30th, I have a guarantee that I won't be caught because he didn't mention that. A lot more people than I remembered were walking up and down the stone path. As usual, most of the snow had been removed, so it didn't hinder anyone. I tended not to like being in the busy street, but I wanted to appreciate people simply existing around me. Most of them were slightly hunched over to feel warmer, wearing scarves around their necks. I was a little hesitant. At any point, someone could have asked me about the hospital. I could recognize a few people I'd seen before, but I wasn't sure if I was imagining the stares I felt. Are they actually looking at me? There's no way it's because I'm supposed to be at the hospital, right? I looked back, but the feeling had disappeared. I thought to myself that I was probably just pointlessly worried about that. I was directing myself back home, The cold would soon become hard to bear, and I was a little tired. Nonetheless, going outside had been as pleasant as I thought it would be. On my way back to the drier roadway, I'd passed plenty of people living their own lives. Evidently, the time had only stopped for me and Atsuki. Wait, I'm gonna take a break. This is starting there's starting to be a lot of reading of just like, you know, things. So I'm gonna take a break and get ready for more reading while you guys listen to this. So be right back. An image? Thank you. Now, it's not, it's, I guess, I mean, it is sort of that my throat is like starting to take a tumble from all this. But it's more like, I don't know how to explain it. Like, it's more like reading, all of this, where it's just like, it doesn't really have a conclusion, like some of these things. It's just like filler. Like, obviously some of these are important. Some of the things that are happening is important. But some of it is just like filler. And it's just like, oh, you know, just like sitting here, I was just reading more and more and more and more, and it just doesn't stop, and it's just like, it sort of takes the life out of me. I'm going to die. Jedi, I'm going to die. But I got new fuel. So hopefully we can keep going. What the fuck is happening now? Where are you? That's a good question. We're outside now. It's snowing. We've just we just went and had a coffee and a pastry. What was it? It was like, yeah, it was a pastry with dried chocolate on it. Look, so he took it and he put it in a small plate. He offered coffee with alcohol in it, but we said no thanks. So we just had normal coffee. Well, it was without milk. Yeah, so something that's not too strong, but without milk and sugar. It's the coffee we had. And now we're just walking around in the snow. Just, you know, enjoying life as you do in a game like this. You know, just just chilling. We also went and pet a dog. We were just went over and there was like a dog that barked at us, and then we pet it. Well, it was specifically Atsuki's dog. Dog's name was Maxi. And we pet the dog. Very mandatory for the lore. I left the center of Yushibana, so my surroundings felt a lot less lively. Due to the temperature, the sky was devoid of birds, and seeing other animals wasn't common. Walking on the snow became a lot harder, but I'd grown used to it more every year. Thank you. I saw something wrapped around a streetlight and approached it warily. The Sekimeiya. It was a fly marked by the touch of many snowflakes. I'd seen it before, but I didn't want to look at it. I walked away, my eyes locked on my feet. What if I draw something at the door of my apartment? I know that when I went home after waking up in the hospital, I didn't see anything. I think that was on the 8th, when I came home and just slept before calling Atsuki. It's very possible that the past will only change if I intend my actions to cause a change. This means that everything I've done up until now could still happen. If I put something on my door with the intent to change the past, that could prove it can happen. My guess is it wouldn't be absolute though. I could only be sure if it's still there on the 8th. It wouldn't be an instant confirmation. One of the purposes of changing the past is to prevent Atsuki and myself from going to the tower. What if I send a warning to him saying not to go? If that ends up being all that I'll be able to do, I shouldn't let Eren and Aile go either, but I don't know where they live. I got my keys ready and put aside my musings until I got to the staircase of my apartment. I went up and unlocked the door. As soon as I opened it, the inner temperature hit me and I remembered I'd left the heater going. Just in case, I shouldn't have it on very often. After closing the door, I left my boots on the floor, my coat on the wooden hanger, and went to turn the heater off. Isn't that nice, Ember? After being gently open the door. After being in that tower for so long now, we're just like in an apartment, just hanging out. We had some mixed nuts earlier, then we went out and got a coffee and a pastry. We pet a dog walking around the snow. No towers, no disgusting tap water, no glowing eggs. I was beginning to feel a little dubious and nervous about Atsuki's assertion. Did the Sekimeiya really have the power to let someone alter the past? I'll find out right now. I just need to decide what my next action will change history. Wait, that thought would be very thoughtless. I'd thought of calling Atsuki's phone for a second and then hanging up. As long as I did that, the past would change. He'd never told me about a call like that, but I couldn't do it. It would tell him that I'd woken up, and then he'd find out otherwise. I hadn't thought it through. Wait, no, hold on. Wasn't there in one of the endings where we received a call from Shiroya? I thought I could have sworn. Maybe not. Maybe I'm misremembering. Was it in chapter 3? It wasn't, right? Why is it 1 and 2? It says out of 15. It says 1 and 2. Hello? 1, 2. End of document. It doesn't even show me Shiroya. Hello? Am I... Okay, there we go. 8? Okay, I don't know where I'm remembering that. I'm like pretty sure I'm remembering that correctly. I'm like pretty sure that happened. What's this music? Is there anything else I could do to get the same result? Oh, I can call my parents. When I talked to them on the phone, they definitely would have told me about receiving a call from my phone on December 1st. Alright, so should I just consciously aim to change the past? This won't get me in trouble, right? They'll simply call the hospital and nobody will understand what happened. I took the phone from my purse and looked at the screen. It was almost 1500. I went to the contacts list, selected my mom and pressed the call button. The signal usually wasn't great, so I got closer to the window. Immediately after the first beep, I heard a voice. Shiroya, how are you? I'm so glad you called, we were so worried. My mom's voice came through the speaker, her disturbance making her sound a little distorted. Hello, are you there? What happened? Are you okay, right? I didn't want to speak, so I pressed the red button and cut the call. Surprised to feel a sharp heartache as I did so. I see, the past can be changed. Atsuki was right. A call request appeared. Mom listed as the name. I didn't pick it up and simply waited it out. No other call came afterward. They must have called the hospital. I let out a nervous breath and closed my phone. Why did I travel so many days back? That doesn't make sense. Were we wrong and the time the Sekimeiya spent out of the cabinet wasn't what influenced the time traveled? It's not possible that it spent enough time in the water tank to send me here. Either way, what's important is that I can replicate it. Touching water makes it to teleport you really far. Before the 15th, if I'm not able to get the Sekimeiya, I can change the past and prevent Atsuki and myself from going to the tower. The 15th is the only time where I'm guaranteed to be able to touch the Sekimeiya. There'll be an attack and people will fall unconscious, probably except the attacker. If that period isn't enough, I'll have 12 hours to use it, during which people will get trapped again. If it comes down to it, I might have to think of how to take advantage of what happened. When the smoke went off, there were many places that weren't hit. Since the past can be changed, even though the Sekimeiya must currently be in the tower to bait an attack from Sin, it's possible that I'll be caught by the police if I try to go touch it before the 15th. Just which option is better? At least if I get trapped by myself on a night before the 15th, the only person trapped with me will be the person in the security room. I only need to learn how to jump days into the past, which should be a lot more feasible if there aren't 7 other people there. I really appeared just minutes too late to save Mia. That's ridiculous. Instead of appearing instantly, I felt like I woke up. When I touched the Sekimeiya in the water tank, the heat around it was clearly a lot stronger than every other time, so the heat it releases is related to distance traveled, but the way it increases might be different from what we thought. I should try to eat something. You just had a pastry. You gotta be careful. I went to the kitchen. I didn't like cooking and I wasn't great at it, but I'd lately gotten used to making my own food, as I didn't have many alternatives. When I'd been living at Atsuki's house, I'd only eaten by heating up prepared food that I couldn't afford. I opened the fridge, and as expected there wasn't much to choose from. I was hungry due to walking around the cold, so I wasn't picky. A bit of meat remained in a plastic tray. I really only kept buying it because my parents used to. I grabbed it and looked at my side. Thankfully the frying pan. I was about to say prying fan. The frying pan was clean. See, okay, this is sort of what I'm talking about. I don't need to know how you cook your food. I usually avoid using oil because the sizzling always startled me. And as a result, I'd basically stopped caring about eating things that were plain. I ignored the full bottle and heated up the empty pan for a few seconds. Then I carefully placed the last pieces of meat on it and took a step back as they cooked. The drying pan. The crying pan? After staring from a few steps back for a while, I used chopsticks to flip the chunks of meat around, forcefully ungluing them from the surface. I added salt and spice powder, garnished them the best I could, and cut it all up. The meal looked exactly like every other time I'd prepared it, and I brought it to the living room. I left the plate on the table and sat on a cushion. What the hell? That's not at all what she described she made. Where did that come from? Huh? She slapped 2 pieces of meat on a fucking frying pan, and this is what came out? How'd she do that? She's a way better cook than I thought she would be. This doesn't even make sense. Where are the others? I thought of something that should have come to mind much sooner. She's better at cooking than you, Mike. Atsuki, Erina, Sai, and maybe Akuro. A bunch of people who must have been outside the tower too. Where are they? I've been assuming I travel alone, but that doesn't make sense. If we were at least right about one thing. If the range of the Sekimeiya was related to how far you went, there's no way the lobby wasn't included, given that I traveled more than 2 weeks to the past. Where are they? I had to have someone else travel with me, and everyone should have appeared at the same time that I did. But I'm also not sure I was immediately aware right after touching the Sekimeiya, and passed out for a little while, so who knows when that would be. Was our understanding of the range incorrect too? If the range equaled the size of a crystal room, when we traveled less than an hour, traveling 15 days must have meant it extended far outside the tower. I don't know. I grabbed a slice of meat and brought it to my mouth. It's not good at all. The taste was weird, but the spice did its job at obfuscating it. As she and the police were right outside the tower, if they traveled to the past, I'm sure information about that would be widespread. There's no way a bunch of people traveling through time wouldn't create an uproar. I appeared late on November 30th, where I'd been on that day. When we were in the tower, we thought about going 10 minutes back, but appearing where we'd been 5 minutes before traveling. Did something like that happen again? Maybe I appeared at 2110 where I'd been at 2100, so my old self wasn't there anymore. If I showed up exactly where I was at the time, I would have replaced my old self, and now I know that didn't happen. Shut up, cow. What the hell? We definitely know that the location you appear at is based on the past one. If multiple people from Ashiya or the police were sent to the past, they might have all appeared in the same area, like their workplace. Even if I try to explain that, it didn't make a ton of sense. The range had to be immense, not just big enough to encompass the policeman right outside. I ate more, trying not to chew much. I wasn't sure if the meat was bland or just plain tasted bad, so could avoid finding out by not biting into it. I bet we just were mistaken about the range as well, or maybe it wasn't necessarily that. Maybe the range and the time the Sekimeiya spent out of the cabinet were related. That would still make some sort of sense. Because again, I touched it, it couldn't have been there for too long, and the range couldn't have been that large either. So the question should only be why I went so many days in the path. What if it's just random? We kind of let go of that thought because we didn't want it to be true, but it would make sense. I stopped eating. The aftertaste was getting worse and the hunger had somewhat faded. This could be really bad. If I was the... Made it sound like, oh, this could be really bad. The food could be rotten. What if I'm gonna be sick? If I was the only person who traveled, then everything I've thought should still apply. On the other hand, if a bunch of other people went with me, there's no news about it, I have no idea what will happen. Sin members from the future could be here. They would know about the incident, about the secret alarm. If they do, they know what to expect and would alter their plans on the 15th. Even if Shia members or the police are here from the future, as long as they somewhat understand what happened, there's no guarantee the events of that day will happen again. If Sai also traveled, there's no way he won't try to steal the Sekimeiya before then, when nobody seemed aware of its powers. I didn't consider that more people could be here with the same intentions that I have, aside from the original Sin plan. I bit my lip. If more people had traveled from the future, anyone could change the past significantly, obstructing me. My phone insistently vibrated against the table. It was another incoming call. I leaned in to look at the tiny screen on its back. My mother again. I imagine she was told I still haven't woken up. I let the ringing continue, but it stopped very quickly. Huh, did she just hang up? Maybe not. Right now, my original phone next to me should be next to me in the hospital. If the call showed up on both devices, it's possible someone picked it up from there and stopped ringing here. I let myself fall back to the floor and waited to see if she'd call again. There had been no new calls, and I hadn't sat back up. I've been lying there for quite a while, so hunger started to claw at me again. I looked through my food supply that morning, so I knew no instant noodles were left. I lay there for a while with no strength to stand. Should I go buy something? I don't mind spending the money that I have. Wait, I can't, it's Sunday. I sighed, both frustrated and relieved. I kept staring at the ceiling, noticing the sky turning dark through the gaps of the blinds. Thankfully, even though people lived on the other side of the walls, they tended to be very silent. My phone vibrated again, even more briefly than before. I finally got up, supporting my body with one arm. As I did so, I realized what that had been. Oh, it's just gonna be that message. I picked up my phone and flipped it open. As I thought, the expected message went on the screen, so I dismissed it with a button. Today, at 9:51, a deposit of 20,000 yen was transferred into your bank account. This will be reflected in 3 to 4 business days. The time showed 17:57. I received that message on the first day of every month, the monthly money my parents and I had agreed on. It said the payment had been confirmed in the morning, but it was normal for me to receive the message many hours later. I remember seeing that message days after I woke up, so it just appeared on both phones. Either that, or back then I hadn't been living here and now it only appeared on this one. I could use this money if I needed to. I didn't buy anything when I was staying at Atsuki's house, and I definitely didn't check my recent transactions, so it shouldn't be noticed if I take it. I yawned. Despite lying down for a while, I felt lethargic. It was still somewhat early, and the hunger had fully returned. However, I didn't feel like eating anything I had, and even less so like making it myself. I went to drink some water and left the plate in the sink. After lingering warmth of the heater had almost disappeared, so I turned it back on. I guess I'll buy more food tomorrow, if it's possible that more people travel to the past with me, and I intend to try to find the Sekimeiya before the 15th. I should do it as soon as possible, before anyone else who's possibly here can beat me to it. You sounded a lot more exciting reading these boring details at 2x. Welcome Hugh. Yeah, I mean, I guess I don't even know how I would sound at 2x, but I guess that makes sense. I guess that makes sense. Have you caught up now, Shinjok? Have you caught up to the story? Are you all caught up to where we are now? Are you following along? That's you caught up? Alright. Even with the heater on, I had to sleep with nightwear during the winter. I was tired enough to go to bed, so I put it on. No light was coming from the window. The sun had set very early, giving me the impression that it was already time to sleep. I lowered the blinds, which I'd forgotten to do the previous night. Then I turned off the light and made my way under the blankets in the dark. As always, I left my phone on the bedside table next to me so that I could check the time after waking up or to set an alarm. I hugged the pillow and closed my eyes. It had been a pretty messy day. Aside from arriving from the future aspect, I'd had many similar days that year. Previously, you had to reload for more. Oh, okay, that's cool. Yeah, that's cool. Well, at least you're all caught up now then. The reason why I'd been able to relax and enjoy the tranquility was probably simple. My preoccupations were much different from the usual. Those days were bound to end. I'd eventually have to find a job or study far from home. The weeks without obligations were ideal, but the feeling of wasting them was what made them stressful. I'd rarely been able to feel so calm, even though I had very serious concerns on my mind. I hated thinking about it, but what would I do in the future? My parents wouldn't keep sending me money for many more months, so what job could I find? I was only a little interested in studying medicine, but I didn't want to move, and I'd have to spend years and years pursuing it. Of course, it was expensive too, so I felt like I had to completely discard that idea. What I had to do was very important. I had to erase Mia's death and make sure Atsuki would go to the tower. If I could travel to the past and win the lottery, I would do it. It wasn't an answer I'd ever imagined, but it was perfect. It's almost perfect. There's this huge problem. The past can be changed, but the way it happens, even if I'm able to save Mia, two versions of myself will remain. I have to assume that's how it'll work. It's the most logical answer, isn't it? Neither of us would blink out of existence. Is he gonna try to kill the other her? Inside the tower? What would I do? Claim my lottery prize and go live on the other side of the world while the other versions of me stays with Tatsuki and Mia? I don't want that. It sounds ridiculous too. Is there even a solution here? I suddenly felt the same way I did every time I thought about my future. Neither answer was good at all. There's no way around it, right? I couldn't just show up in front of the three and explain everything, could I? In reality, after saving Mia, the Sekimeiya would still exist. And it felt like its existence could stay a secret. I have no idea what will happen. I guess that if I can get to the Sekimeiya before the 15th, I could get it again after Mia's safe. At the very least, if I had it, that would prove that I'm right, and nobody else could steal it from Ashia later on. I doubt I'd be questioned if I appear in front of another version of myself, though. Is it morning? I looked at the window behind me. Through the upper gaps of the blinds, faint light was entering the bedroom. I slept well and likely for a long time. One day closer to the 15th. I'm just in a countdown. I wonder where the Sekimeiya is now. If Sin has already failed to steal it once, are they already planning their daylight attack? I sat up and leaned against the pillow. The room was pleasantly warm, a luxury I appreciated. I reached for my phone to look at the time. It showed 9:07, confirming how long I'd slept. Katai said that the Sekimeiya had been found recently on a nearby mountain. Could that be true, though? Was a stone with time-traveling powers on a mountain next to the Yushibana? It doesn't even make sense. The place he described would have been close to where Atsuki and I used to go as kids. That place is mostly ignored nowadays because it lacks caves. If the Sekimeiya was found there, it shouldn't have been inside the mountain. That's really strange, though. It's been snowing a lot recently. If the Sekimeiya was simply sitting around, it would have been deep under the snow. So either Katai's story was false, or the Sekimeiya had been recently left there and wasn't completely buried by the falling snow when someone found it. Neither option makes much sense, but why would it be put there? It's rare for anyone to go up there, so maybe they expected it to not be found. That's insanely coincidental. What if someone who knew about that place put it there? Like, I don't know, Atsuki maybe? Just a few days ago, where was the Sekimeiya? I can't seriously think that it was on that mountain for all the years I've lived there. What exactly is the likelihood that it was left there recently? Maybe there actually could be a reason behind that. I languidly reached for my phone and opened it. On the screen was an icon that I hadn't clicked for a very long time. It said, browser. Okay. My phone could connect to the internet at all times. It was extremely slow and I never used it. Before my parents left, we had local internet access, but they shut it down once they took their laptop away. I pressed the button and waited for a white screen to load. Had to look away from the glaring brightness falling back into the pillow. Weeks ago, who had the Sekimeiya? If someone had it, is it possible it was already given that name? I don't think Katai mentioned who named it. If I recall correctly, he said that it was found on the 27th, and Ashiya announced the event on the 29th, 3 days ago. If I search for the word Sekimeiya, I'll probably just find mentions of Ashiya's announcement. I wonder if I could find an instance of that word before the 29th. The search engine loaded, and I consider what to type into it. Is it possible I'll find traces of people who want to steal it? I wonder if what happened on the 30th was an attempt to steal the Sekimeiya, even though it wasn't publicly stated. Could there be any mention of this somewhere online? I knew Ashiya's announcement would cover up what I wanted to find, so I set the result of the search to be ordered by oldest first, to truly find the first recorded instance of the word. I typed Sekimeiya and pressed the search button. The widescreen returned with a slowly filling blue bar on top, which I patiently waited to finish. I lost myself in anticipation, forgetting to even blink. Just when had the word Sekimeiya been recorded for the first time? I doubt I would find valuable information about sin, but that shouldn't have been out of the question either. The results all appeared at once. I glanced at all of them hastily, reading common page titles in blue, reporting Ashiya's announcement on the 29th. Wait, what's this? The Sekimeiya incident might happen soon? It was the very first entry. Below it in grey, I read the creation date. Written on the 24th of November. Did I find it? I pressed down once to highlight the text and then clicked on OK. Once again, the screen turned white and began to slowly load the page. There had been a brief preview below the title, but I'd advanced before reading it fully. However, it seemed that whoever wrote it was pretty disconcerted. I waited for the screen to transition, blocking out anything else in my field of view. Meanwhile, I looked at the URL of the website and recognized this as a well-known forum used worldwide. The loading speed seems to be much slower that time, and I worried it would just hang. I held my breath every time the progress bar froze. The screen turned grey and the header of the website appeared. Instants later, the rest of its content popped up in a flash. Relaxed my eyes, the darker screen reducing the strain. Then I attempted to read the 2 blocks of text below the title, displayed in minuscule letters. I swear this is all the truth, I'm not messing around. I'm a bit scared though and I'm not sure what to do. I think I just woke up from a really strange dream. It felt hyper-realistic. I'm still shaking. Okay, so it is the forum post that we found. That we also read in chapter 1. Yeah, it is the same forum post. I don't know if it means anything. Maybe it was a premonition, I'm not sure. However, I'd be careful. On the 15th of next month, if I don't say this anonymously, I'll be laughed at or even fired. On the 15th, Ashiya will hold a big event in the tower and there'll be a terrorist attack. It will be called the Sekimeiya. Soon, maybe they will announce it. I don't think I'm a prophet or anything, but I'm still trying to calm down. This time it felt too real to let it pass. Speechless, I scrolled the page down so I could read the entirety of the following paragraph. That's what I dreamed. It's so bizarre. I still think it might have really happened. That's why I feel the need to post it, in case it actually means something. Do not go to that event if it happens. Some people even got trapped inside, but I don't know what happened to them. I think something might be wrong with me. I don't know why, but I'm not home. I can hardly believe it's the 24th. I don't know what I'm doing at my parents' house. Sorry to rant about this, but I need to let it out. Somewhere. But I need to let it out somewhere. I've been suffering from a few mental issues, but nothing has been as bad as this. I've been living alone for 2 years with my condition getting worse and worse. I feel like I can continue on my own, letting people around me know it might be a horrible idea. Anyway, maybe some of you will have some advice. I know that posting here isn't the most effective thing, but it's very hard for me to talk about this out loud. Thank you for reading. That was where it ended. I looked at the username on the post and read 7MD_AG. Acro something? I feel like the fact that it's given me the username might be important, so I'm just going to write it down. It might not be, but I feel like name of forum poster. MD. I feel like the problem is if it's Japanese, the 7 might sound like a letter or like something. So it might the joke or the username might only make sense if you know Japanese and know what that sounds like in Japanese. I don't know if that's true, but you know, I could see that being the point. But now we have the forum. Astonished, I read through it all again. Who is this? There's no way it's from the people who organized the attack. The Sekimeiya hadn't been given to a Shia yet. They wouldn't know people will get trapped since the alarm's existence was supposed to be a secret. Could it be that someone from a Shia posted this? If not, they must not have seen it, because it reveals that someone knew about the alarm, even though Shia didn't have the Sekimeiya on the 24th. Is it possible the person knew they'd obtain a gem to use it as bait, and what they'd name it? There's no way. This can only be one thing. Someone who traveled from the future, from the 15th. If it's not, whoever posted this knew about the Sekimeiya's powers. I can hardly believe it's still the 24th. I don't know what I'm doing at my parents' house. Did they appear there from the future? Some people even got trapped inside, but I don't know what happened to them. If I'm right, this person must have been outside the tower. They knew some of us had gotten trapped, but not what was happening inside. Then before 2100, they traveled to the past. Someone outside the tower. So it can't be Acro, then. If we assume it's someone outside the tower. I thought about that for a while. Was it possible that a thing happened? They were outside the tower and suddenly traveled. Did people see that? Did someone from inside the building travel to the 24th and bring this person with them? That can't be it, right? It's the same thing I thought about regarding my own travel. It would have been an immense range, and it would have picked up so many more people, including me. Maybe I have this wrong. Maybe the recording was genuine. The exit wouldn't have unlocked after 2100. That could be why this person doesn't know what happened to us. And they could have traveled after the 15th. Maybe when they did, nobody else was outside the tower, and that's why only one person traveled. I'm curious now. Maybe it's Laurel's. I got really confused. None of my ideas seemed reasonable. Maybe Laurel's isn't who we think Laurel's is. Oh, I mean, I guess that doesn't make a whole lot of sense either, does it? Does it confirm what we thought about the range was completely wrong? Now, it's not only my travel that doesn't make sense. There's no way this person knew all this without being present. The description sounded like Naomi. Yeah, yeah. But Naomi was inside the tower, right? No way this person knew all this without being present on the 15th. Even if they somehow knew what would happen, what's the reason to post it online? The only people who would know about the alarm ahead of time was Sin members or Ashia, two groups that never publicly post this. Traveling from the future and posting it makes far more sense. I read it one more time, and what they described sounded exactly like they had been sent fairly far back in time. But if that's it, who made that travel happen? Whoever did would have disappeared from the tower. Was it Acro? It was Acro, wasn't it? Because Acro disappeared on the 24th, or actually, oops. Accidentally took a screenshot there. Just a quick screenshot. Just wanted to take a quick screenshot of the game. The 24th. Someone teleported. That's what we were talking about, Jedi. With Acro probably being the person who teleported inside the prison cell. So it's probably, and then this post also happened on the same day. Was it Acro? When we left the attic's bedroom, we found the Sekimeiya powered off in a hallway B room. After that time, I didn't see Acro again. Yeah, he does seem confused. But I mean, he wouldn't need to not be confused, would he? What I mean is, Acro isn't the forum poster. Acro is the person who appeared inside the prison. I think he got teleported inside the prison on the 24th. And then someone else outside the tower got teleported at the same time when Acro somehow got teleported. Acro appeared inside the prison, and a forum poster appeared somewhere else, and in the parents' house. Yeah, the post on. I guess it could be the same person. I guess it could be the same person, but I guess it could be the same person. At that time, I didn't see Acro again, and he could have touched it. Also, the rest of us, but Sai, were in the attic, so maybe that's why we didn't travel alongside Acro. But much later, Atsuki said that he'd seen him. Maybe I'm wrong. If the range isn't an obstacle, anyone could have gone so far back. Then they either could have re-entered through the storeroom, or been inside since that morning. There's still so many things that I'm really confused about that I really want to know more about. Like, we still haven't crossed the reason why Acro just randomly sat in that bathroom for like 30 minutes, just sitting in there. It's also possible the Sekimeiya was taken out through the storeroom at some point, and that's how this person traveled without affecting anyone nearby. If this person was outside the tower and went to the past alongside someone who activated the Sekimeiya, if the person in the jail... No, so the person in the jail was someone who just appeared inside the jail. Like, they just appeared in a cell that wasn't locked and then walked out. Okay. What? They were dressed as a prisoner, but no footage shows who they were and how they ended up in that cell. This person supposedly appeared in a cell. It could be the murderer. It could be. It could have been the murderer. It could have been. I guess. I mean, anyone could be a murderer at this point. To be fair, fucking so many weird things. If this person was outside the town and went to the past alongside someone who activated the Sekimeiya, would they have thought that they'd experienced a hyper-realistic dream? They'd have to be imprisoned already. Well, I guess not necessarily. It depends on how the Sekimeiya works. Because when we traveled to the past, we had all the things that the other Shiroya had as well. Like we don't have our purse. We didn't have our old purse with the knife and stuff. We have the new purse with our apartment key and stuff. And I assume the same clothes. It hasn't referred to that, but I assume the same clothes. Welcome, Wazy. Welcome in, and thank you very much for the happy birthday. It's not my birthday, but thank you. That sounds pretty strange, but I suppose there aren't many more interpretations. They don't exactly seem to have a record of being mentally stable. I wonder who flipped the light switch too, of the shop. Yeah, that's true. That as well. So did this threat always exist? I was about to say, Shinjug, actually. Maybe Mia was the one trying to kill. Because she hates Shiroya so much. Or, like, tries to, you know... She has, like, a disdain for Shiroya? Yeah. It's very strange. So did this threat always exist? No, it was posted on the 24th. It didn't always exist. Did the event still occur when the Sekimeiya's existence had been foreseen before its announcement because nobody saw this? This person not tried to make waves once it was announced? I tried to keep scrolling down and realized that the page was larger than I'd thought. I was also thinking, it's really strange that the Sekimeiya's self-heating mechanic to some threshold and teleporting everyone to a different dimension only started happening in chapter 2. Yeah, I think so. The reason why I think it was happening in chapter 1, but I think it was more well hidden in chapter 1 because of a few things. First of all, they were way more consistent with putting it in the cabinet. In chapter 2, Katai was pretty happy. Like, he did want it in the cabinet, but there were multiple times where he was like, okay, we can take it out of the cabinet. But in chapter 1, he was very insistent on always having it in the cabinet. That's like the first thing, right? In chapter 1, they were also very insistent on touching the Sekimeiya. And I think if you touch it, I think it doesn't work the same way as if it just goes off.
Eat this man.
Right? I think touching it is different from just like letting it go off on its own. But I'm not entirely sure. That's just my guess. And then I guess maybe there are other factors as well. I guess maybe they did travel, but they just didn't realize they traveled because they traveled to dimensions. Things happen so much slower in that one, in chapter 1, that it was harder to tell that things were happening. Welcome, Royal. Below the initial post was a short reply. Yeah, right. If you can see the future, do me a favor and PM me tomorrow's lottery numbers. That'd be sick. I'd make a nice long reservation at that comfy Damski resort place. Always wanted to go. The poster was, I love Agatho Damon. I went farther down and saw another reply by the original poster. I'm telling the truth. I've cooled off, but I still feel like I shouldn't be here. I'm not the crazy one. I just spoke to my parents and they also said I shouldn't be here. There's no way it's the 24th. I can't believe any of this. The next reply had been posted 1 day later. Below it, the dated entry showed it had been sent on the 25th of November at 8 p.m. But where's my lottery numbers? I was excited to go buy my ticket. I don't know if you're just bored, but there's not much time until the 15th. Don't worry, I promise you I won't go if that's what you're saying happens. Next, a third person left a comment. Their name was Rent-A-Liver. Rent-A-Liver. Is it Rent-A-Liver? Maybe, I guess it's Rent-A-Liver. Are you some from Sasameyuki? Is this what you all do now? If this event at the skyscraper is actually announced, it'll confirm I'm right. Are you trying to scare people off from going? I bet you're not even from Yoshibana. I frowned and tried to remember what I knew about that name. Is that a company Ashia had a conflict with? That has to be it. They're not from Yoshibana, which is why this person must be saying that. There's another reply posted early on the 26th by the original poster. I am from Yoshibana. It's where I am right now. I just came back from my parents', but my memories of the days leading up to the 15th only intensified. It's impossible I dreamed all that. I really have no idea what happened to me. A picture? Below that comment there was an attached picture that just finished loading. It was from high up, and you could see the tower in the distance. Its surrounding all lightly covered by snow. This was taken in Yoshibana. I see they posted this to show that they live here. Why not get an idea of where the fucking location that picture was taken from is? What? Like... They don't even check where the picture was taken from? That could be some sort of help. I scrolled down and came to a yellow line of text saying, "This topic has been locked, you cannot post a new reply." Yeah, bring up Google Maps, man. That's all there is. This person definitely traveled from the 15th. They said their memories end there, so that's the day they went to the past. This doesn't make sense though. How did that happen? When was this again? This is on the no, this must be on the 2nd. The 2nd December, because she slept. So the 2nd of December. Oh, do you mean when the picture was taken or when she's reading it? Oh, 2011. 2011. And did this threat change the past, or did it always exist and the incident occurred anyway? It seems so strange. What if Sin gets in touch with this person after she announces the Sekimeiya event, and that's how they learn about the alarm? That'd be a paradox, but maybe it's possible. I selected the username 7md_ag and pulled up the profile. The page loaded much more quickly. A history of the account activity appeared before me, but unfortunately they hadn't posted anything after their last reply. I felt a little dizzy after reading all that, probably thanks to not having eaten much the previous days. Sapped of energy, I got out of bed and steadied myself. I picked up some fresh clothing and stepped to the bathroom. I still don't have anything to eat. I could feel the demands of my stomach. Given the unpleasant meat I'd cooked, it wanted something actually edible. Alright. We just had a part, like a section of the game where it was actually super interesting, and now we're coming to the part of the game where it's not super interesting. It's really early. I should just go to the grocery store. Better watch out for no low quality cuts of meat before I buy them though. Sitnuk was a grocery close to my apartment that I visited often, and that was my target for the time being. I knew I wouldn't be able to think properly before eating something filling. I drank some chilly bottled water and approached the heater. I guess I can leave it on. It'll be really cold once I come back. I grabbed my purse in the living room. In the entrance I made sure I wasn't forgetting anything. Picked up my keys. I had my wallet too, so I put on my boots and coat I'd left next to the door. It wasn't snowing that day either, and my street seemed empty. I went down the stairs and walked ahead. The direction was the same I'd taken the previous day, but Sitnuk was located before the center of Yoshibana. I really don't need to know all this. I really don't. Developer, please, I really don't need to know that she needs to go and buy stuff. I really don't care. I recognized the white tire tracks on the snow. Once a week, a garbage truck would pass through my street to collect the group up cans farther up ahead. Thanks, okay. I guess the lady at the store also knows me. Didn't know her name, if she was the owner or the place or just a cashier, but she was usually there when I went. I wonder if she'd say anything, as I never really spoken to her. Normally after leaving my house with the heater on, the outside would feel very cold. It was a little bit warmer than I expected, so I kept a steady pace. I saw more clouds above me, as wide as ground. After walking for a bit, I still hadn't seen anyone on the street. After firmly pressing down on the snow with a step, I brought myself to a halt. Still looking upward, I was staring at the only structure that reached higher than the others. I'd seen it throughout my entire life, but I'd only recently entered it for the first time. I remembered having been told before that it was visible from any place in Yoshibana, and I'd just seen it was the truth. I guess when we were inside of it, all of Yoshibana could see us. From where I was, I could only see a few of the higher windows, but it was enough to notice that there were no shutters covering them. I looked at it for a while, my mind blank. It seemed there was no light on the other side of the windows. Like Katai said, nobody had been recently working on those floors. I shook it off and kept going. I was already pretty close. As I got closer to the busiest center of town, more and more tire marks crisscrossed the snow. I could see the shop ahead of me, and I shortly arrived in front of it. Hello. Good morning. I walked past her. The streets had been desolate, but I saw someone I didn't recognize picking up cereal in an aisle. She didn't say anything. I figured not everyone had seen the news, and even if she had, she didn't have to mention it. I knew where everything was, so I kept walking as I wondered what to get. I really wanted to use my time well, and I never felt like cooking. I stopped in front of the stand full of instant food. I get tired of these if it's the only thing I buy. They're all instant noodles. I frowned a little, but there was nothing to worry about. On the 8th, I'd gone home from the hospital, but it had been late, and I'd eaten a little before leaving. I didn't think I'd check the kitchen, where I could see my food supply. And even if I did, I could simply be changing the past now. It kept occurring, though. I went to buy food without the intention to change the past, and it happened, to match what I already lived through once. Maybe it really is correct that everything will happen as it did. I don't purposely think about changing anything. Because it's the same thing. You keep going like, if I don't change anything, the past won't be changed. Alright, I'm gonna go get some food. And then she's in the grocery store. If I don't change anything, the past won't change. I'm gonna go to the coffee shop. If I don't change anything, the past won't be changed. Just fucking, I don't care anymore. I don't care anymore. But that also doesn't make complete sense. I've already made one change by calling my mom, so now everything can't really happen as it did, as long as I don't intend otherwise. Down the line, more things are bound to differ. Aside, picked up a few packs of instant noodles without any special flavoring and wandered around the shop. Hadn't grabbed the card, so as soon as I found myself carrying noodles, cookies, milk, chips, almonds, and my favorite cereal bars, I should get meat too. I felt a little reluctant to buy more after 2 nasty pieces I'd eaten. Yes, okay, can we... let's get a full shopping list going. You might need some spices with that. Any spices? You've got the almonds, you've got the chips, you've got the cereal bars. That's some good snacks. Only meat? You're only going to get meat. There's nothing else you might want. Maybe some eggs. Eggs are quite expensive. Actually, no, I guess it's 2,000. Oh, no. I didn't feel like looking at the eggs. She is thinking about it. I stared through the transparent door of the fridge. I didn't feel like looking at the eggs, so I scanned through the scars of meat that was there. I guess I'll just have to heat these up. I lifted up the top and grabbed some prepared meat. I knew I'd seen the same brand at Atsuki's house. Careful not to let anything fall, I stepped up to the cashier and dropped everything on the conveyor belt. It would last me a few days, but not until the 15th. The cashier better be fucking Erin or something. She quietly scanned all the items. It'll be 2,739 yen total. Give me a plastic bag too, please. Here. I grabbed my wallet, but I knew I barely didn't have enough cash to pay for everything. I took out my credit card instead and handed it to her. She inserted it into a tiny device and asked me to put my PIN. 1991. She shouldn't be revealing that to me! I pressed OK and waited a few seconds. 1991. Right, thank you. After she handed me the receipt, I put everything in the bag and walked out. The other shopper had left at some point, but the outside was as devoid of life as before. I retreaded my footsteps to make it home. I'd already done what I wanted, so I moved slower, trying not to exhaust the minimal energy I still had. Oh my god. I took the keys out while I went up the stairs. Opening the door caused the heat stored inside to leak out, so I moved quickly. I left the bag on the floor to take off my coat and shoes and brought it to the kitchen. Except for a portion of the noodles, I stored everything in a low cabinet and the fridge. I didn't have any way to obtain hot water, so I put some in a pot and placed it on the gas stove. I tended to cook with bottled water because I didn't particularly trust tap water. We're not going through how you cook food again, do we? Fortunately, I still have plenty of bottles left. Fuck. After grabbing the chopsticks, I waited for the water to boil. It didn't need to get overly hot. Ah, okay. So as soon as the tiny bubbles began to form on the surface of the pot, I turned off the stove and poured the water into a bowl with the noodles and other ingredients. Within 5 minutes they would be... This is insane. This is actually insanity. This is actually insanity. No wonder this game is 40 hours when there's a whole... This is how it's been for how long now? Since like up here. Here, since this one, Liquid Canvas. It's been like this. This is halfway. This is half of it. This is insanity. This is way better than the dreary searching. No, it's not. I'd rather search through every room in the fucking Minecraft building again. Within 5 minutes, they would be cooked. As usual, I brought the bowl to the living room and left it on the table. Okay, good. Glad we're not leaving out any traditional things that we're doing here. I hadn't turned on the lights, so the only illumination came from the outside. I felt much more comfortable not having my window exposed to anyone outside of it, and the lighting was preferable anyway. Nonetheless, I still turned on the ceiling light to force myself to be more awake. Why are there eggs in it? She said she didn't buy any eggs. I tried to simply wait for the noodles to cook, but it was hard not to remember what I had read. Who had written those posts, and where had they been on the 15th? Since they travelled back on that day, 2 versions of them should have existed simultaneously. My mind clouded as soon as I tried to think about it, so I knew it was a bad idea trying to get anywhere before eating. I poked the noodles with the chopsticks, but I had to wait a little more. Enough time had probably passed, so I brought some to my mouth. They were good, and not too hot either, so I continued. Right, the fuck off. Fuck off. The issue with those packets of ramen was that there wasn't much in them. It only took me about a minute to finish. I tried not to wolf it down too fast, but it had at least been what I'd needed, because my mind started regaining some focus soon after beginning to eat. Maybe I could try figure out who posted that thread. Yes, can we talk about that, please? When I got that idea, I put the noodles on hold and walked to my bedroom. Thank God! Please put the noodles on hold. I've had enough of those fucking noodles. My phone was still next to the pillow, so I grabbed it and flipped it open. 7MD_AG's profile was still there. As I walked back to the living room, I pressed the return button. I left the phone on the table and continued... No, don't continue eating, please. As soon as the page loaded, I navigated to the bottom of it. Yeah, this picture. Oh, finally she wants to pinpoint where the picture was taken. Yeah, this picture, I could try to pinpoint where it was taken from. The angle was from a little high up, so it was likely taken through an apartment window. In Yoshibana, most apartments didn't have different floors, so it was likely that if I simply found the place it'd been taken from, I could also find who lived there. Actually, no, I know this street. That's where there are a few slightly higher buildings. They should have more than one floor. This is close to Atsuki's house. I ate the remaining noodles, scratching the bottom of the bowl so that none were left. I don't care. I don't care. Would knowing who this person is be useful? It might be. I'm not sure how much I can do. I really doubt I could stop the incident from happening myself, but I should try to learn as much as I can about it. What really happened on the 15th? There were a lot of strange things about the attack. There's also the chance the person who posted the thread is someone I know, assuming I managed to travel back in time again. It's definitely possible that they still go all the way back as long as the incident occurs. It shouldn't even matter if Atsuki and I don't go. I'll definitely have to go to the tower before the 15th. I guess the best I can hope for is that I'll be able to touch the Sekimeiya and go far enough back to save Mia. Most likely, the biggest issue right now is not knowing how to make myself go so far back again. But if I can pull that off, alongside saving Mia, the ideal scenario would be to obtain the Sekimeiya myself. What if I go many days into the past before the 27th? I could find the Sekimeiya on the mountain, which would save Mia and prevent the incident from happening. I suppose Ashia could find a replacement for the Sekimeiya to bait Sin, but that doesn't really matter as long as people don't get trapped with something that causes time travel. That could outright stop any deaths from happening just by itself. I walked to the kitchen and left the bowl in the sink. I still felt hungry, so I took the chocolate cookies I'd bought out of the cabinet. Is she gonna thoroughly explain? Oh yes, the chocolate, it's not too dark. It's just the way I like it. It's milk chocolate. The cookie itself. Find the person behind the threat. Maybe I could speak to them. They could still have important information if they merely traveled from outside the tower. It's also possible the other people will try to get in touch with them now that the Sekimeiya has been announced officially. There are a number of reasons why discovering their identity would potentially be useful. If even one of them was correct, that was enough. Should I go there and knock on the door, hoping it's the right one? We gave our names to Suripo when we talked to him, so this person could potentially recognize mine. Would it be a good idea to say I've experienced the same thing as them? I lay back on the carpet, a bit indecisive. I also keep thinking that before the 15th, if I haven't been able to use the Sekimeiya, I'll prevent Atsuki and myself from going to the tower. How exactly do I plan to do that? There's no way writing an anonymous note would be enough. Oh, actually, it should be simple. When I woke up in the hospital, it was the afternoon of the 8th, and Atsuki was there, so I know for a fact that he'll be out at that time. I could go to his house then and take the tickets we bought. The 3 of them should be in the purse Mia used, and the pamphlet advised people to hurry before they ran out. There were so many people at the tower that when the shutter closed that I bet they sold out too. We didn't look at those tickets again until the 14th, so that'll definitely be too late to buy new ones. I should be able to enter his house when he's out. I know where he keeps a hidden key close to his door, just in case he never forgets his inside. It's not there anymore. If it's not there anymore, I might be able to open the window of his bedroom, as long as the shutter isn't down. He doesn't usually lock it. Jesus Christ. He's getting a bit wild. He's getting a bit crazy now. Spent a while lying down, but I began to feel really curious about the mysterious forum poster, wondering if there'd been an ulterior motive or ulterior reason behind their text. I put my phone in my purse and prepared to leave. My boots and coat were where I'd left them, so I just put them on and stepped out, then headed down the stairs. I knew approximately where to go. Once I was at the street where the picture had been taken, I expected to be able to look at it and determine the exact building I was searching for. I could take different paths to make it to the opposite side of town, but I simply walked as if I was going to Atsuki's house. His house and Ashia Tower were both in the distance. What about the chocolate cookies? His house and Ashia Tower were both in the distance, but they were also on the opposite sides. The tower was right in front of the mountains, whereas Atsuki's house was near the road to leave Shibana. As always, the center of town felt much more lively. At a crosswalk, hidden by the snow, a car waited for the people to cross. That time, instead of going with them to Ramen Street, I went directly to Enric Avenue. I chose not to walk past Atsuki's house and kept moving ahead. If I wasn't mistaken, the street I was going to was called Ampla, and was parallel to Enric. Wait a second. Thinking about the movements I'd made the previous day, an important connection arose in my mind. The forum thread had been posted on November 24th. I'd read about that date in the newspaper. Also in the afternoon of November 24th, a camera had recorded a prisoner escaping from a cell. No one had any idea. She is so fucking slow. Dude, we wrote this on a note already. Oh, dude, that's because you were too busy talking about fucking ramen. Also in the afternoon of November 24th, a camera had recorded a prisoner escaping from a cell. No one had any idea how they'd gotten in there. Was I actually right? Was it the Sekimeiya's teleportation? The person who posted the forum threat was outside the tower on the 15th, like I thought. Someone touched the Sekimeiya from the inside, so both of them appeared at the very same time on November 24th. It fit perfectly. Someone else who'd been caught up in that travel had appeared inside a vacant prison cell. Was it the person who touched the Sekimeiya, or someone else who was waiting outside? The article said that they were dressed as a prisoner. This must mean that the position they appeared in was based on the time they were jailed, right? Had one of us in the tower been in the prison in the past? I attempted to visualize the picture next to the article. It had been taken from the ceiling, so measuring the person's height with it was very hard, since it had been in black and white. I couldn't discern the color of their hair either, so all I knew was that they were a man with short, dark hair. That reminds me of another man with short, dark hair. Okay. Dark looking hair? His short, dark looking hair? Strange. Curious. It's not possible. She's okay. Remember this, guys. Like I said, the person who landed in prison also had short, dark-looking hair. In 30 minutes, she's gonna be like, hold on a minute. Short, dark-looking hair? That's what the prisoner also had. It's not possible there was a police officer waiting outside. If that was the case, they wouldn't have appeared dressed up as a prisoner. Just going off that fact, it's incredibly likely it was one of us who were inside the building. So someone else who got trapped and also knows about the Sekimeiya's powers is here, in the past with me. This is what I was afraid of. I bit my lip and tried to keep walking. I'd already thought about the negative implications of that, but I had to start seriously worrying about them. If they'd been in prison before, their reason to be in the tower had to be stealing the Sekimeiya. Everyone there with me understood the basics of what it could do, so now that the person must be entirely aware of the fact that they're in the past. I think she was onto something. I don't think the person who was in jail was there to steal the Sekimeiya at all, actually. I think we have two people. I think we have one person who wants to steal the Sekimeiya, which I think might be Sai. And then we have one person who wants to just murder people for fun, and I think that might be Acro. I think Acro is just literally a murderer. Because that's what Naomi said as well, right? You're a murderer and you're behind this attack. Right? No? What? Yeah, someone in that room was a murderer. But Acro was in the room. See, Acro. And Sai was there as well. I assume she was pointing at Mia. Yeah, I mean, I guess that's also a possibility. But I mean, this sounds like it's two different people. I don't think it's one person. You're a murderer, and you're behind this attack. It's two people, right? We agreed to that. No, Acro was not the one who chased people with a knife. That was Sai. But Sai never actually... Sai only swung at people. Yeah, two people. One's a murderer, one's behind the attack. I still think one person is a murderer. One person is there to murder people. And one person is there to steal the Sekimeiya. Is actually behind the attack and wanted to steal the Sekimeiya. But I guess we'll see. They have the ability to change the past and know about Ashir's alarm. At any point, I could hear the news that the Sekimeiya had been stolen before the 15th. Yeah, exactly, Jedi. That's what I'm thinking. Though, I mean, I guess... I don't know why Acro would make the forum post then. Because if we say it's the same person, which it might be, it not guaranteed. It's not guaranteed, but what about the sexy blonde? What about her? You think she done did it? I think Shinjuk would be very angry if you imply that. I tried to calm myself down, but it wasn't easy. If Sin or anyone stole the Sekimeiya, the incident on the 15th wouldn't happen. The deaths of that day would be erased, but an alternate outcome like that came with its own problem. Yeah, it could be Mia. We know for a fact it can't be Shiroya. It cannot be Shiroya. Because Shiroya is the only one who's not in that room. So Shiroya is completely innocent. Everyone else, it could be, in theory. Actually, Isla's there as well. Isla's in that. Aya's still alive, isn't she? Yeah, she's even speaks. So, I mean, she could also just be lying. Obviously, she could literally just be lying, Naomi. But we know that it's everyone, or it could be anyone except Shiroya. Because Shiroya is the only one who's not there at that time. So if Naomi's not lying, then it could be anyone except Shiroya. Including Atsuki, to be honest. Yeah, I don't know why she'd lie either. But I mean, it is still a possibility, right? I wouldn't be able to save me, and I would remain in a world with two versions of myself. The only way to make the latter work would be impossible, as well as I wouldn't be able to go back in time with a winning lottery number. Thank you, Reddy, and welcome, Reddy. R. She got murdered twice, although maybe just once. I don't know how she got up to begin with. I mean, if you grand total, she got murdered 3 times, didn't she? Although, again, yeah, she must have been murdered. I am 99% sure when we found Naomi and Shiroya in the elevator, I am 99% sure someone said they checked the pulse. Yeah, I am 99% sure they checked the pulse. That's the other guy. Yeah. There was no pulse. I guess this could just be only on Shiroya that he checks, but I would find it, I would be very surprised. I would be very surprised. Yeah, she did drag, or he did drag both bodies to the lobby. I think the only time where there's a chance she could not be dead, which I also doubt, but the only chance that she could not be dead is in chapter 1 when she's in the bathroom. Because they say that there's no blood. They specifically state that there's no blood. Again, I'd be very surprised because she's in the bathroom for a very long time. Like they fucking come out like hours, like many hours later. Like near the end they look and she's still in there, right? And they find her in there like 11. So I'd be very surprised they come back at like 6 p.m. It was like 7 hours of her lying there. And she's still lying there. Is this just a real photo? Yes, this is a real photo. I think so, at least. I mean, this was like in 2017, so I guess they didn't have AI to generate stuff back then. So I'd assume this is a real photo. I don't know where it is, though. You'd have to look that up, Randy. Fucking stupid idiot. I wouldn't be able to save me, and I would remain in a world with 2 versions of myself. The only way to make the latter work would be impossible as well, as I wouldn't be able to go back in time with any winning lottery number. Doesn't look like Japan? Yeah, it does actually look more like, also because of this thing, tower, church tower in the back. Doesn't look like something you'd see in Japan, would it? Looks more like American. Does this pretty much mean that I have to go back to the tower as soon as possible and find the Sekimeiya and somehow activate it to go a few days back? That could easily go wrong in so many ways. What if I stay in front of the tower permanently to see what Sin in front of the tower permanently to see what Sin do? Let's stay in front of the tower permanently to see what Sin do. And and you guys said that they don't make mistakes. What Sin do? there needs to be a wood. You can't just say what Sin do. What Sin do with the Sekimeiya once they steal it? This could also very easily see what they do. What if I stayed in front of the tower permanently to see what Sin do? No, it's not. There needs to be a what Sin would do with the Sekimeiya once they steal it. You can't just say what Sin do. What he do. What he do with it. What they do. This could also very easily end up being a mistake, and there's no way I could do it. Is it likely that... Can we not just go to the fucking building? Is it likely that whoever traveled to the 24th thinks the past can't be changed? If so, they'll be afraid to attempt to steal it before the 15th. They'll try to do it on that day with the information they have, just like I was thinking of doing. I guess I can hope that's the case. I left my apartment to figure out who 7MD_AG was, so I did my best to let go of the worries for the moment and reach my target street. Well, it should be this one. I took my phone out and looked at the screen, and I peered into the distance toward the tower. It has to be this street. The structures around me were slightly taller than in most of Yoshibana. The number of windows showed that they had several floors. This looks, European. I wonder if they just, like, take random pictures from different parts of the world. Is the dev just doxing himself with this? I don't know. I kept walking to get closer to where I thought... I think this... Isn't this game actually, like, Japanese? Like, the dev is, like, actually Japanese. Isn't he? Sekimeiya. Trinitite team? More like British. Trinitite team. Let's figure out. Let's find out. Trinitite team. No, it can't be, because I can see... Oh, my God. I am not a robot, Google. Stop asking me. You cannot have detected fucking weird... I haven't done anything. It can't be Japanese, because it literally, on the Steam page, it literally only comes in English. So it must be a Western game. That just takes place in Japan. If it came in Japanese, I would agree, but... Okay, well, I can't find anything on where they're from. Kickstarter. Was it Kickstarter for this? It's crazy. What the hell? That's not what Atsuki looks like anymore. Shiroi looks a bit different too. Question mark. Question mark. Where are they from? The cars look American too? I mean, there's no pavement in this photo. Like, can you find a truck in this image? No. Oh, here! Wait, no fucking way! What? Godot? Oh, hold on. Oh, hold on. Godot? What? I didn't even realize! He didn't say anything! I swear I've seen him before in other chats though. I thought I saw him in the Godot twist. I thought I saw him in Raddy. Raddy, you know Godot, don't you? Is Raddy still here? That's crazy though. That's crazy. I think so, he just says. Okay, thanks, Raddy. It's like he can hope you fall down a staircase. That's crazy though. Well, I guess that sort of answers our question then. Well, yeah, I see him in Back's chat. Yeah, that's where that's right, Back's chat. I thought he was in your chat too. The person who made the Kickstarter has a very not Japanese name. I just assumed he had played the game before, yeah. Because I mean, at first I just assumed he, you know, was here to watch the game. But there was a lot of things he was saying that was like when he was like, he said earlier, he was like, I like that you got punked by the Mia trick. When he said that, I was like, oh, he's probably played it before. He probably he probably also knows about the Mia trick. He probably I think I actually asked him, did you also fall for it? Is that do you watch people play this a lot? Is that something that happens a lot? I didn't realize that he was part of making this game. But now we know. Maybe he's gonna watch the VOD. He's gonna be like, hold on a minute. Okay, let's keep going. I kept walking to get closer to where I thought the picture had been taken from. Around here? I looked at the building behind me. The picture could have been taken from any of those windows. Oh, is it actually this building? There was something that made it stand out. Next to the door, there was a sign with 3 words on it. Apartment for sale. Okay, well, that's fucked up. That's fucked up, man. We spend all that time... Dev, I'm gonna be honest, you're a piece of shit. All this time, we had to go through the food prep scene. We had to go through the ramen scene. We finally get some action of us going to look for the other person, and this is what you give me? You're a piece of work. I guess that doesn't have to mean anything. But I frowned a little. Well, I didn't know which apartment was the one for sale. Light could be seen on the other side of the 4 windows above the door. The entrance was locked. I couldn't see anyone nearby. From the observatory room hidden in your house. Next to the door, below the sign, was a panel with 4 numbers and 4 buttons to press. Should I try to ring the bell? It could be any one of the 4. If the person from the forum is someone I know, maybe I could recognize their voice. Well, if there's 4 labels, read the labels. It literally says... Oh, no, just 4 numbers. Okay, never mind, sorry. I'm sorry. I misread. I felt pretty hesitant, wondering what to say after ringing. Do I ask for a name and just say that I made a mistake if I don't recognize them? What if they live with someone who answers instead? I looked at the sign again. It's a phone number. Maybe I should call it instead. Would I be told information about the previous resident? Could it be that the person I'm looking for decided to move out immediately, afraid of what they thought was a grave mental issue? Given the way their posts had been written, that wasn't unthinkable. Maybe they just decided to move somewhere else, and that was why someone still seemed to be living behind every window at the moment. Still holding the phone, I pressed the call button and dialed the number on the wall. Started to hear the high-pitched beeps. A little half-hearted, I waited with the phone to my ear. Hello? Oh, hey! I'm calling for an apartment I see for sale at Ampla. Ah, great! You're the first person to be interested, but the interior there is well maintained and it is in a good area. Are you from here? I am, yes. That's great. Are you perhaps at the address right now? Yes, I'm looking at it. I can see you from my window. Wait a second, I'll come out. Oh, alright. Oh. Oh. Do we recognize anyone with O? No. It would have to be Laurel's. Well, it can't be Laurel's because it says he hung up. He hung up, so I stood still nervously, failing to see anyone behind a... Oh my god, Godot... Godot... There, a lot of the things that Godot have said in my chat now are starting to make sense after realizing that he's worked on the game. Like when I pointed out that whenever music stops, something happens, and then suddenly music started stopping without anything happening. I was like, okay, now it's just doing it for fun. Then Godot was like, oh, you're falling for the trick. I was like, what the hell did he mean by that? I didn't have to wait long for... Godot is such a piece of shit. I just realized now he made fun of me with the dower. The fucking dower. He made fun of me with the dower. Fucking piece of shit. He made fun of me with the spelling mistake thing too. He said, what did he say? This guy doesn't know dower. Get it? No, that was him. I'm looking right now. He said it. This guy doesn't know dower. Godot was here. I didn't have to wait long for a door farther back to open. A middle-aged man came out and shuffled up to me. Hello, what's your name? Shiroya. I see, glad to meet you. I'm Cecil Frey. Okay. Cecil. Not found. Frey. Nope. Cecil. Not found. Frey. Nope. Cecil. Not found. Frey. Nope. Okay, so we have never met this person before. He bowed enthusiastically and turned to the sign. It hasn't been up for sale for very long, but I'm sure it'll be purchased quickly. Would you like to see the inside? Since you're here, I'm assuming you've not seen the pictures on the website. I haven't. Yeah, I'd like to. Isn't someone currently inside, though? There's light coming from all the windows. Ah, yes, you're perceptive. The previous resident is currently preparing to move out. We agreed he could receive visits while he's still here. Don't worry, it'll be vacant quite soon. I didn't know what to say, but I couldn't back off. I'm sorry to ask this, but why is he leaving? Did he have an issue with the apartment? Oh, not at all. Evidently he wanted to go live with his parents. I've spoken to him personally. He's well-mannered and intelligent. No problems on my end, but it seems he's not well, so he couldn't keep living by himself. Does Shiroya live in a town near Japanese-Canadian borders or something? It's supposed to be Japan. It's supposed to be City Japan. Yoshibana is the city's name. It is him. I looked up, but I couldn't see anyone through the glass. He's not well? I'm sorry for asking. Is he going to be okay? Yes, you shouldn't worry. I'm not exactly sure what the issue is, but he was very recently at his parents' house preparing to move. He seemed fine to me when we spoke briefly. I didn't want to pry, though. Ah, I'm glad. He had 2 keys on his palm and used one to unlock the entrance. I saw a grey hall with stairs leading up. I think he implied he had some kind of mental disorder, but I'm not really well informed. He called me in late November saying that someone had broken into his house. Wait, really? Did they take anything? No, that's what I'm saying. Soon... No. What? No, that's what I'm saying. What? You can't say that after being like, did they take anything? No, that's what I'm saying. It's a figure of speech? Oh, maybe I don't understand. No, that's what I'm saying. Soon after he called again, assuring me that he'd imagined it. He'd imagined it, and not to worry, but that he'd still move out. He'd imagined a fucking robbery. What the hell? I followed him up the stairs with a pensive frown. He stepped in front of the first door, which had an A above it. It's Acro. Instead of unlocking it himself, he rang the bell. I started to feel nervous. Would the person about to open the door recognize me? Would I recognize him? I heard footsteps approaching. The door jittered. In one motion, I saw the face of the person I'd been searching for. No, I don't think I know him. No, I think you do know him. He looks exactly... What? He looks exactly like Acro. He's just dressed differently. What? Right? He looks exactly like Acro. Am I dumb? It's even the same eyes? The same hair? Oops. What do you mean? They look exactly the same. It's the same eyes. It's the same hair. It's Acro. Well, he doesn't have the chin scratchings. There's no way it's not Acro. It is Acro. Shiro, you're fucking stupid. Ah, good morning. Well, I guess it's close to noon already. You coming to see my apartment? Yeah. Come on in then. It's a nice place. I've really enjoyed living here. I didn't take my eyes off his face, but all I could conclude was that I'd never seen him before. He wore a sympathetic smile and his voice sounded kind. He's like 50 years older. I stepped in timidly, unaware where to set my eyes. Following the agent, or landlord, whoever he was, I entered the living room. The furniture won't be taken away. You'll notice the heating is working just fine, but sunlight makes it inside all day too. The furniture... Oh, you might have noticed there's no elevator below, but fortunately you only have to go up one set of stairs. Yeah, I like it. I wasn't necessarily lying. Everything looked clean and neatly arranged. Great, you'll see how spacious the rooms are. There's 2 of them. I kept following behind, still thinking about what he'd say in the staircase. He called saying that someone had broken in, but later retracted that. I looked back at the man who was tagging along in silence. He must know what will happen. Someone broke into this place a few days ago. He appeared at his parents' house on the 24th, and later on he replied again from the apartment when he took that picture. Did he break into his own house? If he appeared at his parents' without the keys, that could have happened. Maybe he didn't have them, and his original self noticed someone had entered. There are more possible explanations. What if it was the version from the future who noticed his original self when he made it back home and thought he was a thief? Then he figured out what had happened and called to say he just imagined it. That's actually not impossible. That actually is a pretty good point. It could be himself. It could be that the person who posted the forum post is Acro, and the person who landed in jail is Acro, but that they're 2 different Acros. That one of them is the Acro from before, and one of them is the Acro from after. And then one of them broke into this apartment because that's where the Acro from after used to live. So to try to find the Acro from before, he broke in. Or something like that. Something along those lines, right? And more possible explanations. What if it was the version from the future who noticed his original self had made it back home and thought he was a thief? Then he figured out what had happened and called to say he just imagined it. Do you like it? He opened the door to a bedroom. Yeah, that's a big bed. As I said, everything you see is a fixture. It's part of the package. That's good. So if I'm right at all, 2 versions of him must currently exist. Is the one here the one who traveled from the future? Is it possible they've seen each other? Surely that would be changing the past. Here's another room. It's a little smaller, but it can also work as a bedroom if anyone stays over. I see. The room was pretty messy and stored different kinds of objects and old devices. My attention was quickly directed to a framed picture. I leaned toward to take a closer look at it. I could see the man who lived in the apartment in front of someone a little older than him, a police uniform. They were both dressed as police officers, and the background was a simple white wall. Okay, so Akro used to be a police officer. That doesn't tell me a whole lot. But it does tell me that Akro used to be a police officer. You have the bathroom right here. I looked through the door and saw a bathroom similar to mine. The structure of the apartment was similar to my own, but everything felt more taken care of, and the rooms were slightly larger. When we'd seen all of them, we ended up at the front door. I know we haven't spoken about the price, but I can be a bit flexible. Right now the set price is 42,000 a month. But you'll need to make the initial deposit of 126,000 yen. How does that sound? If only. Maybe after I win the lottery. I certainly like this place. It's a big decision though. I'll have to think about it. Of course, keep in mind that there are more people keep in mind more people are likely to be interested. And I'll try to make up my mind quickly and call you. I've got your number saved now. Right, I'll await your call, Shiroi. It was a pleasure. Likewise. I was about to bow, but the wide eyes of the man holding the door froze me before I could. Why does he look crazy angry? Oh! The name! The name! It was the name! Akro just heard our name. That's why. Because he hadn't said the name before. Yeah, look. This is when we introduced ourselves to the landlord guy. But Akro had never heard our name. Until just then. Also frozen, the man's eyes pierced mine until it forcibly ripped my gaze away and completed my bow. Did he react to my mane? Yes, he did. Goodbye. Goodbye, I hope to see you again. The other man wasn't saying anything, so I slowly stepped away, unsure whether that look had been a reaction to my name, or if he had it from beginning. It seemed both of them would stay there, so I left by myself. As soon as I turned around, I was met with the same sensation. The door to the outside closed, and I saw a man walking up the stairs. The look he gave muddled my mind, instantly making me doubt everything I just determined. It was the same look as the other man, down to the piercing pulse. When time continued, he stepped up and unlocked the opposite door, quietly shutting it behind him without saying a word. What the hell? What was that? What was that? He'd been skinny and a little older, but I hadn't recognized him either, so I simply stood by wondering if one of those two stares had been given by 7MD_AG. Was it just that he was surprised to see someone he'd never seen in this building? What if his name is actually reverse and it's actually him trying to say God damn 7. Had I only overreacted internally? It had seemed bizarre to me, but maybe I just misinterpreted the second look due to seeing it immediately after the first. I went down the stairs and opened the door in a haze of confusion. Goodo? You mind sharing any light on the old goddamn? Goddamn, 07. Outside, I merely stood still, trying to sort out my thoughts. The first man must be the forum poster. What was told about him fits perfectly. I walked away, intending to take a second stare out of my mind, and telling myself that I'd really overreacted to it. I guess it doesn't really matter. It was one of them for sure, and I didn't recognize either of them. It's much more likely it was the first guy because of the framed picture. He was one of the police officers outside the building, so I was right. He was suddenly picked up by a travel that was activated within the building. No. But he was a policeman. Is he not actually going to prevent the attack from happening somehow? If he made that call saying there's no actual burglar, he must understand enough of what happened to him. He has to know he has to know he's in the past. Lost in thought, I arrived at Ramen. In contrast to the early morning, the street was fairly busy, partially thanks to the good weather. I recognized a group of kids years younger than me, so I avoided even looking at them. And like I thought, two versions of him must currently exist. I can't be sure I just talked to the one aware of the incident. The stare struck in my mind, strongly implied he was. I wondered whether to go home. I'd accomplished my goal, even though I couldn't draw much I couldn't draw much from it. I hadn't recognized the person known as 7MD_AG, but I felt confident that the solution to the forum threat was a police officer who traveled through time. I'm pretty sure the AG is Acro and then his last name. But we don't know his last name. I'm pretty sure. Oh, never mind. We do know his last name. Acro Isata. Never mind. It's not his last name. Unless he lied about that. Acro grabbed. Acro going. Acro going. Yeah, could have probably sold that. Maybe I should have tried to talk to him, but I doubt he would tell me anything new, and I'd very much rather not say what I'm doing here. With that out of the way, I was forced to go back to my previous thoughts. What could I do about the person who'd probably travel with him to the prison cell? Godot also heard all the times I'd complained about the game. I wandered around slowly, hoping something would come to mind. Knowing that the future I was envisioning could have destroyed at any moment caused a hollow anxiety to form in my chest. It was the same one I'd felt after Mia died. Thank God he wasn't here for the ramen scene. Oh my god. Can you imagine? Holy moly. He would have like... Maybe that's why he's not coming back anymore. He heard me about the ramen scene. He's like, okay, I'm never coming back to this stream ever. That was my last time in that stream. Plays me in an infinite. That's fucked up. You can't say that to me. He's gonna live patch the game and fuck me. That would be sort of funny if he could like, you know how those sometimes when the developers of games, they show up in people's chats and they like make things in games happen. Can you imagine if he like did that? If he like wrote, "Michael, you fucking piece of shit." At least he's not here, so he won't know. At least I was pretty sure I was in the best place to sort it all out. Not inside an oppressive enclosed building, but free in Yoshibana. When I thought about it more, it was almost worse in a way. Mia had died instantly, and I had been forced to confront that reality instantly. Similarly, in Ishia Tower, the attack had been instant, and all the consequences of it had been fairly quick to follow. Michael, player tip. But what I was doing then, walking around town and slowly gathering information, was not the same. If I didn't save Mia through my actions, all I was really doing was letting things slowly play out, gradually getting worse. Distracting myself from that was the best I could do in the meantime. While I decided whether taking action was the wisest thing to do, I buried that creeping dread as deep as I could and returned to thinking about the man in the apartment. Add it? Is this player tip? Alright, I'll add it. This isn't the same emote. You sent the wrong emote. I'm not adding this one. You need to send the right emote. I refuse to add the wrong emote. The thread had said that he'd appeared at his parents' house on the 24th. I found myself going back to that. And his parents said that he shouldn't have been there. That contradicts what I thought yesterday regarding my own travel. I thought that on the 30th I appeared on the ground at 2110, where I'd been only minutes prior. Plenty of travels that happened in the tower can fit that idea, but there were already some that didn't, and neither does this one. If his parents said that he shouldn't have been there on the 24th, it can't be that it was a coordinate mere minutes away from the point he appeared. But of course his parents' house isn't a random position. It definitely had to have been based on one of his pasts. Admittedly, thinking about that was frustrating. I'd gone over similar thoughts so many times, but it didn't seem like reaching a conclusion was feasible, and especially not when I couldn't know if the Sekimeiya was consistent. What? You know what, guys? I think this is a good stopping point. Orbit crash! Holy shit. This is called orbit crash. This scene. This part. We have four choices so far. Is this the right one? This is the right one. I will add it. Is this the right one? Why isn't it on Choco Stream? Is it? Oh, it is on Choco Stream. Yeah, it is the right one. Player tip. It's another player tip for you. I should add that as a sound effect. Alright, guys, let's quickly write left off. And say save again. And main menu. Return to main menu. Oh, new picture! I actually like the other picture more. Not gonna lie. Is there a way to, like, select which picture we get to see? Probably not, huh? Oh, what's the book? Is that CG, maybe? Hold on. I'm quickly booting up the game again. I want to know what the book is. It might be nothing, but if it's, like, CG, like, the gallery, I wanna see it. Yeah. He's been dunking us. He has! Shut up! Development book. Okay. That just takes me to the store, the Steam store page. What? Oh, never mind. It's a development book. It's no longer available? They fucking took it off the store Steam page? That's fucked up. Basically just you. Shut up, Shinjok. Ban you. Permanently. Let's jump to this one, and I just need to get rid of that horse. There you go. Let me find someone we can rate. There's Choco. There's Wolfie. I'm sure we've rated both pretty recently. I don't really have anyone else, though. Your horse. I guess we could just raid Choco again. All right. Let me send one rate to Miss Choco Jax's stream. All right, guys. We are ending off yet another stream. Few things, I guess, while we're ending the stream. I will try to keep streaming this as much as possible. Like I said, I sort of want to finish this before my holiday or my vacation ends, which is this is the last week, so we're nearing the end of it. But we're also nearing the end of this game, I think. So preferably, we are ending it soon. Since it's been announced now, I guess I can also go ahead and say it. On Friday, I am part of a collab for Dale and Dawson, featuring a lot of people. A lot of people. There's so many people. I'm not sure if I'll stream it. I might. But if I am streaming, it's just to get my POV of it. But I think Choco will stream it. Or Choco will stream it. But yeah, that's it, guys. Thank you all for dropping by, for chatting, for hanging out, for watching another crazy, confusing stream. And I will see you guys soon as possible so we can continue this confusing game. And be nice to Choco. Actually, don't be nice to her. She's a dumbass. Alright, here, the raid's leaving now. Bye-bye!